there's something in disguise. I know, it's well thought out. I know, what goes around. I know, I've heard that sound. I know, you're bringing me down. Bringing me down. Bringing me bringing me bringing me down. I've been willing, I've been able, think I'll call you up tonight. And if I lay down on the table, you just avert your eyes. I know, it's so played out. I know, you can't save me now. I know, but I can't believe now. I know, you're bringing me down. Bringing me down. Bringing me down. I know. Bringing me down. Bringing me down. Bringing me down.
Welcome to the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals for East, and we are about to see some of the best PUBG Mobile action from 16 teams from around the world, and I cannot wait to jump into these games. We're in a virtual city, but the competition is very real, and we are going to bring all the heat. I'm not alone in telling this story, so to join me, why don't I bring on my friend Maxman? Max, man, welcome to our virtual studio. We're getting into this action. 16 teams. Tell me, what do they expect from today? What is the format?
Well, already the format, of course, as you know, Sam, is going to be an extremely short run of events. Is 1 day, 6 games. You have 1 shot and 1 shot only. And after this, you are done. So, of course, we're looking for the teams that are going to come in hot, secure those big old chicken dinners, or remain consistently in the top 5 or top 3. So it's going to be really intense and extreme. And also, we've got to keep in mind, we're going to have a few little changes to the point system compared to the official circuit. So we're going to have a few very interesting turn of events for this entire tournament.
6 maps. Are there any that you're excited to see?
I'm excited to see Vikendi because Vikendi is not in the official circuit. That's one of the big changes. So I'm extremely hyped to see some Vikendi action and see how the teams are going to be adapting to that one because they've been missing a little bit on the action as of recently. So I think that Vikendi, we're going to see some, I would say some very unusual plays for sure. And I'm really hyped to see how the teams are going to try to adapt to the snowy map of Vikendi.
It is also the last map of the 6, so it could be the decision maker. You know what, Max, I feel a little bit lonely here, so I'm thinking we bring in a friend of yours. How about Imperium joins us? Look at this. The dream team is back together. Imperium and Maxman are going to be casting all the action, and I'm going to be picking their brains in between the games to find out a little bit more. Imperium, let's talk about these 16 teams now. Which ones are you keeping your eyes on?
Of course, I'm always a kind of guy to keep my eyes open for all the teams, but when you're looking for specifics, when you're looking for particulars, it's going to have to be the Indonesian teams at most because they're coming from a region that is very highly competitive in itself, Sam, but also Boom, they're playing in the PMPL 2021 and they've been playing in the PMPL since season 1, so they are a team that have a lot of experience. So can the other teams around them match their aggressiveness, match their experience, and come out on top?
How did the teams get each other? Because we've got these 16 teams. What did they have to do to make it to the World Finals?
So obviously they had to. Okay, my apologies, Max. I didn't mean to. Speak over you.
Man, it's been so long. I'm sharp. I want to talk with you, Imperium. It's cool.
I miss you, man. I miss you. But yeah. So obviously they played through the respective regional finals where they went up against many other hundreds of teams from their own countries. They qualified. They made it through, and they booked their spot in the finals. It's been a long journey. But now they're here, they've got to make it count.
They do have to make it count, and to do that, they're going to have to get points on the board. So, Max, you spoke a little bit about how this point system is going to work. We'll get to see a breakdown of that as well. Tell me, how does that change your game plan coming into this with this specific point system in play?
Well, for a lot of these teams, they just came out very hot of their PMCOs, and usually in the official circuit, 1 chicken dinner is worth 15 points. Here, second position is 14 points, just 1 point difference compared to the usual official circuit, but for that chicken dinner position. And now that 1 chicken dinner is going to be worth 20 points. So, of course, teams here might tend to play a little bit away from their usual play style in the official circuits, PMCOs, PMPLs, and all that good stuff. They might tend to play a lot more passive, play a lot more around positions, aim for the late game. And if they do so, because of how many points you can get from purely getting in top 3, kills are not going to have as much of an impact. But we do know that in this lobby, you've got some highly aggressive team. Imperium just talked about the Indonesian teams that like to play aggressive if possible. So if you're one of these top fragging teams, you get 10, 15 kills every game, you can make up for this little bit of a point change coming into this MEO.
So you've broken it down there. You mentioned that the teams might be a little bit more passive so that they can get those final placement points. But Imperium, it is also only 6 maps, 1 day. You don't have a lot of time to get points on the board. Do you think we'll see that change if, say, for example, a team plays passive for the first 2 maps and then realizes it's not working? Or do you think everyone's going to pretty much aim for the end game?
I do think there's a huge amount of adaptability that's going to be played through for these teams, especially in the Erangel map, because we do have 3 Erangel games, right? So, you know, the first Erangel game, you play passive, you might struggle to get a strong result. That next Erangel game, you play a little bit more aggressively, a bit more controllingly, that more positive result will shine through. But there's going to be this healthy balance of what Max mentioned about with the point system, it's going to drive a more passive play style, playing for the late game. However, because a lot of these teams haven't really played against each other, barred a few practice games, they might not have done all the research on all of the teams. You're going to see also a healthy mix of natural clashing throughout rotations, drop spots, everything. So I think it's going to be a real nice mixed bag of tricks.
I do completely agree with you. It is going to be a mixed bag. And I want to talk a little bit about those teams that you mentioned that we might not have seen. But before we do that, obviously the players competed in their regional finals because they wanted to go to Istanbul to battle it out. And because of the pandemic, we weren't able to do that. But the Red Bull team has created this incredible virtual studio, and we're going to go there right now. So you get to take a look at how amazing this is. If you head on over to the Red Bull website, you'll be able to tour through Istanbul. There's some iconic locations that you can visit, some games you can play, some incredible drops that you can win. And of course, the most important part, you get to watch the best esports players in the world battle it out. How incredible is the studio, Imperium? Look at our Turkish team over there. They're chatting about the same thing we are in a different language, but isn't this just amazing?
It is, first of all, just what they've been able to do with the technology and all the hard work that's gone on behind the scenes is amazing. It also makes me miss studios and miss kind of LAN event experiences. But at the end of the day, for the fact that I'm at home and I'm able to see this, and the players and the viewers are able to see this from their home, it's absolutely amazing. Plus what you mentioned with the virtual tour of Istanbul, it's so beautiful. Fully recommend everybody checks out in between games, of course.
In between games, go and explore it. Let's talk about that game now because we're getting ready to jump into map number 1, Max. Imperium mentioned it. Some of these teams, they've been very secluded. They play specifically in their region. We haven't seen a lot of them. Do you think that there's room for a potential upset today?
Oh, I think for sure, especially when you have some of these regions that I have not really seen in the international competitive scene as of right now. For example, Kuwait's coming in through, Maldives also, Pakistan's going to have a few representatives. So some teams that really comes down to it, we don't know too much about their playstyle. And I think that when you're trying to look for VOD of their playstyle is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's extremely hard to find on the internet. And on the internet has everything, but these are a little bit hard to find for yourself. So you're going to have some teams that are going to be somewhat the X factor coming into this one. So if they tend to play aggressive, and if they are going to be contesting these drop locations, we could have a few sparks getting ignited really on into the game.
How much, Max, when you mentioned the VODs, I mean, how much does that come into play when you're a professional team? Are you sitting trying to watch all your competition to try to figure out how they may play a certain map, or are you focusing a bit more on your specific game style and hoping that that will carry you through?
And normally, when you want to look at VODs of other teams, you want to look out for two things specifically. Number one, drop location, especially in a tournament like this where we talked about the point system being changed, and you want to avoid taking early skirmishes as much as possible to try and get to that late game stage. But not only that, you also want to try and learn how other teams rotate so you can maybe avoid them on your rotation path of your own team. So these are different aspects you've got to watch. Of course, you can go even more in depth as to how they take fights. Are they an aggressive team? So if you see they're an aggressive team and they pop into the kill feed, you might want to try and avoid it. But mainly it's down to drop location and their rotations to make sure that you can adapt to them to make sure that you don't get involved in early fights.
Max has mentioned the analytics side of it there, Imperium, but you've actually had a chance to talk to some of these teams. Have they been furiously studying one another leading up to this?
Yeah, I've had the pleasure to speak to specifically the two Pakistan teams and RXN Pakistan. They do have an analyst that they've basically given all the information to of the teams that they're playing against. And that analyst has scoured the internet, looked for the needle in the haystack that Max has mentioned, and has gotten the information and relayed that back to the team. And when you're able to apply that, and as an IGL especially, and use that in game, it is going to be massively important for the success throughout all these 6 games.
So you've heard it from the experts here. They've given you some insight into what to expect. These 16 teams now, they are going to have to drop into this game and do their best because it is all on the line. You want to be named the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals PUBG Mobile champions for the East region. And I cannot wait to see this action unfold. Some new regions, some new names, and hopefully by the end of this, some new superstars. I think it's time, Imperium. Max, you've got the golden voices. Take us into the game and let us know what we're looking at.
Thank you very much, Sam. Man, the golden voices, man. Okay, Sam, best host. There you go. I'm saying it right now. I'm feeling good about ourselves in Imperium. But man, it's been a while since we casted together since PUBG Mobile. Goes back. It's been 84 years, as you might even say. But we're ready to jump finally in our very first game here of the third finals here from the M.E.O. It's going to be for the Eastern region overall, and we're going to see exactly what we're going to be dealing with. But man, we talked about all these top teams. I'm really hyped to see who's going to be coming out on top on this first game. Is going to be Erangel. We got 3 Erangels coming your way onto this one. But especially look at that studio, man. I feel like in an episode of a Sword Art Online. You know, I'm in the game. I'm inside of it. I'm in the Matrix. This is really cool to see.
Did you make an anime reference?
Yes, I know you don't get them, Imperium. It's cool. You don't. You're Boomer. I'm the Boomer. It's okay.
I just wanted to make sure that we're less than a minute into. Well, we're not even into the game. And you've already made an anime versus. This is why I love you, man. This is why I miss casting with you, my friend. It's an absolute joy. Plus the fact that this is a massive opportunity for a lot of these teams to get eyes on them, right? A lot of big opportunity for the players to get eyes to impress a lot of fellow players around them. So this is absolutely massive. With the phase one, with the plane pass, should I say, a bit to the west. It's not going to be the worst, but it's certainly not going to be the best.
Definitely not going to be too bad, especially onto this one. We can have just some easy teams making their way to some good car spawns and make their way over to the western coastline or the eastern coastline, depending on where they like to drop. Intrigued to see if we're going to potentially have some early skirmishes into this one, but we should be good to go, hopefully. So, Imperium, at the start of this game, as we can expect, because of the changes to the point system, we can expect the early game, hopefully, to be relatively passive when it comes down to it. So I want to pick your brains a little bit here, especially into this one, Imperium. What is the region, not the team, but the region? You talked about Indonesia, you know, being the big region you're looking out for. Are there maybe some underdog regions you might be looking out forward to as to maybe being able to upset the top teams?
I would have to say, and I'm not even just saying this because Sam is from that country, but I have to say KHK Esports from South Africa, because South Africa as a region actually throws her arms up in the air in pride. South Africa and Africa as a region in a whole has really evolved over the last 6 months to a year. You know yourself, Max. You casted the South African PMCO, and I really think this is once again another opportunity for KHK to come into this and make a name for not only themselves, but South Africa as a country.
I fully agree. I think that especially coming into this one, when we were doing the PMCO for the African region with James Banks, it was a lot of fun. And KHK initially were brought up as this big super team that, yes, they can dominate and fight versus the best teams in the region, such as Slime 4KT, Team INF. But unfortunately, KHK did fall a little bit short and did disappoint quite a few. Though, talked about INF Imperium, they brought a new player in the roster, which is Hansley, which was one of the insanely talented players from Team INF. So you know what? Hey, I don't want to deal with this team anymore. We're just going to take one of their players, and now you add him to the roster, and we're going to have one of the top fraggers of the entire PMCO African region on our side. So I think that KHK, you know what? That's overall going to be a great addition to the team. And as we talk about it, the spectators show us Ansley. They're going to be going for Northern George Bowl, uncontested completely. And as we did expect Imperium, checking out, we still got 64 players. So which tends to me to see that we're not going to be having any hot drops whatsoever. So as we predicted, this is going to be a very laid back early game.
The first game out of 6, you want to make sure that you get a positive start. You want to make sure that you keep all 4 players alive right in the first 3-4 circles minimum. Not only does it keep your morale and confidence up at either a standard or a higher level, but it also allows you to use those 4 players to get information, to create a bit of a controlling position in a circle. And even should a shift really far away, enter that circle without really being too heavily contested. We didn't talk too much about that phase 1 circle, Max, but are we going to see a military island finish?
I'll be hyped for that. You know what? I'm down. First game, military right off the bat. We're going to get in the nitty gritty of it all. I would heavily enjoy that. And I think that especially when it comes down to it, a military circle is very telling of how good a team is on their macro control and how they rotate. Are you going to be playing for the bridge? Are you going to go for the more passive approach and go towards using those boats that typically teams do not enjoy all that much? You know, they're like, it's a big risk. You don't want to take the boats. But if you do it early enough, boats typically aren't a pretty good call to go for. So I would enjoy that one quite a bit. But okay, we've seen the boys of Rubik FXN from Indonesia. They're just going to be running straight out of apartment by foot. Unfortunately, seemed like they were not lucky onto the car spawns onto apartment, so they're going to do that one by foot. So you better be careful. As teams, you can already see they're trying to get as many cars under their control, trying to kick their rotations early on into gear to try and make sure they can be one of the early few teams to make it to Sultanahmet Island.
And, I will say, the island circles are one of the hardest circles to rotate onto, right? They are the most challenging because if you go too early, you can get kind of possibly caught out. If you go too late, you can get bridge camped. It's very tricky indeed. I would love to see a cheeky botation coming out from a couple of teams, especially if one of them landed on a drop down on Primorsk and they go for that botation onto the south of Military Island. But other than that, it is very much about taking your time, stopping shorter by the edge of circle, getting information, go little by little, Max, right? Take baby steps if you have to, because if you go too deep too early, you're going into the unknown, you're entering into the shadow realm, and you can easily get eaten up.
I mean, more like Imperium said, take baby steps. We're going to do a huge leap forward. We're going to go straight for the bridge cross. Hopefully, there's not going to be a little bit of a bridge camp, because if that's the case, it could be a little bit tricky. But I think this is actually a really good time to talk about Morph, because this is one of the big teams I was eyeing open completely for, and I was thinking, okay, this could be one of these top teams that could be taking M.E.O title here for the Eastern region. Reason why, they still got Zabrol from PMWL. We remember him in Imperium. We casted this guy, and he's an absolute beast when it comes down to taking down people, because that's what you do in PUBG Mobile, you take down people. But the entire team changed except for Zabrol, and they qualified for this event over none other than Airwolf Limax, a team that, by the way, just as a point of reference, made it into the global finals in Dubai. They beat one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams in their region, and they made it here for the finals of M.E.O. So at the end, I think that here, purely off the fact that they've beaten such a talented team of Airwolf Limax, Morph are going to be one of the best and favorite teams in this entire event. So now I'm intrigued to see how is this team synergy going to work out, because as I said, we only seen Zabrol. Now I want to see what the rest of the team can do.
So true. So true. That's the thing. Like it's my eyes are open to see what these teams can do, whether they're known to be a strong team or whether they're not. However their journey has gotten them here, the fact that they're in the finals of the Red Bull Season 3 M.E.O is absolutely amazing. Another Indonesian team is Rubik FXN. They are by that eastern bridge. Like I said, just stopping a little bit shy of the island area to get a little bit of information. They can extend, depending on what scopes they have, across the bridge and just make sure that they feel a little bit more comfortable before they enter the island. Or they can look to even grab a couple of cheeky early kills off teams going full sending it across that eastern bridge.
I think it's really smart that they actually rotated here. Reason why, we know that it was a plane path over completely to the west. So if you just know you're going to have a lot of teams concentrated towards the western bridge, just go to the east. Avoid the fight, and you can see, we're checking out the map. Big concentration of teams slowly making their way down Gatka Fields, trying to concentrate in that funnel next to the bridge. So maybe not the best place to be, which is why I like the fact that Morph rotated earlier on top of that bridge to make sure that they don't get gate kept later on down the line. Though, this is a very, very intriguing spot to be in. That's going to be already the mountaintop secured by SDG. Is going to be just looking. Unfortunately, the issue with this position is that the teams are so far out of the way that even with the spectator client, the names don't render. So to be able to hit those shots is a relatively hard task at hand, but they're still going to give it their best attempt. Hopefully, things will be working out for them. As with the DP, got himself a decent scope too. Might be able to find a few sneaky shots, but kills from this position are relatively hard to get through.
And that's why I'm not really a massive fan of all four of their players being on the radio tower. I would much prefer a 2-2 split, especially because it's still only phase 1 max. There's a much higher chance that, especially if they're already on the island for a pretty decent amount of time in the game, they can spread their wings. They can create a little bit more of a controlling position. They can get more information on higher angles in around them if they go for a 2-2 split. Whereas having all four in the radio tower, how much information are you really getting that high up, right? How many pairs of eyes do you really need to get the information. So I definitely think a 2-2 split would be much stronger for SDG at this stage of the game.
I'm just also scared that if the circle moves away, they're going to have to tumble down the mountain. And when you're in a position like this, that a lot of teams are going to be concentrating in a very small amount of terrain, that's where things could end up being dicey, as I like to say. So hopefully they're just going to be cautious of how they move away from that position and use that information to their advantage. Though, we're going to be going straight back to Milta. A few rotations coming out from Boom, as you mentioned it. Team in their own regional PMPL. So that's another big name with the likes of Morph to keep an eye out for. So hopefully they should be good to go. But only one player was found in this position, and he makes it right on through next to the Pakistani team of Only Titans. Hopefully he makes it fine. Seemed like he's going to be able to cruise through the beaches. But intriguing rotation coming out from them. As a one-man making it through a compound like this, I would personally not recommend fully. As there we go, a few Carnelian 8 shots will be seen on the feed, and you can see that the fights are slowly going to be kicking into gear.
You know, I would say when you're on your own and you're going for that kind of crazy rotation, sacrificial lamb kind of situation, it can work out.
Yes.
But hey, look, it's going to see it come on through. Phase 2 shifts down south. Max, we are going to have indeed a military island circle in the very first game of the Eastern Finals. Man, I love it. I love it. What a way to kick things off.
And man, we have the PMGCs, the PMCOs that are like 2, 3, 4 week events. We got to concentrate all the action in one day, 6 games. Okay, we just got to get a nice concentrate of action here of PUBG Mobile, and it seemed like there was an action like this on Sanhok Island on game 1, as you just said. Also, that is going to be a pretty hype game for damn sure. As now we saw a few teams already making their way forward. We talked about it. If you want to avoid the bridges all around, one easy way to do so is by going for the boats or by swimming, which SWAT 69, from what I'm seeing, no boat spawns, or just someone snatched it away from them in front of their very eyes. So they're going to have to just make their way over to the coastal line. And if a team is right in front of them, I think that SWAT 69 might be taking a big L along the way.
On one hand, swimming across is obviously quieter. You are far less likely to get spotted. However, it takes quite a decent bit of time. And what might seem like a good idea now, 30 seconds later, when you're near that edge of the coastline and you're going onto that beach line without any vehicle in front of you, that's when it can be so much harder to deal with. That's when you can get caught out. If they're only sending 2 players across, I'm okay with that. But if it's the whole team swimming through, I can't see that working out. We do see on the kill feed one of the players from LND, Max LND from Sri Lanka, getting caught out, which is a little bit of a feels bad man, and he's going to get confirmed up. Rubik kicking things off quite nicely.
I wanted to make a One Piece reference there because of Sanji being on the rock, but that is too deep of an anime reference in Pyramid. I'm 100% sure you will not get it. I'll keep it to the OG stuff for you. Don't worry, man. I know. You need to get used to the anime references again. It's going to be coming up. You will be good to go.
I was just going to say, could you ease me in, please, sir? You know, it's been quite a while.
I'll be nice.
You know,
I'll be nice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I'm old, so I forget quite easily. You know.
Yeah, I know. I know for straight up fact he does forget quite easily. So that's some extra piece of intel right there. We're going to be slowly. Okay. Come on. Okay, maybe not to that extent, but okay. You know what? You want to shoot yourself in the film room? That's okay. You do you, man. You do you.
Why not?
Rise on Glory, though. They're going to be contested, actually, Rise on Glory on this coastal line, which is the issue. Nico onto the backside, 100%, was having 4 car rotations coming on through from WAS. They know this team is going to be potentially aiming to look for boat spawn here, which unfortunately is not the case. They didn't pop here too much.
Wow.
And there you go, Nico, with a nice little backstab. That's going to be Rabbit falling down to his knees. And Farmer, he's like, hey, I'm sorry, homie, but I don't think this is going to work out for us. This is not a good deal. So he's going to try to wrap around. He's going for a weird wrap and seem like he does want to assist Rabbit, but we did see once again Rise on Glory onto the side, and if they want to capitalize on this opportunity, they definitely could be trying to do so.
Rise on Glory representing Chile, I might say, so looking to heat things up here in the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals. I'll get that point out of the way early on. Nico did a great job of catching out one of the players of What a Squad. However, the mistake he made was the fact that he stayed where he was. He didn't in any way attempt to reposition, and he should have recognized that the second he takes shots, there's going to be so many more eyes on his position, so he should have looked to stay safe and not get caught out. So it was a trade, all things considered, and Rise on Glory are not really going to be liking that because they were already separated.
Yeah, a little bit split, so hopefully they're going to try and avoid those skirmishes as much as possible. It's so cool because on this first game, we've got so many different regions. I just want to talk about all the teams and all these regions. It's so fun to see so many different teams from so many different places and latitudes in the world and facing up against each other in one good game, which is PUBG Mobile, which is, at the end, a pretty damn good game. We've been casting it, and I think we can say it's a good game. We enjoy it quite a bit. But it seems like we're going to enjoy a little bit of swimming too for WAS. They're going to be trying to give themselves a little bit of a water polo fight, apparently, over here. So they're going to try their best, but especially, as we know, Imperium, this is going to be a little bit of a race. Rise on Glory. They're going to make it over to the coastline first, and you know that when that happens, they're going to have a little bit of gatekeeping happening. So this is already not looking good for WAS.
At first I was thinking, okay, what a squad, have 2 players swimming across. But then when the other 2 players were following suit, I was like, what's the point in 2-2 splitting if all 4 players are in the water, right? It doesn't really kind of make sense. And maybe that's the lack of competitive experience is shining through on both What a Squad and Rise on Glory. Hopefully they'll be okay and they'll make it through before they get caught out. But phase 3, it centers up quite nicely. Max, is it not only going to be a military island finish, but a military base finish?
It could be. This is ASMR for the eyes to circle, like perfect central on top of military base itself. And of course, teams that are going to be playing on the outskirts will be rewarded in many big ways. You can see that already Koot are going to be in a relatively good spot. If they looted the entire area too, they might have an extra bunch of utility. Hopefully they got stacked up to level 3 armor, level 3 also helmet, backpack too if you want, but you're really not going to be focusing on that too much when you have such a good position in the circle. We're going to be seeing, as we talked about this potential gatekeeping happening towards Novo, and seemed like we're going to have the rising team. It's going to be over here, Rise on Glory, waiting onto the outskirts. Nathan maybe looking to remain in the water to get some information, because when you're on the mainland, you can't really spot players underneath the water, despite when they're breathing, of course. But Nathan is out there being the scout for the team, and he's allowing the rest of his team to follow up with some shots. I love how Nathan is scouting in the water to give his team just the perfect opportunity to maybe capitalize on those shots.
Yeah, but he should know that there's a really small chance, an extremely small chance, that there's still going to be a team in Novo. So, in my opinion, he was much better off joining his teammates up onto the land, look to either loot, heal up, and get prepared to take the shots on towards What a Squad. I think it's a matter of time before What a Squad gets caught out. Looking at teams that are more centralized in the circle, SDG, you have RX Pakistan, which is a team that I am massively looking out for. RXN Pakistan, I spoke to them, right, and they are definitely on high alert to what they can do, and they're extremely proud to be representing their country in this tournament, in these finals.
Oh, there you go, Rise on Glory. They're going to be popping into the kill feed. Might be seeing the first team elimination into this one. Morph also seem like their gatekeeping is going to be working towards the side of the Western Bridge. So we're going to be seeing some action currently unfolding on the lobby, as still only 4 players shall fall down. Boom made their way already up to the northern side of military base, which I do enjoy. The amount of scouting that position can grant you is actually pretty astonishing if you use the information correctly, of course. That's what we're going to be expecting from Boom. Things are just going to start to get a little bit more a little tighter as we go on through. LND also going to be losing one of their players. So it seems like teams are slowly going to be tightening up against each other. And the thing is also is that when you are on this military base island Imperium, you're going to be having very little amount of compounds to actually play around. So if you are a team that's already holding on to it and you're getting contested, some fights will ensue. As actually happening over here, we're going to be having a fight currently ensuing. It's going to be Max, LND Legends looking to frag it out. Ready up to 1 kill. Looking for potentially a bunch more. They did lose Jay along the way, but there you go. That's going to be a wipeout of this compound at least, but they're still in the blue. They need to get on the move right now.
Also, What a Squad got wiped out. They are out of here, unfortunately. And then we do see STP taking shots on towards SWAT 69. They're now going to play around on that southwestern edge of this phase 3 circle as the blue zone is starting to close in. Again, threading with a bit of caution, using the little bits of cover that they have on towards this grassy area is so important for STP, Max, because they know the further they move in onto the edge of the circle, you know, the much easier chance they're going to get caught out, especially when you have the airplanes, the wall side in play. You just don't exactly know who is going to be there as phase 3 centers up. Indeed, it's going to be a military base finish, specifically around those around the airplanes and the bunker areas, which is always so hard to control.
Okay, Imperium, you know me. You know I'm an evil person.
Yeah.
I wish that the circle goes down south. Like that, it's going to be putting these teams in such a bad spot. But I do like when you have hard circles because it forces teams in a position that is not the best to deal with, and you see how they perform under pressure. So I'm really intrigued to see how they're going to play around this one, as now we're going to be moving. SWAT 69, let's not forget, they moved on forward by swimming through the river up on the northwestern edge. They made it out as a two-man team. I'm not going to say that's too bad. You know what? Noni could have got gate kept by the likes of Morph. That is going to be okay, though. Coot popping off once again. And man, Coot with their Kar 98 shots. I see them pop a few times into the kill feed. Seem like they're doing good. And he's going to go instantly for the confirm. SGP losing himself black, so that's going to be one of their players down the drain instantly. And now we're going to start to get into the big boy action very soon. Sanji, I'm seeing Sanji with an M249 now. That's going to be causing some big issues for the teams around, as Bluebees tried to crash their way towards this crash site down south, and seem like they're going to be contested pretty heavily. Ato-chan and Zero going to be taken down, and Ato-chan, he's the IGL BTW. He's going to be gone. But now you say, IGL, when he's dead, that's where he does his job best, so he can still talk to the team.
Yeah, that's true. And Bluebees are a team with a lot of experience. They're also a very aggressive team, right? You saw them in the PMGC. They are not afraid to put up a fight. They're not afraid to lose a couple of players at the benefit of winning that squad wipe, going for that area in the circle where they're going to be taking shots, but possibly losing a player or two. So I'm really excited to be seeing what Bluebees can do in this game. Could have a really good 2-2 spread. Max, like that's a really good 2-2 split. They have controlling hillside. They have a lot of information. They're constantly moving around, peeking and looking through, and I'm really excited to see what Cook can do.
Finally, KHK going to be making their way into the base itself. Going to go for a nice little 2-2 split. Also looking for different positions. Just cruising on through with that Dacia all around. Morph also, they gave away that northwestern edge. Go for a little bit of a more central position inside the military base itself. So I think the overall teams are playing pretty good. And the fact that we still got 16 teams at this point in the game on the military finish is absolutely mind-boggling in my eyes. We did mention it was going to play relatively passive. I was not expecting it to be this passive between the teams where no teams are eliminated this long into the first game.
I will say that, good few of the teams are down to 1-2 players. So, from that point of view, we've lost 12 players, but indeed still 16 teams flying on through. Morph, Rubik's, STB. Wow, look at this. What is going on? 4 teams around this one area. RXN, Pakistan, you have DPME, you have Boom. Man, this is not going to be easy. And I thought, what a squad we're out of here, but they're still in the game.
We've seen the Blue Zone claiming some lives, and there you go. That's going to be Rise on Glory, unfortunately, taken out initially. That's going to be a big L. Seemed like that Blue Zone was a little bit too dominant for them to deal with. As Rubik also going to have to move their way forward. They still got 1 minute and 15 seconds, so the time is not really pressing them, but their main focus here is to get rid of KHK Esports, the South African team, PMCO. A little bit disappointed by their performance. Let's see if with the hands of Hansley in their team, they can actually make matters just a little bit better for them. This is going to be their redemption arc coming into the MEO. Though Morph also on the move. They got to move away in this circle. Hardly shifted up northeast. This is huge for Morph. They were already basically on that position.
Yeah, and then they're using these water/oil towers just to, as a bit of cover and spreading themselves in, sent a couple of players through to begin with as RXN respect the IGL with the DP28 takes his shots off. That's what I was hoping we would see. However, one of their players gets knocked out. Unfortunately, Samurai goes down.
It seemed like Kuda just going to be trying to roll over with the enemy team, making it into a little bit of a nice spot under that mountain, so they're going to be in a good position all around. Seem like they're still going to be contested away by RXN. They don't want to give that spot away for free, but they don't care. They're going to be taking it. Coot having a few players knocked away, but in the long run, they're still going to be looking amazingly strong in this position. They're not going to have to move too much, but this is a very flat terrain. We were expecting this circle to end with a lot of buildings. It was going to get very close quarter. This is a very open-ended finish compared to what we were maybe initially expecting, Imperium.
For sure, and I did say it was going to kind of play around those inside, I don't even know what you call them, but the tiny little tunnels, and that's where RXN...
Bat caves.
Yes. Caverns, there you go, the bat caves. That's where I really liked the 3-1 split that RXN Pakistan had, because even though they lost one of their players, B Samurai, Still having 3 players inside one of those back A's is incredibly valuable. That's already in the center circle. Look at all the teams around the edge.
I just love how Boom have rotated on this one. It was so clean. They were up north and they just shifted right away, trying to be as proactive as possible. But man, this circle, this circle is not fun. This is horrible. I said it was evil and I wanted a bad circle for these teams. This is maybe a little bit too evil. You went from a normal circle finish that could have been pretty fun for a lot of these teams into a position when you got 1 point of interest, and that is going to be the cavern that's held dead center as of right now. So this is going to be a little bit dicey for sure. Boom, they need to be onto the move. I want to see them to be as proactive as they were earlier. But man, just a few minutes ago, we were at 16 teams, and now, boom, down the middle, 7 teams. What happened? This is decimation happening in the lobby.
It was, it was the breaking point in the damn max, right? You're always going to get to that mark. But now, boom, they're going to look to play around Coot, right? Using the high ground hills. They need to be careful that they don't overextend. Great smokes being thrown at by RXN. Pakistan are going to blow up that vehicle. They recognize that, okay, they need to somewhat stay where they are. They're not going to be able to move out, just move a little bit shy into the western edge of the circle as the next phase did shift over to the east, while Morph trying to survive on top of the back cave.
The issue with being on this position is that all teams on the outskirts of this circle will be able to spot you out. So it's really, really hard to not only hold that position, but also get the reses off, which is what they're trying to do. They got Buggy in a relatively good position. So they're going to give it their best attempt to get the res coming on through. Tier 4, there you go. They're going to finally get himself into the cars, make their way through, but B2R from Cupid is still there, and he's going to go for the backstab potentially. They're not going to be spotting it out just yet. And nothing happens to the kill feed, so it seemed like they were able to make it out unscathed for the time being. But there you go. BTR found himself a nice kill with the AKM. The spray from that one Morph. They're taking full control of this little hilltop position, but they're finally going to get engulfed into the blue, so they have to leave this position. And that, because of that little bit of a late call from them, they're going to be losing 2 of their players, potentially even 3, as they go the blue zone, just being a little bit too dominant onto Morph, and they're going to be down to 1. Hopefully can get the res and get back as a 2-man crew.
Yeah, but RXN Pakistan, who were putting the pressure onto them, are facing their own pressure. B2R surviving up and towards the bitter end. They currently have 5 kills. We're down to our 5 teams. 12 players left standing. Coot still have 3 players up, but they're outside the circle. And Knock shines through. Pixie gets the pixels in place for those bullets to secure that knock.
They're feeling real Gucci about this one. Look at those engages. I love it. But this seems like this circle is definitely going to be even worse than what I was initially expecting. It's going downhill. Morph, as we said, Zabarol, there you go. He's going to get picked up. Down to only now 2 cool. He's going to be contesting it. Let's just respect. 1 player of RXN. Going to have to peel away from this position. But I love how we're seeing this team, Gucci, just keep on pushing forward so efficiently every single time and taking full ownership of this position. They've got to be careful. He's still got Zubair into the back end for Only Titans, and he could be the nail in the coffin for the entirety of this side of Cupid. But they got to keep on pushing forward. But Cow has been so good with the Car 98. Already up to... Did I just see 11 kills? Damn, This is a pop-up performance for sure. He sees the fit, trying to make dance for me, boy. Dance for me. As they're going to go for their big push. But Cupid's not doing anything to stop this push from happening.
Yeah, BTR definitely going to be waiting it out. They're being a little bit too passive. And Morph tried to go for the last desperation rotation. But Morph, they are defeated. They are out of there. And we are down to our final 3 teams, Max.
I'm loving how this one is unfolding. Already really good stuff. They're going to be getting themselves 5 kills. Off to a really, really good engage. BTR did get so knocked away. So down to 2. Nice. They're going to give it their best shot. There you go. They find himself 1. Good response. The nades will come on through onto the side. Ninja doing some huge work for Coot. They're going to be down to 1. It's going to be Break. He's been popping off from start to finish this game. Is he going to be the one? Is he going to be the thorn into the side and maybe take himself that 1v1 as you say in Purim? That would be insane. The reses might be able to come on through from B2R just in time. Going to be taking a little bit slow. Maybe what he's going to go for. You need to make a decision now. Do you commit or do you go for the res on your teammates? Ninja and also Fidan are easily in the spot to get resed up. But you got to take that decision now. And he's unsure. And unfortunately, in these positions in Imperium, indecision is your biggest foe.
You're wasting time. You're being too indecisive. You either go for the revive or you go for the push. It's now going to be just Cupid left on his own. Can he fire the final arrow into the heart of Coot and claim the chicken dinner for B2R?
Jump shot. If you want to win some extra style points, you got to do it, my boy. But yeah, you could have already got the entire team resed up if you did that cool little bit earlier break. He's taking too long. But even unfortunately, Cupid, he's like, has he got time to res? Like, he's expecting it, but he does not know that he was a little bit too slow. So unfortunately, this might hinder his chances of taking and snatching away this chicken dinner. Still 5 kills is still a really, really good performance. Was the extra 14 points to a second position can grant to you, but that is not going to be enough for a 6-game event. Break is going to spot it out. The jump shot, extra style points. Give it to me. Come on, let's go. He jumps on down, unfortunately, to his doom. And that is going to be one insane game number 1 Imperium. I do have to say, but Cute will be your champions for this first game of the MEO East region.
16 kills with that chicken dinner. If you're looking to send a message, that's the way you send that message. What a massive result from Coot. They caught people out early on. They got into those dominating results. But the massive thing about that is that they controlled these areas. They allowed other teams to get pushed back, and they made up for it.
They made up for it with a chicken dinner, which is going to give them a stack of points on the board. They're going to be so excited about this. It's a great way to start. I want to just jump right back to the start of the game. Max, you mentioned it in the cast, but 20 minutes in, all 16 teams still running along the map. You said it yourself. I mean, did you expect it to be this passive right at the start?
No, clearly not. I was expecting it maybe 1-2 teams would die, towards phase 2, phase 3. But 20 minutes in and we still had 16 teams. Sure, a lot of those teams were down to a 1-man team, a 2-man team, which they still suffered some casualties in some way, shape, or form. But they were especially trying to aim for those positioning points, which are going to be the most valuable amount of points you could get throughout the entirety of today for these 6 games. And it really shows that teams, even with a circle this hard, this is not an easy circle by any stretch of the imagination. They were struggling quite a bit and still were trying their best to stay up and going. It's now going to be going to the match summary. But man, we got so many dominant plays from Cute through and through. Those Car 98 shots were just godly.
I mean, you mentioned the passiveness, but Imperium, like with Coot specifically, despite that they were waiting for the end, they still took the picks when they came about. And I think that you saw that with their kill scores, which is going to help them massively on the scoreboard.
Like, they technically didn't need the chicken dinner. Let's be fair. They technically didn't need it, but they'll take it, of course. They'll take it all day long. Those 16 kills was just... I'm genuinely blown away by how strong they were with those kills. 6 for Break alone. Yeah, hit on with over 1,000 damage. Over 1,000 damage in one game. Like, that is... It's saying so it shows that it was a team effort as well, Sam. That teamwork, the synergy, the aggression, the control, it all came together for Coot in game 1. But can they follow it, right? Can they continue it in game 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
That's what we're going to have to find out as we continue. I thought it might be fun as well, though, Max, to talk about that circle. What did you think about that?
Already, as I said, it is extremely pleasing for the eye. It was the most perfect Sultanahmet Island circle I've ever seen. It was so early onto phase 2, and it takes everything inside of it, and you just know there's no surprise factor. It's not like, oh, we're going to go to main island, oh, we're going to go to the military island. No, you 100% know you're going to commit to that, and that's why you saw teams so early on trying to gatekeep, trying to rotate, trying to swim over, trying to do the botations also by trying to make their way over quickly to the coastal line. So I think that this circle was great, even though it was not, as I said, it was not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. It didn't leave any room to guessing as to where it's going to end up. You knew it was going to be Sultanahmet Island, so teams committed to it really, really early on.
We mentioned him a little bit earlier, but here he is again, your MVP. Were there any teams, Max, that you saw that you thought played that circle well, other than obviously Coots, who got the chicken dinner?
I think, of course, Coot is going to be the team that we're going to have to look out for. I think the reason why Coot dominated in that game especially is because their aggressiveness allowed them to just zone all the teams away. Once again, Imperium said it, 16 kills. That's absolutely nuts. But I think the Boom Esports, we saw it also in the top stats. They were the top traveling teams. I think that their scouting and the conversion of that information from the scouting into rotational purposes, I think was extremely well executed. So I think that Boom, if they get a little bit of a, as I said, less evil circle, I think that they could be a team able to convert that information into a potential game later on today.
We'll keep our eyes on Boom. Imperium, I wanted to talk about Morph on the back cave. How should they have played that? Was it a good position for them? What do you think?
Honestly, I think it was desperate times, desperate measures. One of those things that can happen. I don't think they played it really. I don't think they could have played it much better, because they knew when you get to that point in the game, there's going to be multiple teams around you, and going on top of the back cave, there's still a couple of ridges around it. There's a couple of jagged rocks where they were going to be able to at least try to survive. Their rotations up until that point, in my eyes, were incredibly solid, right? Playing into the military base, all holding at one building. At that point, when they all held down one building, I could argue that they probably could have afforded to have two players push out a little bit more away from the base. But other than that, I don't think they played this game I don't think they could have played this game any better.
I'm going to move away quickly from Morph because we've got the kill damage scores on your screen right now. Max, when you take a look at that, there's a mental game that comes into play with these teams as well. They're all competing, but mentally, when you see what Kroots has just done, do you think some of them are going to jump onto, when we drop onto Sanhok, maybe a little bit of nerves now? Because that is a huge jump in comparison to the other teams.
So my tip to the teams would be, see where Koot dropped, don't drop there. I think that goes without saying. That team frags out so strong. And even in the early stage, Imperium is nodding. He's like, hey, he's agreeing right there. And I think that everyone should try their best to avoid that team as they tend to be a very relatively aggressive one. But I think that especially coming into Sanhok, we're going to see teams maybe trying to rotate a lot earlier. I think that Rise on Glory was a great example that last game. Rotated a little bit too late. And because of that, we saw them at the very bottom of this damage dealing teams. So I would like to see some teams maybe be a little bit faster to respond to circles, especially when they're as telling as this phase 2 circle. I just want to see teams maybe be a little bit quicker on their feet. And even if you go against the top teams in this lobby, as you just saw with Koot, just avoid it as much as possible. Scouting especially is one thing that I think a few teams were lacking, and it can definitely turn the tides in your favor if you execute upon it properly.
So you mentioned running away from Kroot. That would be my strategy as well, if I'm honest, but I'm not very good at PUBG Mobile. But Imperium, this is something that how do you balance this out? Because we saw that very passive play, but if you stay too passive into the end game, then you've got way too many teams in that circle. Suddenly it's really difficult to watch your back and things like that. So what is the balance that these teams have to find now?
Oh God, that like, to be fair, that's a really good question. It comes down to personal strength as a player and as a team, right? I will always encourage a team to play for control, don't play to survive, right? But if as a player, as a team, you just aren't as confident, play to your strengths. And if your strength is surviving, like we kind of saw from Oni Titans, where they still got third place, but they didn't get any kills and they only got 247, do that. Because in this situation, in these finals, those placement points can really massively help them coming through those games. But then on the other hand, looking at another Pakistan team, RXM Pakistan, they were making noise. They were, of course, doing their best to play as controllingly as they could. So it comes down to strengths as a team, strengths as a player, and being confident at what you're doing on the battlefield.
Do you think that there'll be a change in play now? Because now everyone's felt the other teams out. They kind of know what to expect now. Do you think Sanhok might be a little bit more aggressive? Imperium?
Well, Sanhok is a different beast. Let's be fair. You do have to be automatically more aggressive than Sanhok. It's a smaller map. The circles close in quicker. Papa Blue becomes the master of Sanhok past phase 4. So yes, automatically on Sanhok, we should see more aggression. But then on the other hand, because it's a different map, there is that level of unfamiliarity like we saw in game 1, where teams might not be too certain of where each other are dropping. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
Max, you with Imperium? Are we just waiting to see?
It's a different beast. It's Sanhok. Teams, love it or hate it, it is a completely different map, and it does tend to force teams to play a lot more aggressive. Though I do have to say, one thing that I see a lot in every single region is that teams do not drop over to the western coastal line, or very rarely. So if you want to make sure you don't get involved in fights, drop coastal line onto the east. And I think that we might be seeing a few teams off to a very, very safe start, especially because this is the only time we're going to play Sanhok. You only got one shot on this one. And as you said, it's maybe a little bit hard to get some VOD information about some of these teams. So if you are going into the unknown, you're not too sure of what you're dealing with, especially northeast coastal line is going to be extremely free. So I would like to see some teams maybe try and use that position a little bit more to just play it very relaxed in the early stage at least.
So we've spoken a little bit about what to expect as we move on to our next map. We've chatted a lot about our top teams from the last game, but let's take a look at that midfield now, Imperium. Any teams there that you saw them maybe do something that you thought, that's interesting, we should watch that?
There was a lot of frantic play in the game one, and because we did get to that 20+ point mark and there were still 16 teams and 52 players live, and you add the element of the fact that it was a military island circle, it is a little bit hard to tell and calculate. For SWAT 69, I think they had good potential on their positioning, but the execution with that and maybe, you know, the proactive movement for the next phases is what probably drowned them out a bit. I would like to see only Titans, despite what I mentioned about if you are a passive team, play to your strengths. I would like to see them, you know, build on the survival instinct that they showed in game one and add a little bit more aggression in game two, because that survival instinct will really only go so far in Sanhok. But the one thing I will say on a side note, and it's more towards every team, heal strat, Sam. Heal strat in Sanhok is big brain.
No. No.
Okay, it's time. We're going to Sanhok. Let's see if that heal strat comes into play, Imperium. I'm excited about this one. Hate it as a player. Love to watch it. So let's go. Sanhok. Tell me what we're looking at.
Sanhok it is. We're going to be getting into the jungle Imperium and hill strat Imperium. Come on. You got anything is more entertaining than the hill strat. You got very poor taste,
okay.
dude.
Hey, no, wait. Did I say anything about it being entertaining, right? These aren't teams. These teams aren't here to entertain us. In theory, we're here to entertain the audience, but the teams are here to get as many points as I can. And when you have that point system that is to what we had last year, right, where you have that 20 points for a chicken dinner, I'm not saying you go into Sanhok with the intention of pulling off a heal strat. I'm saying that if you get into phase 4 and you're down to 2 players, the circle shifts massively away from you, and you're looking at it going, I don't know how much longer I can survive, and you have 12, 14 medkits building up. Pull off that heal strat, because you can take your team from 10th, 11th to 4th or 3rd just from that heal strat. It's a viable option. I know Zute's a fan of it as well. Shout out to my homie Zute. But I would like to see it utilized in Sanhok.
I poked the beast. I said, haha, funny. I was like, oh no, it's really good. It's really good. Okay, we want to hold on to the heal strat. But I do agree, especially with how the point system works here, healing off into the blue, as you call it, Papa Blue, even though that's normally a Mustache Dave and also a Hot Jukes kind of thing. But, you know, it is typically a strat that does work from time to time, and also a way to deny points from your enemies and to avoid giving the kill away for free. So we could be seeing a little bit of that coming on through into this game of Sanhok. But now we're going to be, as you said, I talked a little bit about drop locations. I'd like to see teams drop a little bit over to the eastern coastline. I like that to be a spot. Oh, yeah, you got something about my eastern coastline, Imperium. What do you want to say?
No. I want to know how many teams are going to drop in boot camp.
Very interesting, actually. After the thing is, by how passive that first game is, I do have the impression that a lot of research has been spent for all of these teams, and you said a few teams got some analysts. So I think that, especially if Coot drops there, you know it's going to be desert completely. But we could be seeing a little bit of point of contestment happening towards boot camp. It would be very interesting. But I do hear my good old headset that we are ready to jump to the game very, very soon. So we should be getting into the action in just a bit, and it's going to be the plane path coming on through. It is a 4x4 map. We don't really give too much of a damn about that plane path all around. It just allows you to get a little bit quicker to your drop location at the end of the day. But yeah, boot camp. Okay, let's have a bet, Imperium. How many teams in boot camp? Come on.
I'm gonna be safe and say 3.
Okay, I'm going to say 2. There you go. I'm going to say 2. Okay. We're going to have one in main boot camp and one towards the top side, next towards the shelter position. I think we're going to have 2 teams in that position. I think it'll be interesting to see how they respond. But especially, I'd like to see teams drop into the trifecta of the river. That allows you to rotate anywhere. So Northwestern Island, Southwestern Island, the Eastern Island, main island also. I think it's going to be great to see if some teams try and play around that position. It would make matters relatively interesting. Just as a little reminder, we've got some odd stats of the last game. So once again, we said you've got to look out for Coot. And this is why, because that last game was an absolute banger for them. So much damage, so many kills, and especially Break, man. I think that Sanhok, coming into that for Break, he's going to be happy as can be.
Yeah, he's going to be really happy that the whole of Coot are going to be riding high off the back of that chicken dinner. And, I mentioned to Sam in terms of about confidence. It is so key in competitive gaming. It is incredibly massive that you take something like a successful game and you build upon that, right? You let it feed into your ego, into your mindset, into your confidence. You don't get tunnel vision by it, don't get me wrong, but if you go into an engagement, if you go into a fight, into a game, feeling more confident, being more confident, every single aspect of that game, drop spots, positioning, rotations, automatically is benefited by that. So, Coot, I'm low-key expecting, I'm not going to say a bigger game, but kind of just as big.
Hopefully you're just going to have as big of a game. I want to talk about a few other teams too. We didn't have time to talk too much into that last game. Especially one team we're going to be talking about is going to be Bluebees, the only Japanese representatives coming into this MEO finals. And I think that especially as we said, we got Aito-chan, the IGL, he's still going to be here. Soxio also going to be into this one. But other than that, the main roster that we had in PMGC League stage especially has been severely changed. We know that Lufei went back towards another old team that he was part of during PMWL. So I'm really hyped to see how they're going to try and reform and rebuild that synergy that was so strong for the Bluebees, because they had so many good opportunities into the league stage. They were maybe not as dominant as we were expecting coming into this one, but I do think that with a few changes, it might just be what Bluebees needed to get themselves in a really good position on the international stage. And they did also steal a game away during the league stage of PMGC up against Team Secret. So they have won on this map before. We could be seeing them to maybe get themselves the very first game over here on the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, for Bluebees, it's about using the experience, especially for Aito-chan, to use all of the experience that he's gathered from the PMGC and apply that to these finals, right? Experience in confidence, experience in rotations, experience in adaptability, right? Looking off the back of that first game going, we got 0 kills. We finished low in the standings, over 200, just only 200 damage. We need to build upon that. We need to just be a little bit better as a team. Keeping the morale high is going to be so incredibly important for Bluebees. But another team that finished just ahead of them in position of that game one is KHK. KHK Esports. They got over 700 damage and 3 kills. In my eyes, despite the poor result, I think they showed a lot of strengths in that game one that they could apply to Sanhok.
I fully agree. I think that their rotation pathing was really good. I think they did get gatekept a little bit entering military base from the northern side. So they just got to be a little bit faster on their feet. And I did say scouting is going to be very key. And I think that teams are maybe not using that one efficiently. I didn't see too much scouting coming out from them. So no, and especially, you know, we said it, Imperium, Sanhok is a completely different beast. But scouting is still very important, not for rotational purposes to get into a good position, but mostly to try and avoid teams. I remember African PMCO, we would see team scout, they see a team and they go to fight the team. I'm like, no, bro. Especially when position points are so valuable into this one. I think that you're going to be using that scouting potential to avoid teams, just skirmish around. If you have a position where you have to take a fight to get in position, then sure, that's completely okay. I 100% get it. But here, your main way to use scouting is to just rotate in a way that you avoid as many teams as possible, get yourself in a strong spot, and take the fights to make sense to you, and avoid as much as possible. Because Sanhok, we know it's third-party galore, happens every single time in this game. So the earlier you take a fight, the bigger chances there are of you getting third-partied.
Trigger discipline, right? It's a massive thing, especially in Sanhok. Pick your time to take the shots off. We saw it in that game one, right? You know, Nico Rise on Glory, he was on his own at that point. He didn't need to take shots on WAS, right? He didn't need to, but he did. And yeah, he got a knock. That was all well and good. Then he got knocked in return. What did he really give to his team from that, right? What did he provide in that regard? So that's the thing, you know, having that trigger discipline, having that kind of experience where you're going to go, well, no, this isn't the right time to shoot. I'm on my own. I haven't got the rest of the team with me. What am I actually going to win from taking shots now? Compared to, oh, now's the time to strike, line up, shoot as a team, win that fight. So, you know, definitely you're dead right in terms of you don't scout for shooting, you kind of scout for information.
Yeah, you know, you nail the head of the hammer. Wait, I got that one completely turned around. That is not how the sentence goes.
Do you want to try again, my friend?
Like, man, no, it's fine. I'm gonna let that one go through. It's okay, man. I watched a lot of episodes of Bob the Builder, but I just don't remember the exact one. But
Hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, okay, we'll get Imperial. Okay, I'm still gonna use my excuse. I got my get out of jail card, okay, from Monopoly. Okay, I'm French. I'm allowed to do English mistakes. Okay, good. We're good. It works, okay, man. Don't try me. Don't try me. Okay, we're gonna be seeing, but the match should be getting ready in hopefully just a bit. So we should be getting into the action for the second game, hopefully very very soon. But I was scouting, a little bit the chat, the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat. By the way, don't feel free to go share it out there. It'll be good. Hey, I shared it to my parents. You can share it to your parents too, man. That's good. Get the homies in. I've seen a lot of people talking about B2R, especially. These guys got a huge amount of support. And you know what? That last game was a pretty big banger for them. Maybe a little bit of indecision in the final moments that they could have closed off into a little bit of a better game. But I think the B2R come into this one by how dominant they were in their zoning capabilities, especially in those finishing moments. We could be potentially seeing B2R bring a little bit of an upset to the teams around them because it was that close against Coot that last game. And I think the B2R is going to be one of those other teams that we got to be very, very cautious about coming into that game.
For sure. Yeah, for B2R, I casted a couple of scrims for the Red Bull M.E.O final teams. It was mainly kind of the Western teams, but B2R joined on one of the games in Miramar, and they slayed. They looked very strong and impressive. And that's what I love about events like this, right, Max? Despite the fact that despite what it is and how amazing it is, this is such a big opportunity to discover untapped potential. This is such a big opportunity for regions and countries like Sri Lanka to have a light shined on how strong they can potentially be, how big the community is. Like we casted a PMCO 2019 spring split, right? Our first PMCO together, Max. And we had the Nepal community at that point was blown up. It was massive. There were 7 Nepal teams in that PMCO, and the community was amazing. You pointed out here with Sri Lanka, the community, the support for B2R is insane. And that's what I love, absolutely love about finals and tournaments like this.
And for the fact also that for a lot of these teams, this is their very first international event. This is going to be a trial by fire, I would also say. And this is going to be especially great when, the actual official circuit is going to be kicking back into gear very, very soon, right after this. And this is going to be great experience that is invaluable. You can't replicate this in scrims. And also, it's just such a big event. You've got a prize spawn to the side. You've got everything. It's just so fun to be here. Also, with an awesome studio and the website, we can actually go check out Istanbul in 3D, by the way. I checked it out. It is sick. You should check it out yourself. But now we're going to be especially seeing how teams are going to be able to adapt to the international stage, because not only is it them adapting to other teams, it's different metas clashing on top of each other. For example, when I was doing African PMCO with James Banks, I remember it was Nade City. Population, all the teams in Africa. They were so damn good through and through. And I think that that's something that KHK can potentially bring through to the table here, how good their usage of utility actually is. And I think that you got other teams that are going to be focusing their meta around rotational purposes. And I think that when you're coming in an international event like this, with so many teams from so many different regions around the world, you're going to be not only teaching them how your different meta, you're also going to be learning metas from other teams and like, oh, that's super interesting. We never do that in our region. Maybe we can do it too. So you're coming out of this with like maybe 50 more IQ than you came in initially. So it's just something to keep in mind. That this is a great learning opportunity for all the teams participating today.
Of course, you're so right with that, Max. It's layer upon layer upon layer of every single opportunity you have. You build upon it, right? It's never always about kind of where you finish or how hard you fall. It's what you learn from it, right? Win or lose, there's always something to learn, and this opportunity for these teams is a massive opportunity for them to learn. And you mentioned about nades. I'm looking back, as much as my memory is back because I'm old, I don't think we really saw any insane nade plays from that game. There isn't anything that stood out. It was the Car 98 headshots that we saw from Coot that stood out, but I didn't really see any massive nade knocks, nade squad wipes. And in Sanhok, where you can be in a position phase 3, phase 4, where if you over peak a hill, there can be 2 or 3 teams around you, but there's no, there's a team directly in front of you. 3, 4, 5 grenades, you can get that initial knock, that initial double knock, go for that push, and then you can confirm that squad wipe without getting compromised yourself. So we'll definitely be looking out for that one, Max.
Yeah, I mean, nades and mollies are just easy ways to force enemy teams and players out of position. Not even by just getting damage, but just forcing them where you want and just controlling their pathing. But not only that, we had that last circle that was relatively interesting, as you said it. It went towards the very flat terrain coming on through from military base, which happens pretty rarely when it comes down to it. In the morning, you have the building, or we go down south or north. Over to the east, a little bit of a more rare occurrence. But it was very interesting to me because when I look back, the amount of smokes that came out were relatively low. For a flat finish like that, to get access to different positions, it was not used that much. And I think that, I'm especially looking at Morphere, it would have been a completely different game if they had smokes. They would not have get peaked on too heavily on top of that that little cave on that position. They could have maybe facilitated their position to make it downhill, to make their way towards the likes of the 2 finalized teams in those finishing moments. I think the smokes were lacking heavily in that game. And I would like to see a little bit more usage of not only nades and mollies, as we just mentioned, but especially also the smokes that are supposed to make your life a lot easier, but they were a little bit lacking that game for me.
Do you think part of, well, I will say, I think, and would you agree, that maybe a part of that was because a lot of teams opted to focus a bit more on looting in a less amount of time and rotating into these circles that we saw in phase 1 a bit earlier, which meant their normal amount of smokes and nades and utility in general was maybe a little bit lower, which affected the late game?
I actually don't have a response for this. I don't know why smokes are just not really focused upon too heavily. I don't know if they didn't have any in their inventory and you just had like one of the most unluckiest spawns of smokes I've ever seen, and like you had 0. Maybe. They had them in the backpack, but just didn't really think of using them, because it seemed like team played really passive into the early game. So of course you're not going to be popping those smokes early on. But even into the late game, teams are just playing highly aggressive, holding those ridge lines, and smokes, when you use them well, they can turn the tides in your favor, but they can also deny you information. So it seemed like they wanted as much information as possible, because those shots they were taking were relatively clean for a lot of the teams involved into that late game stage. And I think that they were just trying to clear as much visibility as possible to make sure that they can always grant themselves vision. So that's maybe the intention for a lot of these teams. But as I said, I think the smokes could maybe facilitate that game for the likes of Morps, even KHK or SWAT 69. So I would like to see that coming on through, even though we are going towards Sanhok in this second game. So it might not be the map we're going to be seeing the most smoke usage, especially grenades and mollies, but we'll have to see, as finally we're going to be jumping into our second game here for the eastern regions of the M.E.O. And the playing path, as you said, not too interesting, but that's okay. And we're going to see. You said 3 teams in boot camp. I said 2. And it seemed like we might just be both extremely wrong, Imperium, as I can only see the side of Morph. Big F in the chat.
Not to be too disappointed, but it is what it is. And I know for a fact that one of the Pakistan teams did do their research and would have liked to have gone to boot camp, but recognized that a team normally goes there, so they've opted to go for a different draw spot. Even in Paradise Resort, which is also a bit of a popular for teams to drop, we've only seen ROG, Rise on Glory, drop inside this area. So, not too many hot drops, although, as I say, the SCP do have Blue Bees a little bit closer to them, or at least one of the Blue Bees players.
So we're going to have a little bit of a point of contestment here. Unfortunately, Suxer OCO is going to be in a relatively bad spot. Black going to be looking to push him. Maybe you want to wait for the rest of your team to follow up onto this one, but they're going to surround him, and oh man, OCO, I feel bad for you, my dude. If you take the squad wipe 1v4, well, that'll be huge, but they're taking 2 fights at the same time. There you go. OCO knocked away with the Uzi. That's going to be an instant flush for STP. They're feeling good. First kill of this game. They're stretching himself extremely thinly here. Blue Bees going to be taking 2 fights at the same time. Not the best way to start your Sanhok adventures, I would say.
No, it's not the best way to start off your Sanhok adventures, and that's where split dropping can be also a little bit hard to deal with, as SWAT 69 getting another knock on the 0, and seems like Blue Bees are definitely not having a good start to this game. Again, split dropping in Sanhok is both challenging and very risky.
Ooh.
However, is that a DBS that we're seeing from
it is Maboko.
Maboko? Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I like it. Unfortunately, the Summit is usually a very uncontested drop location. The lack of information that we mentioned many times during this broadcast is coming into play heavily here. They have no idea. They were unprepared. Unfortunately, you're going to have to make up with the loot that you got. He's got an M16 and also a DPS. This is not going to be the best loadout. Aito-chan can find himself one onto powerful. A little bit of a back and forth trade-off. Sanji finds Aito-chan also. That's the IGL down. Going to keep on directing his team forward into this fight. Zero, Maboko going to give it their best shot. The hit does not connect for Maboko. He's going to get backstabbed. And there you go, the Bluebees. I hyped them up, but they fall on early, and the caster curse continues. Maxman will stop talking about Bluebees. I am so sorry.
Oh, man. I only experienced the Maxman curse as a viewer. Now I'm experiencing it as a co-caster, as a fellow talent on this event. And I'm not going to lie, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. I can't do anything about it. I'm trying in my inner powers, guys, to challenge Maxman Curse, but it isn't happening. I'll keep on trying as a side of Titans are looking for the side of WAS. What a squad. And a couple of shots are being fired on through. What a squad are definitely separated. They're split up a little bit. But it seems like, again, they're confident about holding on to that 2-2 split. They're confident about being spread out on this Sanhok map, and I'm really liking that confidence.
It is Sanhok. We were expecting it to be a lot more aggressive than what we saw initially into Game 1 on Erangel, and I'm definitely not surprised to see a few hot drops happen, but I am surprised by what a squad. The fact that they are pushing aggressively on this mountaintop position, trying to contest it away from the Titans. Gonna see if things are going to be working out just fine. Tricky. Hey boy, down below. Don't know if they really spotted him, if they heard that. It seemed like they did. They're going to try and peel away from this position. Only Titans not really interested in taking fights at this point in time. But the thing is, unfortunately, I've seen a few players here from What a Squad. They are pinned between this mountain position and also the quarry position. And if you want to move through quarry, you're making odds very, very hard to deal with. So I think that they kind of put themselves in a really sticky spot that they are going to struggle heavily to peel away from.
Fun fact, by the way, Max, Alpha from the side of Only Titans, he actually played for GOP in the PMCO 2019 Spring Split. So we've casted him before, and it's awesome to cast him again. However, Zubar goes down early on. Can they at least return fire? They will get that revive onto his teammates. So this is where Only Titans need to stay confident. They need to also not spread out too much, but they also can't be too passive, right? They can't be afraid to take those shots in return because they need to send a bit of a counter message over into the side of What a Squad.
Great position from What a Squad, by the way. They turn the tides heavily in their favor. They got themselves a 3-man push. They're just going to be they were in the bad spot initially, and now they just turn the tides. And now they're going to be at a bad spot. Hellboy, there you go with the vector powers. You love to say Imperium. Going to go for the jump shot. 1v2, a little bit too much. Biting down more than you can actually chew. And that's going to be great for Only Titans. And seem like the rest of What the Squad, they want to try and get them back for what they just did to their teammates. Hellboy down. They're going to keep on pushing down. Even though I would not recommend to push down and follow inside of Quarry, hold on to the high ground position and shoot them from that spot. If you follow inside, you're going to be falling in a trap. So I would say just leave it there, take the shots from above, and just remain in a strong spot.
I would say I respect Only Titans for doing what I recommended, which is not being afraid to take some shots. Yeah, okay, the compound would maybe have been a little bit better because it's higher ground. However, getting rid of a player in the backline from the opposing team, you're still up as a full squad. In my eyes, that was a winning situation for Only Titans for the time being.
Well, to see. Things are just going to be coming down a little bit. I want to talk especially a little bit about this circle. We didn't have too much time to talk about. It does have every single island into play. So that's going to be Northwestern Island, Southwestern Island, and also the Eastern Mainland Island. So the trifecta that I did mention is going to be coming heavily into play. SDG Gaming are going to be in a relatively good spot. They are very close to the likes of Rins and also Painan. They can easily make their way over to the trifecta compound to facilitate further rotations going into phase 2, phase 3, yada, yada, yada. So they should be relatively in a good spot as long as they take the good decision, which I think is to go into that spot all around. So we'll have to see. As Morph, also, Bootcamp, they dropped their Imperium, and they already started rotating early. I'm a little bit skeptical if that might be even too early for Morph, knowing that Phase 2 has yet to pop up.
If they're confident with it, just like they did in Erangel, go for it, Max. Go for it. If they're confident with it, go for it. They did early rotations in Erangel. okay, it was a different kind of situation, right? Because of the fact that it was military island. But in my eyes, it's all good in the hood. I'm behind them 100% in terms of what they're doing right now, especially if they're behind themselves.
Come on, Hansley, especially on this map like this, he's been known as one of the top fraggers in PMCO Africa. They were the first team and the only team actually to pop a 20-kill bomb. 20-kill bombs, for those who are maybe not too familiar with PUBG Mobile, is an extremely hard thing to achieve. It's 20 kills in one single game, and potentially even turn into a chicken dinner. So they were able to do themselves a great performance with Hansley in the side of INF. And I'm hyped to see what Hansley can bring to the team. Didn't see too much of them coming into the very first game today on the Wrangle, but that's okay. They can't be popping off every single time. So hopefully this one will be the charm. As now mountain top position, especially. I'm liking it. Teams are currently aiming for these positions, high ground. They're going to be scouting. And I said it, scouting is so important on Sanhok. And it seemed like RXN are going to be putting a little bit of a point of focus onto that scouting, which I got to say, I absolutely love.
Now, the big Chungus Mountain is in play. And Boomer on top of it.
Oh no.
That's good. But we also know... Hey, it's what I know it as. Leave me alone, okay? It's been a while. I've changed, okay, man? I've changed. But I think that's good because they have a lovely spread across the area, right? So they're getting multiple angles. Preparing for this phase 2, I think it's going to be pretty healthy for them. I also love their rotation and shift from RXN Pakistan as phase 2 shows up. It continues up the northwest on the island. This is a good shift because teams are feeling more confident about rotating in that area. There's less uncertainty. This is a good start to the Sanhok game.
It is a relatively telling circle. You can adjust a little bit easier, try and know exactly what position you want to aim to and take control of, which I think is going to be helping out quite a few of these teams. They're going to be just knowing exactly what they've got to play for, and things should be getting sweeter and sweeter as time goes by. A very relaxed game. We only had that early fight where Bluebees did die, so that was going to be 4 players gone down to the lobby. After that, only 2 other players did die. So for a Sanhok game, this is still relatively very slow paced, which I'm enjoying quite a bit. But boom, I talked about them earlier during the break-in period between game 1 and this one, and I said it, boom, their scouting and the information, and also how they use that information, I think has been key to them getting themselves in such a strong spot game 1. But here, they're on the best position in this entire game when it comes down to scouting. High ground position, they can see exactly what they want as long as their communication is good, as they are going to be relatively split to control this entire mountain position. So I do think that here, Boom they already got the cards in hand when it comes down to getting towards phase 3, phase 4, because they know exactly where every team might just be in this lobby. So I think that Boom are indeed setting themselves up for a relatively good amount of success on this second game.
It will come to a point in the game where they're going to have to start making noise, though, Max. In my eyes, they're going to have to start, really sending, I wouldn't even say a message, but just, dictating the traffic is the best way to put it. You don't necessarily need to get a kill to dictate the pace of traffic, but by taking a couple of shots off, you are pushing the teams that are maybe a little bit more passive around you into the direction of other teams, and that will allow Boom to maybe have a bit more controlling position in the next circles. And just like that, they pick up a kill. Perfect by Boom. Perfect.
There you go, just a few little bit of pressure onto SD. Looking for maybe just a bit more. I think that especially here, Jimmy, I want to try and move back with your teammates. Maybe not the best position to contest. And especially because of how Boom are positioned, right away, they're going to get that information. They know the team is pushing up there. If they want to regroup as a full squad to take full control of that southern side of the mountain, they could definitely do so. So I think that here, how Boom are set up is exactly how you want to play this position. You see the teams in the biggest of PUBG Mobile events play that way. But the Vespa makes it away. If nice shots connect, a bit of damage through from Pombit. They're going to be just able to bump his damage ratio just a bit. At the end, there you go. That's exactly how you control that position. I have nothing to say about Boom. They're playing that one flawlessly.
And you asked about Morph Esports earlier on. That early rotation across the way put them in the core position of phase 2. I do wonder if they know that RXN Pakistan are around them. I love the fact that RXN Pakistan have a 2-2 split. 2 in the high ground on the edge of the Chungus Hill, and 2 inside that compound that's by the coastal line. Like, that is super confident from RXN Pakistan.
Okay, I'm a little bit skeptical here. they are going to be potentially they're going to fight with this cute, which I think that nobody really wants to do. So hopefully they can avoid the Flying Cow. That'll be amazing for OPMF. We'll have to keep that in mind. Though the circle's going to be coming on through. And teams that have yet to rotate over the river, especially the teams on the south and over to the east, that's where things are... Oh, no. Okay, this is horrible. 2 games in a row, back to back, and we have these circles that are just causing these teams' demise and making... They're going to have nightmares after today. I'm feeling it. But this is good. Once again, under pressure, you've seen how teams will deal with a really bad spot and with a really bad circle shift. So this is a very telling game as to how these teams can respond under pressure.
OPM down to 2. They're pretty far away from the circle. Let's see what they do with it. Is SD taking a fight against SWAT 69, but SWAT 69 seem to have things under control. No, just as I say that, Max, they're down to 1. They get wiped out. SD come out on top.
SWAT 69 to have it under control tends to die. They die right away. Yes. No, unfortunately, without having a high ground position. Yeah, I think you did, Imperium. There you go. Hey, man, you came at me early game, okay, for Bluebees dying, and then you get what you deserve, okay? That's what I'm going to be saying. But
fair.
At the end, it was a good control, and SWAT 69, they did not have the high ground. They had very little amount of leverage in that fight to really take their way, so didn't quite work out. At the end of the day, it's just 1 game. Still got 4 more remaining after that one, and it's the only Sanhok, which is going to be the map where it's a little bit hardest to remain the most consistent, despite having only one match on this map, but it's just still going to be the trickiest map of them all to really deal with, and it is a little bit in the air as how it currently unfolds. Though VSS at this stage, you'll have to see it. VSS maybe not the most popular weapon, but the fact that it's silent in a map where you can just snake your way anywhere, I think the VSS actually works really good towards phase 3 going into phase 5.
Yeah, I didn't wait, phase 3 going into phase 5?
No, I mean like from phase 3 to phase 5 in general, like that entire segment. Phase 4 in the middle, of course.
No,
I know I'm bad in math, I can count, okay? Please.
Well, hey, but yeah, VSS, I didn't really want to mention it, but you're dead right. It's an interesting gun to be utilized, and it could work out in its favor. Again, if you're confident with it, use the loadout. Doesn't really matter too much. Just Rabbit with the DPS. Hey, VSS, it's a little bit unusual coming into the late game. So is the DBS, and Rabbit from WAS has at least made it work for now.
Did you see Rooney drop to his death? I think that's why I just saw into the kill feed at some time. So that's going to be only Titans. Unfortunately down. So there's going to be no more Titans apparently into this one. So they're going to be out. 15th position overall. 14 teams shall still remain. But it's like what a squad, despite having a pretty dominant performance there, especially with the DBS, they're going to be down to 1. And especially he's going to be able to take that fight head on. They're going to go for the push initially, and he's going to have to just leave that spot entirely. At least despite getting knocked away, Rabbit can still give some good amount of information over, so he can maybe go for the res, which is a little bit too far to the open. But you know what? That's okay. I don't have my driver's license either, so that's okay. He's going to go for the res, and they should be able to get back as a 2-man crew. And okay, Imperium, I'm gonna lash out. Rise on Glory. Stop going into the water. I know you like swimming, but man, this is not swimming simulator. This is shooting gun, taking down people simulator. Okay, you got to stop the water plays.
Mate, water? Would you like some water?
You're Irish, not British, Imperium. You can't do that accent.
Okay, sorry. I tried. Can you do it though?
It's Monday, isn't it? Okay, that's going to be fine. That's all for me. Anyways, that's going to be a little bit of a backstab for Bosky. Unfortunately, did not know, but Coot, they made their way over to the bridge side. Also, Rubik in a very similar position, going underneath, trying to remain undetected. But the blue zone is slowly going to be tickling them, taking down to the health bars. 1 grenade cooked up pretty good from Pre. Could be relatively strong. Oh, that was so good, but unfortunately for them, Umpelov Coot leaves away. Langit going to heal up. Maybe not the best moment to heal behind that wall. He's going to be pushing it. And Fidan, such a good game 1 earlier, popping the head off. 6 kills for him, and he's going to try and replicate that amount of success, though. The health bar's going to be taken down from Nailways. Can he heal up in time? It's going to be a close one, but he's still there. Good to go. No. And Fidan will drop to his knees. Coot losing an extremely valuable member of the team. Where's the rest of Coot? That's the question. Did they all cross, or are they still onto the eastern island?
As far as I know, they all crossed, and they are outside of or wrapping around the Hatting area, as far as I know. But fair play to Rubik. They have kept themselves up as a 3-man team. They're going to be able to push in as the circle of phase 4 is encapsulating. Sorry, the blue zone of phase 4 is encapsulating this circle. So the teams who are inside of for now will be able to benefit more, rotating more on towards the kind of edge of the mountainside from where they were. They've pulled out some really solid stuff on these rotations. And again, they're looking quite confident.
It does seem like that's the case, and especially when you are gatekeeping a position, when you're trying to zone away, you have to be a relatively confident team. You've got to have a lot of firepower and feel confident in what you're doing, in your IGLing potential. So they're going to be doing that. Also, RXN in a position which is okay until the moment where teams get close enough and they can just nade that position entirely.
Yeah.
So their zoning is going to have to be key. As Adley already went down, stand to respect Senu and also Zamin. Talking about them, there you go. The shots will come on through. Greatly done. Respect finding one, but they will not be able to convert into a kill just yet, as he was just barely able to make it to that shack.
Be careful, Respect. Do not over peak. Do not over position yourself in the sense of getting counter called out. That sniper tower is great for information, but again, that trigger discipline, you got to ask, what was it worth getting that knockdown if you can't convert it into a kill? His position, in my eyes, has now been compromised. The only thing that LND might think is that it's come from the actual mountain rather than the sniper tower.
It could be the case. Information is going to be key once more. STP trying to move away. Rise on Glory. There you go. Seem like the Water Polo is not going to be working out for them today. That's going to be them having two relatively poor performances back-to-back. And when you only have 6 games, Imperium, 2 bad games, starts to sting a little bit more than you might expect. So they're going to have to try and make up for it in the next 4 games of today. Hopefully, we see their true potential coming into those. Now, though, Death Valley. Okay, they're going through Death Valley. Rubik, this is not going to be a fun spot if teams are above, but does anyone play off Boom there? And I don't think that you can really spot them from that position. If he hits a grenade from there, that'll be insane, but I'm seeing the play zone onto Coot. That's not going to be looking good, and team will indeed die to the blue. So, yeah, as you said earlier, Imperium, Papa Blue, not being a really good Papa here.
Yeah, not really being good at all. It's no mercy in Sanhok when it comes to Blue Zone past Phase 4. Phase 5 is pushing in. We're nearly at the 20-minute mark of the game. Bloom are looking pretty good. STP using that bike to try and get away. They lose one player. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't know how much longer they're going to survive for. They don't survive for much longer. STPX, they are out of there.
See you later, Alligator. That's going to be it for them. But you know what? SDG, even if they die now, 10th position was 8 kills. Man, that's a pop off for sure. So then if you're going to make up for them if they do tend to die early, though, still going to be having a little bit of gatekeeping. As you said, the zoning from RXN is going to be key if they get close enough one nade, and that is going to be the team out of commission. Showing their best. They're going to be into the blue barely but surely, and they can allow to overstep their welcome a little bit. But the main issue for this one, we haven't seen them too much, but they finally pop it into the kill feed. That is going to be Boom. Up to 4 kills, losing 2 of their players.
Nice.
As Morph, they're going to be trying their best to push up on this mountaintop position. Mikiara is going to try his best to hold him at bay for the time being, at least. But once again, man, B2R, the blue zone, just tumbling down on everyone, and he's just obliterating this entire lobby as B2R indeed do get eliminated in 10th position.
I wonder if Boom, who had a lovely spread in the early circles, stayed as that spread for too long coming into kind of Phase 3, Phase 4, where they've had 2 of their players caught out. That's one thing I do wonder about, because despite Morph having 2 players knocked down, as they've stuck together, they stayed together as a full squad. Only Titans are out of there. KHK are out of there. We're down to 7 teams and only 15 players. That's just over average 2 players per team.
This is the breaking point. With a circle like this, you know that everyone's trying to play edge, and the moment the circle tips over the edge, everything is going to be going down south, and things are not going to be looking too good for any of these guys. Though RFX going to have to potentially make his way forward eventually. Boom still has a 2-man crew. This is going to be hard, as you said. I think it would be best for them to try and regroup now, because as a one-on-one, it's not going to be easy, especially in a 1v4 versus Morph. That is a fight you definitely don't want to take. For that one, you don't want to try your odds at it. But Rubik, finally, the off angle is going to be paying off versus RXN. Looking for only 1. They're going to confirm as many kills as possible. Looking potentially for 6 onto Respect. But it's going to be going for a nice little sneaky nade. And that nade, if it connects, could be huge. But Boom Esports, there you go. The mountaintop containers are going to be taken out entirely. So now we're down to finally top 5 teams.
Rubik doing a really good job of controlling this circle coming into the late game, taking advantage of that low ground position where they're able to catch people out coming in from the blue. RXN, Pakistan are going to go down. Zamin's prone that he gets taken out. We're down to our final 2 teams, Morph and Rubik's.
And Morph, what a game it's been for them. Rubik, though, down below, unfortunately, though, in that position, if they still got some grenades, things could be getting a little bit sour for them. Though Morph, they got the high ground position, and because of that, with a third-person perspective, they can easily scout the positions of the entirety of Rubik. And they know they had a player die on their side, it was going to be Zabrol. And because of that, they know exactly where he is. He gave the information, he fed it over to the rest of their team, and now he just got to make it rain. No, too much raining. I was talking another way, not like that, but you know what? He still gave it a fair shot. Makes it 1-on-1 trade. It's okay, I guess. But man, I was talking about grenades. Don't throw yourself over the edge. That was a little bit too much.
Oh man, I feel like it wasn't worth having one solo player put the grenade in through the smoke. Is at least going to confirm a kill, maybe even a knock. And Kobe a little bit too far away, but he's going to jump down. He's going to get knocked out. Morpher down to 1.
No, we're not seeing a throw. We're seeing the throw happen, and Rubik steal the game away from Morph. What a game, but man, if you want to do a jump shot play like that, okay, fair enough, but do it as a team. Don't do it one by one. You're making it so easy for Rubik. You know what, Rubik, they were in such a bad spot too, and they zoned everyone away. So even though it was a steal and a little bit of a throw from Morph, Rubik fully deserved, a win from that one after how they played that entire game.
You're dead right. And even the way they survived against Koot coming in from the blue, they were lucky in terms of the circle shifting towards them on the eastern edge of the mountain and on that low ground. But at the end of the day, taking advantage by being noisy, by being controlling, eliminating arcs, and not being passive. Yes, you're dead right. They deserved that chicken dinner, as well as Morph getting second. A good result from them.
That's what just happened there. That final battle. I mean, credits to Rubik's. They got it, so they get it. But what exactly happened? Break this down for me, Max. How did Rubik get that chicken dinner? And I want to throw in the cheeky comment here. How did Morph give it to them?
I mean, really, okay, so the Morph throws, that's a completely different matter, but Rubik, how they played it, they entered through the eastern sides already. They delayed their rotation, so there was some potential gatekeeping that was going to happen, but luckily enough for them, all the teams died throughout the bridge rotation towards the northeast. So they were overall in a really good spot. They didn't get contested too heavily. They found a few kills. I think they found one on Koot at some point. It was amazing. And then they just played towards Death Valley, and they did not commit. And the thing is, when you are towards Death Valley, when you're next to that position, they just keep playing onto the ridge line and just scout every single angle, making sure that everything is clear. And because of how they were clearing that so efficiently and so effectively, they were just making sure that there's no teams that's going to deny them. And also, the circle luck is also a factor to keep into play. That sure, it did go in their favor heavily towards that late game stage, and they just had to stay put. But at the end, how they were just clearing every single compound, every single tree, every single rock to make sure that that position is clear was the reason why they got in that position into the first place. So because of how strategic and how methodical they were in their approach to this circle, I think that's exactly what allowed them to get in that good spot. And then once again, not steal the game, but they were given the game by Morph, I would say.
They were given the game by Morph, we'll call it, because that's what we saw. But I do want to talk about Morph Imperium, because they're a team that I marked before this competition ones to watch. And then when I saw them in the first game, I was really impressed. Coming into this, we had 5 teams left. They were the only team with their entire squad still standing. They had the opportunity there. Maybe a little bit of nerves. It is a big competition. Sometimes you start making calls because you're stressing out a little bit, or do you think it's just a matter of you win some, you lose some?
I think there is a missed opportunity and a little bit of nerves got to them. Great theory, poor execution. But up until that point, again, like we saw in game 1, the rotations were clean. They stuck together. They looked really solid on how they were moving around these circles. And I would argue this kind of position in Sanhok was incredibly tricky, because a little bit like if you have a quarry finish, playing around that mountain, you're dictated by the terrain rather than the actual freedom of getting information and moving around. So as Morph played into those circles, they didn't really have that much information. That's why sticking together was so valuable to at least getting into the top 2.
We're going to have to keep an eye on them. I think that there's a chicken dinner in their future. I think that they have had some really good mid games. They've just got to finish it off now. Yes. Moving on, though, I want to talk about the game overall. Max, is there such a thing as playing too passively? And are a lot of these teams doing just that? Because they are waiting till the bitter end to get into those fights, and then they end up getting knocked down because they're all just squashed in those final circles together.
I think that one team that played a little bit too passive that game is going to be only Titans. Since the very early stage of that game, they played extremely passive. They tried to move away from Quarry, which I think was going to be causing their demise. Luckily enough, they just were able to snake away from that spot and remain alive. So that's big. That's still really good. But I think they did struggle quite a bit because of that. And not only that, because talking about teams playing rather passively, I think that Rise on Glory also playing water way too much. And it is causing a lot of issues for them in the long run. So I would like to see them maybe try and take fights a little bit more head forward and just feel a little bit more confident in their potential playstyle. Now we've got the match summary, and everyone's going to be all over the board. It's not going to be just one team really dominating like game one is going to be Coop, but this time around there's going to be a few players and teams just going to be really, really up there, which I do enjoy to see.
I think it's exciting when we get to see all these new teams on the board. We get to notice those names as well. Imperium, though, just to jump back to that question, you're in agreement with Max around that passive play?
Oh, yeah, so true. Or just before Max pointed out Only Titans, I literally put Only Titans equals passive because it was so true. I complimented them on that disengagement from Quarry area where they did push in and got that kill onto one of the WAR teams. But it's the fact that they seem to be playing to survive, and that's all well and good, but you need to be able to stand your ground sometimes. And as they got further into those circles, there is very much an air of franticness and an air of, oh, we're not really sure. Oh, are we going to be okay about how they moved? And that worries me coming into the remaining 4 games. Same with Rise on Glory. But hopefully they shake that off. They recognize that, hey, it's not working out. We need to adapt and look to counter teams by being aggressive ourselves and being confident ourselves, and then follow that through.
We've seen with both of these maps now a bit of a change on the leaderboards. We've seen the team shake it up. So would you be able to say, Max, and I mean, I'll throw this question, it's always a tough one after only 2 games, but is there a definitive team now that's looking the strongest, or do you still think it's a pretty open playing field?
I think as of right now, I would have to say Morph, even though sure there was that little throw happening. Well, little throw, it was a big throw. But still there was that happening. But I think that Morph been able to remain really high on the leaderboards 2 games back to back. So I think that Morph, as long as they keep in just a good shape and they maybe give himself a game or 2 throughout the next 4 games, I think we could be seeing Morph take that title, but they need a little bit more effort to actually close off those games in the finishing moments. And I think that conversion is what might make the difference between them taking that title, taking the number 1 spot, and maybe ending in the top 5 overall.
We'll get a chance to take a look at that scoreboard in a little bit, and we can see where all the teams are standing after those 2 games. But I think what I'd love to ask, Max, is the commentator's curse that came up a lot in the games.
No.
What end? No. I have to ask, what end do you have at PUBG Mobile that you keep getting the devil circles thrown into this game? Because this circle, again, really tough one for all the teams.
I'm just the curse caster. Since PMGC League stage for an entire month, I was just cursing teams left, right, and center. And I was really not doing it on purpose. But yeah, for sure, these circles have not been fun to play with. They are very out there. They are not the circles that have been trained the most by these teams. They take quite a lot of time to actually get experience on them. So I do think it did cause a few issues for a lot of these teams to be able to adapt on the fly. But some teams did that relatively well. I think the Boom did a good job, Morph especially, and I would love to see a little bit more come into this one. But though we got the top damage of this game, and it's not as top heavy as you might expect. So that you got the from Boom over to the LND Legends, RXN also. You got a few teams up there that had the high ground position, and they were dominating that lobby in terms of damage and also in terms of kills. But even the teams down below did do some pretty good work, I do have to say, except for B2R that you said, is there something that's playing too passive? 46 damage throughout the entire of their game. That is 1 or 2 bullets. So B2R, maybe avoid Papa Blue a little bit and actually get involved in fights a little bit more.
Imperium, when you're taking a look at this, a much more even playing field than that first game. Pretty much looking like a lot of these teams have maybe woken up.
Honestly, I think that's just more Sanhok. Sanhok tends to be a bit more even spread when it comes to both kills and damage, because it's a smaller map, so teams generally clash against each other a little bit earlier in the game. We have those little bit of pocket fights. We saw Bluebees go out early, for example. The one thing I noticed, and I was going to talk about them anyway, but I think that kind of confirmed my standpoint. Boom missed probably the biggest opportunity to get a massive result in that game. They had 1,400 damage with only 6 kills and not the greatest placement result. Again, you got to know within that game when is it time to separate and when is it time to stick together. For Boom, they just stayed separated for far too long. They got picked off one by one. They were left down to 2. And then, although, 6 kills, but come on, 1,400 damage, you easily could have extracted so much more from that game.
When you say extracting more, Max, what are some of these teams, when you're looking at them, when they're looking at their performance, what do you think that they're thinking moving into Erangel for the second time?
I think that they're just going to be especially learning a little bit. We didn't have any hot drops happen in game 1. So usually if you did have some hot drops, you could expect that to shift and change a little bit and teams in on the fly and trying their best to avoid those early fights and skirmishes. But because it didn't happen, I really don't think we're going to have too much of a change going into this third game on Erangel. I think it's going to remain pretty similar. If there are hot drops happening, it would maybe show to me at least that some teams are trying to catch up, because once again, it's only 6 games. So teams that already had 2 bad performances, they want to catch up. And one way to catch up is by fragging out early on. And if you want to surprise other teams around you, I think that we could be seeing teams trying to shift gears and just, okay, positioning is not working out for us. We're going to go in, we're going to frag out. We could see a shift like that, but this is really stretching it. I think that game 3 is not going to be the case, but into the third match on the Erangel, I think we could be seeing teams trying to go for a more aggressive play style. So I think this one is going to remain pretty similar, just like game 1.
So to jump off the back of what Max said, if you missed the start of the show where we broke down how this is going to work, 6 maps are being played. These teams need to get placement points. The placement points count the most, but they also get points for kills. So in an ideal world, you want a very aggressive game with lots of kills and a chicken dinner. But obviously, it's not always ideal. So finishing high on the leaderboard is important. We've seen some changes of strategy as well, Imperium, with these teams, some of them choosing to be very passive, not engage in fights, others choosing to take a knock where they can, maybe take a player down, but for the most part, everyone waiting for that end game. Now that we're moving into Erangel a second time, most of these teams will know where the other teams probably plan to drop. Like Max said, maybe a few hot drops. What are you thinking is going to happen?
I definitely do think that we're not going to see too many changes in terms of draw swaps. We will generally have a little bit more of a passive start, but the biggest difference is the fact that unless my lord, I'm putting myself out there. Unless we have another military island phase 1 circle, it's going to be a completely different Erangel game. Because like I said, military island circles are a completely different beast when it comes to rotational path lines. It's basically another map in that regard. Whereas when you have east, west, kind of north with the river in play a little bit in Erangel, you are allowed to pull off some more standard, normalized, confident rotation. So I think for the most part, we'll have a solid, same as game 1, early game, but the mid-late game, that's when we'll see a lot more information and a lot more of an idea on how these teams are actually feeling in not only Erangel, but of course throughout the remaining 3 games after.
The remaining 3 games after. We are 2/3 of the way through the competition, and I did promise you a scoreboard earlier. We're going to tease you a little bit, so you're going to have to wait a little bit longer so we can see where the standings sit and who is potentially in the lead for the Season 3 World Finals East. I want to jump back into the game we just saw, though. This was something that was kind of fun. 3 minutes into the game, Blue Bees drops out. It was quite a quick fight. Max, walk me through it.
So at the early game, of course, Samir is not a really contested drop spot. I think that throughout all the tournaments I've done, I think me and Imperium can be in full agreement on this one. Samir, hot drops, usually it's a position you go to if you want to avoid fights, not if you're looking for one. So I think these 2 teams were completely unprepared, and you could especially see that Blue Bees were completely unprepared because there was one of the players, I forgot who it was, but one of the players had an M16 and also a DBS loadout, which when it comes to early game fights is not the best loadout to play with. So I think that here is going to be something that Blue Bees, they hope they didn't do, but unfortunately for them, this is the only time we're going to be playing Sanhok, so they can't even adapt to anything. They had one shot, and that shot just got blew out of proportion instantly. So I'm just hoping them to play a little bit differently, potentially come into the next games to make up for this one. As I said, we might be seeing some teams tend to play a little bit more aggressive, even though I'm pretty sure Blue Bees won't do that because they are not the team that come to my mind as relatively aggressive. They're a pretty chill, laid-back team. They like to aim for good positions and take fights when they have the advantage. But I think that fight was just They were just completely unprepared, and that's what happens in Sanhok. It's a way smaller map compared to Erangel and Miramar. It's an 8x8. This one is a 4x4. So hard drops are bound to happen, and it just tended to happen on the team of Bluebees. So it's very unfortunate, but now you got to make up for that.
And how did they do that, Imperium? How do they make up for it?
They drop together and they stick together and they play together, because one thing that I noticed with that Sanhok game is that they actually had a little bit of a split drop. One of their players dropped further away from Sam. He got called out first. That instantly put Bluebees on the back line where they were down to 3 players. Not only is that bad for Sanhok in general, but it's even worse for Sanhok when you don't really have all the information on the teams around you. I get, the point of Samney isn't really an area where, you're going to have hot drops. But come on, this is the unknown. And you've got to expect the unexpected. You've got to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And it seemed like in the Sanhok game, they didn't prepare for the worst. So coming into the third game, they need to prepare for that. And also, they need to kick off their finals, right? They need to. They need a massive result. They need that big boy result, that 10, 12 kill game with either chicken dinner, second or third. That would really help them in not only their confidence, but their overall standings.
You mentioned the big boys, and I think it's time we go and watch all those big boys play. I'm going to jump on out of here. Imperium, Maxman, let's go to Erangel.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yeah, the big boys going to be coming into play once more. We're going to be having some spicy spaghetti action onto this one for the big boys, hopefully very soon. But you know what? Back to Erangel. We're going to go back to square one on this one. We're going to see potentially a few changes coming out, especially in terms of rotations. I think that we didn't mention the drops. I don't think they're going to change just yet. Maybe later on, but we'll see if teams are going to be thirsty for blood, which I think that this early on, we're not even 50% in. I think that it's not worth taking a risk, because when you are a team that tends to go and play aggressive, you're looking for those kills. You're also taking a risk of falling even further down the drain if you are not able to convert any of those kills. So I think that at this stage, teams are going to stay relatively relaxed. So we're going to have a very chill early game stage once more.
And I think, because one thing we didn't really touch upon that was a factor in game one was the playing path. The playing path on game one in Erangel was quite heavily to the west. I would like to see a bit more of a central, maybe diagonal playing path where it gives the freedom for the teams to get to where they want to. Because I'm not evil like you, Max. I love to see teams have a bit of an optimal start, because it helps me learn more in terms of, their drop spots, their kind of rotational path lines. And when you have a bit of an awkward playing path that is on kind of one side of the map more than the other, it does skew that a little bit. And when every single game counts out of this just 6 game series finals, I want to see a bit more of an even playing path.
When I say I'm evil all the time, I'm like Meliodas in 7 Deadly Sins. I have an evil entity inside of me, and he comes out sometimes. It's not I can't control it. Okay, I'm not a puppeteer or anything. He just does whatever the hell he wants. But I do fully agree. I would like to see a little bit of more normal circles, see how teams play in usual circumstances. I think that'll be the best course of action for this one, of course, to see what they can do, because we have 6 games. I did say we have to make up for the fact that this is a relatively short-term tournament by having a lot of action. We had it. Those 2 games, they were epic. Let's take it down a notch, please. Let's go for a normal circle. I would like to see something potentially around the ends of Pachinki. I would love to see how teams play around aiming for scouting spots, especially Pachinki hills, potentially hill. I would like to see teams try and use those a little bit more. It didn't make sense to use those in game 1 because of the circle being very telling it was going to go to Sultanahmet Island, but I am hoping to see teams put a big focal point on scouting a lot more than what we saw in the 2 first games as of right now.
Exactly. That's why, when I said to Sam about that kind of circle, it was just totally skewed for game 1. You're dead right. A bit more of a central, a little bit more of a safe mainland circle will allow us to see what these teams are going to pull out in terms of those high ground positions where they're going to be able to execute a lot of information and a lot of control around these areas. And it's going to be pretty important as well, because after that game, you're halfway through, right? You only have 3 more games after that. So if you have not been performing well and you have another bad result, it makes it even hard, because I will always say in like a 4 or 5 game series of games, whether it's, one part of a tournament or scrims, you're allowed to have 2 bad results in a 6-game series. If you've 3, that is really putting you in a back against the wall position, which can be so hard to climb out of.
I just love this scene in Pyramid. I feel like a ninja. I'm just like, I'm just scouting, just like, oh, looking at the Turkish streams.
So
look at that. They don't know we can see them. But yeah, we're like in the wires in the Matrix. But at the end, it is cool. Love this setup. As you said earlier, I'm a little bit sad we're not physically in. There we go. We're on the side. We're over here. Look at that. We're feeling good on the side. And we're gonna be popping off. You can see a very serious Sam. Oh, there you go. She's all smart. She's like, oh, we're on camera now.
Like,
no, what are you going to be expecting coming into this one? You know, I know you like to say Imperium, like, oh, I love all teams. I hope everyone's going to be winning. But this is not Wonderland Imperium. We are in a land of harsh realities where only one team comes out on top. So I'm going to ask you, do you have maybe some expectations of maybe not teams taking the win, but potentially performing a little bit better after what we saw in the 2 first games?
I'm really positive to talk about ARX and Pakistan because they've had 2 games where they finished in the top 4. Both games. And that's really healthy because it does show a level of consistency. I will counter that by saying a bit similar to Morph in the sense of you can have a bit of consistency, but in a 6-game series, chicken dinners count, especially because it's 20 points for that juicy win. So for ARX and Pakistan, hey, don't get me wrong, don't take away that consistency, but aim a bit higher. Look for that win. Really look for that win. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out. So yeah, it's not that I have a favorite, but my eyes are definitely going to be a little bit more on what ARX and Pakistan can do.
I want to see if they can increase their standards just a little bit coming into these. That'll be great. But I fully agree. I think that RX and Pakistan has been able to show a few good performances, a few little glimmers of hope throughout the horizon. So hopefully that's what we're going to be seeing coming into this 3rd game. But you know, Imperium, I put you on the spot and I tried to know I'm not that much of an evil person. Sometimes I am, but I'm keeping the evil inside right now. So I'm going to put myself on the spot too and say which team I would like to see perform a little bit better.
Go for it.
And I'm going to go with the team that I mentioned a few times today, and that is going to be KHK Esports. I think that KHK coming into this one, have proven now that their rotational playstyle has increased and improved heavily since PMCO that was causing their demise so many times in that tournament. Reason why did not even make it even relatively close towards the finals of the African PMCO. So I'd like to see a little bit more from them coming out and fragging power. We saw last game actually in the top stats that Hansley was actually top damage. I think it was 533 damage for Hansley. We didn't mention him. He comes from INF. And he has been coming in hot into this one. So I'm really hyped to see the team of KHK play around Hansley, which is potentially, I would even say, their most aggressive player, and try and build around that. He's the base building block, and now you just got to try and build like Legos on top of it, a good structure. Because I was always bad in Lego, so I'm hoping they can do something relatively good looking. I don't know why I talked about Lego. I just went with it, man. I just rolled with it, okay?
Hey, I wasn't judging, man. I was like, go for it. Feel the flow, my friend. SWAT 69. SWAT 69, a team that SWAT 69, a team that is definitely has a lot of potential, and they also have a pretty strong history in competitive esports. They've gone through different roster iterations, but they have a bit of a legacy, and a legacy that they want to keep on a high note, that they want to build upon. So I am expecting a little bit more from them, and I want to see them rise up in this 3rd Erangel game and really show everybody, show themselves, show us, show the viewers, show the supporters what they're made of.
Hopefully we're going to be having some good teams coming on throughout this next match, especially because, as you said many times, it's such a short format tournament. Those chicken dinners really make a difference. So I'm going to be looking out for them potentially to get on top if possible. Though I do have to check, and we do have some information from production on the side, and unfortunately we do have to bring a little bit of information to all of you beautiful people at home that unfortunately one team had to drop out of the tournament, and that is in the name of SD Gaming, the one of the few teams coming out from Hong Kong. So unfortunately, SD Gaming having issues on their side of things. They are not going to be able to participate in the remainder of today's games. So very unfortunately, I'm sure we'll see them very later on into the future. But now that would explain why we're going to be down to 15 teams in this one. So it was relatively passive on the first game. So now is even one team less is going to be even more passive. Ultra passive, I would even say.
Ultra passive? Ultra Pro Max passive?
Hey, if you want to push it that far, you go for it, man. We can go really deep on that rabbit hole, man.
But it's also 4 less kills available for these teams as well. So it could, I'm not going to say it could starve a couple of teams, but it is still something to take into account. There's 4 less bodies on the lobby to kill. Yeah, it's going to create a little bit more space in the early game, which, like you said, that ultra pro max passive early game will probably shine through a bit more. But I don't think it'll phase the teams too much. It shouldn't really change too many things. They're still going to play their own game when it comes to looting, when it comes to feeling confident. And that's the thing, like, you can do all the research you want, right? You can do all the research you want on the opposing teams, but if you're not doing the research on yourself, you're missing out quite massively. So definitely focus on yourself. Teams, focus on yourself in terms of your ability, and you're really going to be benefiting a lot more in my eyes.
You got to do research on yourself, man. That just got deep real quick. I'm 14, and this is
I know,
deep.
right?
That's a Reddit quote right there. We're gonna have to go for that one eventually. We'll have to post it up and see if we can get some good old internet points for ourselves. But yeah, I think that overall we already covered a lot of these teams, and we're going to be hoping to see a lot more step and rise up to the occasion. Especially SWAT 69, another team that, when it comes down to Imperium, we've casted these guys for a long time. When back in the day it was still regional finals, SWAT 69 were there, so they are true OG when it comes down to the competitive scene.
And that's the thing, like, it's so good to have been in the PUBG Mobile scene for what's been over 2 years now, because you're seeing legacy of teams, legacy of players shine through. Like I said, alpha of Oni Titans. We casted him in the very first PMCO that we casted back in 2019, and we're casting him again. But we're also mixing that with the new stars, the fresh opportunistics of 2020 run, right? The players that are looking to take a bite out of the PUBG Mobile esports circuit throughout this year and onwards. So it's just that, like I mentioned it before, that beautiful mix of experienced and fresh talent is so good to see in these kind of tournaments.
There you go. So we are getting the game ready onto the side. We should be getting to that one as soon as possible. I know nobody wants to hear Maxman and Imperium ramble about just random stuff and talking about the past in 2019. I get it. You want to get into the nitty gritty of it all. Me too. Don't worry. I do not want to see my face anymore, and I don't want to see any more faces of Imperium because it hurts me. You know why? Because I still got my little fridge over here, and I know you don't have it, so you're feeling bad. I get it, Imperium. It is okay. But we're gonna be seen as we might be getting. Okay, I got a bunch more over there. I'm feeling damn good about my fridge. You know what? But that's a good old flex I'm going to be going with. But we should be also potentially getting a few stats from our last game, hopefully very, very soon, as we're going to be looking at this studio in shambles, apparently. But man, that drop, what's in that drop? Do we have an orm?
Red Bull.
It's an orm? You could be having that, but no, dude, if we get an orm in that one, I'll be hella hype. I'll take an orm every day. Just snipe it up all that time in Istanbul, feeling good. We'll see, man.
I can't actually comment on your playing skills, because we did actually 1v1 in which you didn't put the video out for. It went okay.
I edit very slowly. It's like 50% done. Okay, I'll come on the internet eventually, but as of right now, I'm just.
I know you've been busy.
I'm vibing.
Dude, feel free to take like another couple of years. Okay, man, feel free to take your time.
It will come out eventually onto this one. We're going to be looking at the studio once more with their desk, and man, I've never worked on a green screen. I want to, but this is looking absolutely amazing. I love the studio. It looks so good, and we're going to be seeing eventually how this one's going to be coming on through. Hope you guys also enjoying the Turkish stream on the side. We're just going to be eyeing on forward, just like through the window, having some good old time checking out what's happening over there. Yes, Imperium.
It's just so again, I genuinely think about it so much. It's so cool to see this kind of event, the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 finals, this magnitude, that the adaptability through the world situation, that they're able to put together this kind of production value with the virtual studio, the Turkish town, working in that virtual studio. You can then go onto the website and take a virtual tour of Turkey. Putting that all together, that is like incredibly amazing. And then to just be one part of that, lending my voice to it's just, to me, it blows my mind all the time thinking about it, and it's a genuine pleasure to be a part of the show.
Yeah, and this is just 50%, by the way. We got West right after that one too. We got 50% of the globe, then we've got the other 50%. Man, we're gonna be feeling absolutely stacked after this one. And we got some insane teams happening in West too. But right now we're on East. You know what? We're gonna focus on this one once more. We've got to keep in mind that here these are some of the best teams when it comes down to PUBG Mobile in general. And some teams are qualified into this one, once again, taking down some of the top contenders in the international stage, in the official circuit, such as the likes of Morph, once again, that took down the Aerowolf Fleamax. So these are already some teams coming to this one as big favorites, and I'm really hyped to see how they could try and make their name for themselves, because these might be teams that don't have an org as of right now, and they're still training, but this is also a good opportunity for them to prove what they're made of. Exactly. And potentially later on get picked up by other big orgs. I said it, I'm a huge fan of G2 Esport. Man, they might be watching and just pick up one of these best teams over here today. That'll be absolutely amazing. I would love to see that come through. That might be hopefully the case.
Exactly, because it's so much, so much about the growing, evolving regions, whether it's Pakistan, whether it's South Africa, whether it's, Sri Lanka, as an example. Like, it's about taking the mixture of the growing regions, mixing them with the evolved regions like Indonesia, even Hong Kong, and just allowing them to flourish with each other along the way, and you see a global scale of PUBG Mobile competitive. So I cannot wait to see what happens in this game number 3.
We're going to be loading in. There we go. Sorry once again for the delay, but we are finally going to be jumping straight into the actual Erangel, good old Erangel. And we're going to be seeing where this plane path is going to be coming on through. Should be northeast. There you go, northeast to southwest. Going to be pretty nice one. A lot better than game 1, I would say, Imperium. Unless you like to draw up in Sultanahmet Island, then you might have to stretch it a little bit. But other than that, this is a lot better than what we've been having so far on Erangel. I'm enjoying it quite a fair amount. And we're going to see where these teams are going to go. But as you said, we are expecting this one to be relatively passive. And once more, in case you did not catch that one earlier, that piece of information, we are going to be having one team, unfortunately, not being in these reminding games of today. Is going to be SD Gaming, one of the few teams of Hong Kong. Unfortunately, will not be able to participate for the remainder of today's matches. So we're going to be down to 60 players and 15 teams in every single remaining lobby of today.
Ooh, I see 2 teams in Yasnaya, Max. That is Boom and Rise on Glory. Now, Yasnaya is the kind of city where you can comfortably have 2 teams, one either side. And I do think, Rise on Glory, they're on the kind of far western side of Yasnaya. Boom are a little bit more spread out, but for the most part on the east. I believe they should coexist, but the disengagement time based on phase 1 could force these teams to clash and engage on each other.
So, at the end of the day now, this is going to be a very relaxed position to be in. Seem like going to have what a squad already aiming to be on the move very, very early on. But the overall standings, going to be talking about that one a little bit. Off of that chicken dinner last game, Rubik were able to get himself in 2nd position. They got 38 points currently, so they're feeling absolutely set. Also going to have Cute right above them, despite down in 12th position with 3 points. So they got to try and maybe make up, because down below, they are catching up. The likes of Morph 2, 31 points, a 4th position and a 2nd position on top of it. They're looking great. So you're going to be seeing these top teams trying to just uphold their continuous positions and rankings throughout Game 1 and Game 2 coming into this one. And hopefully things will be running out strong for them. But Boom 2, Imperium, that's another one. We said they had great potential in that second game on Sanhok. And currently their 7th position was 18 points. They need to double that to just get remotely close to that top one.
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, in the words of AC/DC, and it's a long way to the top if you want to become the victor of the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals of East. SWAT 69, I said that they need a strong result. They've dropped on the South George buildings. Pretty strong stuff. We do see that phase 1 tends to be more on the mainland, which is nice to see. they'll have a pretty solid entry point in towards a controlling position in circle. I would recommend actually Everest would be a good starting point for the rotational path.
Could be the case. Now checking out a little bit the map, we did see how things were coming on through. Intrigued to see where Phase 1 Circle did go, as it seemed like teams are not going to be in too bad of a spot. So Boomy, as you said it, rightly so, Imperium, Yasnai, Poliano, you can easily split that one between two teams. The loot is good, the area is good, but seemed like Boom just, well, actually abandoned. Seemed like they're just going to be alone. There you go, there you go. The cavalry is going to be joining back in. That is going to be the boys themselves of Rise on Glory, making their way back into the compound, as they have yet to really finish their looting stage. Yeah, their loot is not that great. They only got a tier 1 helmet and a tier 2 tier 1 vest also. So you want to try and bump those numbers a little bit. Those are rookie numbers. They're going to be looking for another compound to aim for and loot up for themselves.
That's nice respect from Rise on Glory. I wouldn't necessarily call that passive. It's just common sense, right? There's no need to hang around there for too long. You're already on the edge, so you already have a very easy disengagement point. Take advantage of that. Play more towards the center of this phase on, which is predominantly of the mainland. I'm very excited to see what Rise on Glory can do in this game, especially because they're currently in 15th place on only 2 points. So again, they need that strong result.
They need a strong point indeed for them. Hopefully, SWAT 69 is going to be looking at them currently standing in 11th position. Only 8 points, so that's 4 points per game average. I think it goes without saying that is not good in Imperium, because typically in these type of tournaments, you are aiming towards a 8 to 10 point average. But because of the point changes compared to the official circuit, a chicken dinner and all the top positions have been drastically improved. So here, because of this event, you're actually looking for an around 12 point average per game if you want to be close enough to contest for that number 1 position. But of course, as we know, because it's so short, those top 3s and chicken dinners are really going to make the difference. So I would even say 12 point average, because of only having a 6-game tournament. It's not going to even cut it. It's not going to be enough.
For sure. Looking at the teams currently positioned on this phase 1, they are more towards the edge. There's nobody on that hill above Ferry Pier, which I definitely think will be a great place to go to, because guess what? That plane path, despite it being diagonal, Max, was more on the northern half of the map. So it does automatically mean that there's a much higher chance that there's going to be nobody around the coastal line of the mainland. So going for that rotation onto the hills above Ferry Pier would be incredibly beneficial, because you do see a lot to the north from that area.
Could go to their benefit, hopefully. LND, seem like they're going to be on the move also. Team from Sri Lanka. I gotta say, man, I never thought I would cast a tournament where it says the team comes from Sri Lanka. I'm really, really hyped for that. It really shows that you got some regions that are completely unshown in the competitive aspect. Not only in PUBG Mobile, but also in so many different games. But it feels good.
There's 2 Sri Lankan teams as well.
I know. That's it. It's like, you don't know. One Sri Lanka team. How about second Sri Lanka team? You got that one, Imperium? We didn't get that one.
No, I didn't.
Get that one? Okay, no. Lord of the Rings reference. No, you don't.
No.
Don't. Okay.
No. Did you know I've
No, don't tell me you never watched it. Imperium.
I've watched, I think, one of the films. No. Many years ago. I've never seen the trilogy.
Imperium, I'm coming to Ireland. We're gonna go on the sofa with a big blanket, and we're gonna do a speed run of Lord of the Rings. Okay. Well, no. I need to make you catch up, man. I have to.
When I said it to Sandstorm, he was like disgusted. He was like, "I'm not your friend anymore." I'm like, "Come on, dude."
You know what? Like, I'm gonna say the same. We're not friends anymore. We're not friends. We're colleagues now. We just went down a level.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh god.
Oh man, F in the chat for the social stature of Imperium, as it just takes a really big toll today. That's okay though. You know what? Back to the game a little bit. We'll talk about making it to Mordor later on. But we did see a position that was played by, I believe it was KHK for a second, unless my eyes were playing a few issues. I talked about Pachinki Heals. I want to see teams use it. I really, really want to. It's such a good scouting position. It's so easy to know where teams are going to try and contest it, and they're going to push upon your position. So I like the fact that we are seeing teams aiming a little bit more towards those high ground positions. It was not the case in game 1 because the circle went to Sanhok, but here it does make a little bit more sense to go for those respective positions.
L&D were on the north down the south of Everest, okay? And they rotated all the way down to the lighthouse on the Western Bridge. That is a massive rotation from LND, and it complements the fact that they are aware of the playing path and the position on the south that's much more likely to be free, available, and out of sight.
Yeah, I think it was actually a pretty good rotation. A big one for sure, but a welcome one. I enjoy it quite a fair bit. So, see if they can play around it. But we talked about this position. The hilltops are going to be contested eventually. It seems like that's going to be pushed upon by quite a few teams, trying to get some scouting under their belt, make sure they get as much information as possible, because as we know in a game like PUBG Mobile, information is key. As our extent seemed like they were able to take it without getting contested away by anyone, so they're going to be good to go. But yeah, all looking for the shots. Zamin, can he make it happen? Hey, a few cheeky shots will connect, but nothing substantial. But they're moving a lot. Our extent, they don't want to stay put. Zamin, I think that you got to flip the car. That's not how it works. But you know what? Hey, fair enough. You do you, man. You do you. It's cool.
And you said you want to see a team take Pachinki Hill. That is RXM Pakistan taking Pachinki Hill. So they will be very, very happy with what they're playing with as of right now. They're getting a lot of information. Their country comrades, only Alpha, are a little bit close to them, but they're separating away. They went for a 2-2 split. Now they're joining up as a full squad. I like that coming into phase 2. This is the point in the game where teams have generally gotten into a bit of a familiar position of phase 1, and they might make some slight adjustments in preparation for phase 2. And you know, right now, it's all good in the hood as far as I'm concerned.
I just realized with BTR, one of the players called Guda, and just find it so fun. That would be so fitting if you joined Team Kesso. Hey, man. Oh my God. Picked up by Team Kesso. One player's called Gudad, man. I would love that. That would be such a good storyline. I've seen Sam, she's shaking her head like, I know she's disappointed in me. She did. I'm so sorry. I know. You know what? It's okay.
So I reckon I know what's going through her mind. She's going like, damn, what a terrible joke.
Yeah. I know, I'm very cheesy on those. With that said, we're going to be continuing getting on to this one. We're going to be seeing what we're dealing with as a BTR. Still going to be... I'm just going to continue. We're not even stopping on this. We're going to keep on going as they're just going to be scouting too. I think that especially here, the thing is they don't have to move for Pachinki Hill whatsoever. They got the scouting done with that, so they can be good to go. But hey, okay, a little bit of military is still into play. I'm not saying it's going to be the case, but maybe. I don't know.
No, Max. No. How dare you? Okay, LND benefited from that rotation in phase 1. They're on that lighthouse train. I would say they might want to spread out and go for a 2-2 split, because I don't think the lighthouse area is going to be optimal. But OPMF are going to push it onto Boom's terrain and go, wait, no, this is ours now. You move away.
Yeah, only team from the Maldives here. They're going to have to potentially try and take themselves a big toll. And boom, we are expecting a relatively big shift from their playstyle in Game 2. You mentioned it many times, Imperium, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I said that one correctly this time. I do think that they did have to regroup a lot quicker. So I like to see Boom this time around. At least they are playing a lot more as a team. At least they're trying. They're giving it their best shot. As I said, actually, they're going to be split now. This is not looking amazing. Mika's still going to be able to bring some assistance from this side. Still shotgun go for the Bloom shot. Connects 2 bullets on his leg. And as we all know, the leg is going to be the weakness of any human being. So that's going to be an instant casualty. Steel shoot behind that car. Going to get pushed up heavily. Is he going to do it, man? Steel shot is doing so much work. But Boom takes down 2. Maybe looking for a 3rd. Tirja is going to be trying to assist it from the side behind that tree, and he's going to keep on pushing, taking some damage from the side. You've got to be careful. You're not full HP, can't take it, and unfortunately, he oversteps his welcome. Where's the rest of OPMF? There you go. The backup is here. The cavalry joins the party as they get himself 3 knockdowns onto Boom, and unfortunately, they tend to play split once again. Sure, they did have that off angle from the shack down below in the field. In a head-on fight like this, that is clearly just not going to be enough, Imperium.
So good from OPMF, especially steel shot, flanked and wrapped around, and now Boom is down to just 1. Mikey, he's going for the risky push. He's going to take it all in his hands. Will it work out for him, though?
Axiom got the res. That was clutch. That was last second. 1 second more, and that was a dead ally, unfortunately, for them. So PMF are good to go. But Mika, I'm surprised. Normally in these positions, you would not want to push this one. You would like to survive as a one-man team, especially when position points are so valuable. Yeah. He pushes it, and unfortunately pushes straight to his doom, to his undoing. And that is Boom. Another relatively poor performance. The execution today is just really not there.
Some might say they've self-destructed, Max. It definitely was a poor opportunity to survive as the last solo player from his team, because I didn't mind the position they were in. It was definitely very much about OP, MF, and Steel Shot pushing in and being very confident. But as a last player, you do have a due diligence to try and survive as long as you can. He didn't go for that. They paid the price. Boom, we're out early.
There you go. Circle going to be popping up once more. Going to be seeing what we're dealing with here currently. In terms of positions, KHK, a little bit of a tricky one for them, I would say. Imperium for sure. They if the circle goes down south over to the east, they're going to have to cross so many teams. It's not going to be remotely funny. So I am a little bit stressed out for them. I think that they should maybe aim for those mountaintop positions and denied it away from Morph a little bit earlier. But seeing how things are going is not going to be the case. And also, if the circle goes down south, gonna have to make it through the fields, which you got so many teams posted on every single hilltop. Every single compound is almost going to be taken over. So those late rotations, if you are forced in that kind of spot, is going to be rendered extremely hard to execute, especially when you got so many teams, especially over here, going to have Morph in their relatively good position too. And they're going to be the gatekeepers versus KHK. And KHK,
great spot.
You can't wrap around for them because all the northern side is occupied by so many teams.
It's such a good spread by Morph. 3-1, it's perfect because, yeah, okay, that one player can get caught out. But in my eyes, that's okay because he's doing his job. He's getting information. He's using that third person perspective to look yonder towards the fields around his teammates. And it is a confident position. Could they pull off a 2-2 split? Yeah, but in my eyes, if a team were to push in, that two-man team would be no better off than that one player on his own. That's why I really like that 3-1 split.
This is what you call a trap. You do not go for this. Even though it is a Groza, you know, it's cool, it's a good weapon. I get it. It's an AKM on steroids. I would recommend you to not go for that. It's a field. So please, if someone goes for it, it's a relatively big risk. So I would say no. Please don't do it. Though, finally, in terms of position, I like where currently we're going to be seeing Rise on Glory. Got himself a good compound next to the plateau down south of their position. They're going to be able to scout down south and also up north from their position. So I think that it's also extremely well positioned in the circle. It's dead center. So they are definitely setting themselves up for success. As a team like SWAT69 and STP can have a little bit of a clash back and forth. And SWAT69 are having the upper edge apparently. As STP just sent one scout, and that's the unfortunate run of events. When you send a scout forward, he can get out of position, but that circle was out of position. Damn.
Yes.
We're going to have a quarry finish here. I like to see it. Let's go.
That's a hard shift, baby. That's a hard shift to the west. And again, SWAT69 will be very happy with that because they're in a really core position inside the circle. They've automatically sent the message to STP saying, hey, we're going to hold our compound. Don't go near us. STP technically don't have to move, but this is definitely going to be tougher for the teams on the east. Like you had Cout, Rise on Glory, all those teams on the east, LND. It's not going to be easy for them, and that's why they're all going for that desperation rotation on towards Quarry Hill.
This is a big mix of Team RX in down below. Not going to get fully involved. Astra didn't even jump out of the car. He's already shooting, just guns blazing on this one. They're going to be able to deny that position. And Morph, respecting the opposition. Seem like they just don't want to give away for free, it seems like. They're just trying to move away into the cars. Oh, no, there you go. They're trying to reposition in a more aggressive manner. And a Ninja, Fidan, both knocked away. Break. You see him frag out heavily into game number one. This might be his other opportunity to prove himself more onto the international stage. Astra's there. They need to pop all the smokes. Try and get those edges through. But that was a push without any information. I'm surprised it actually worked this well.
Yeah, but they did it as a full squad, and it was the only way they were going to be able to pull off. Were they benefited by the fact that it was just one Morph player there? Yes, but at the end of the day, it was a confident push up the hill, and they made up for it. They only got two players knocked down from a distance from a third party, and I think they even picked up a knock onto one of the RXN players, which is being finished off by Rise on Glory. But, you know, I like what Ku did in that engagement up the hill.
It was just a risky one, but the execution on it was fine, so I have no issue. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep on going, guys. Keep on bowling. Because now, especially Blue Bees, they are the team that we talked about them a little bit. If we check out the overall standings, we would know that as of right now, I do not like putting them on the spot like this. They're currently in 16th position. And if I said that they didn't have many points, it would be an understatement. They currently have 0 points. 16th and 14th position back-to-back is definitely not where you want to be. So they need banger after banger if they want to even have a remote chance of taking the title and making it close to top 3. It is Blue Bees. It is the only Japanese representative, so I have high hopes for these guys after all. So we'll be seeing. Now the circle, as you said, over to the western side. It can end up into Quarry and KHK. They were in a really sticky position, but with this hard shift like this, it actually helped them out a fair decent bit to avoid a lot of the northern teams.
Really did. It really did. Going back to Blue Bees, it is nice to see them up as a full squad this stage in the game. I don't mean that as shade, but compared to the first 2 games where they went out early in Sanhok and they lost players early on in Erangel, it's going to fare much more beneficially to the result in this 3rd game of the day. We did see that circle popping up a bit. You can see Blue Bees' position. They only have 1 team behind them. I think it's LND, but other than that, they have so much space around them because on that phase 3 shift onto the west, a lot of teams opted to go for that deep rotation into the circle.
Just good zoning in general. They're able to keep everyone at bay, making sure that they can clear their own zone and be good to go off of that. There you go. I was seeing Scout. They were sneaking away closer every single time. And lucky enough for them, they were able to get a full-on res on their team. So they're up, ready to take that fight head on with Morph. Great nade, by the way. Perfectly cooked up for Coot. Looking for a second one, Ninja. Seemed like he did spot Summer for a second. He's going to give it a shot, a little bit short on the range. He's got the good idea. The spray is going to be continuous, though. These smokes, not sure from which they came, but if these are smokes coming out from Coot, these are not the best, as it does deny a lot of information from them. There you go. That makes a lot more sense if they come from Morph. He's trying to spray randomly, and it actually works out in some way, shape, or form. The car explodes, and unfortunately, when the car explodes, that is not a knock. That is an instant kill. So Coot picking up an extra point along the board.
Yeah, Morph, as much as I respected them repositioning off the back of their first player going down, again, it was very much about survival rather than control. And Coot, on the opposite hand, they positioned, they pushed to control. They got that first kill. They're looking for more, chucking out the grenades, taking the shots. It is so good. It's a reason why they're currently on the top of the leaderboard right now. Coot, they're on 40 points. In 2 games, that's an average of 20 points per game. That is well above what we're going to be looking for in these 6 games for now. Of course, the more games you go through, Max, the higher chance your average points per game is going to dwindle down a bit. But for Coot, they're looking good.
Imperium did be spitting straight facts right there. Though we did see RXN Pakistan apparently falling down in 14th position. Very unlucky. They were in a field, so not very easy to play around that spot. And that shall indeed cause their downfall. Though, down below, Alpha, there you go, looking for a little bit of an opportunity. For only Titans, though, can he convert that into kills and points? That's going to be the question to be answered. KHK, seem like they're dwindling and fizzling out into absolute nothingness. 1 player shall remain, and that is going to be Sully. And he's in a shack crying in the corner, hoping that nobody realizes he's there.
Let's go.
And unfortunately, everyone knows he's there, so he's going to have to be very good on this zoning potential. He spots out, man. My vision is so bad. I didn't even see there was a player there. God damn.
Got big brain plays from Sully. He knows. And as a solo player, he has just got to survive and stay prone down. Rubik, he's down by the side of the building, trying to hunker down as LND going to play on the fields. Blue Bees still stopping them from really being controlling in the circle.
They're holding to the southeast ridge line, so they're going to try and make sure that this position is clear. I think this actually really well played from Blue Bees. They don't want to be too proactive and aim towards center circle. They got 1 player scouting, looking toward the center circle. The rest are taking care of the team over to the east to make sure they don't get backstabbed, which I think that how Blue Bees are playing this is actually relatively strong. Those SWAT 69, they're going to be the 3rd team of this lobby, dropping down to nothingness. So we're going to be down to now 12 teams, 41 players. So not many teams are going to be up to a 4-man squad. They're going to be the likes of Rubik, STP, Morph, and also KHK. The KHK, we said it earlier, down to only Sully. So a lot on his plate for sure. As Rubik, DBS play at this stage of the game, not too usual. Has got a full-on fight happening. There you go, B2R. They're going to be trying their best to contest it. Pixie got knocked, but the rest shouldn't be too hard to pull off. But they're especially getting naded, which this position outside of the building is not really safe to play in.
And this is outside the circle as well. So for B2R, if they're going to survive this fight, they need to try and get away now. And for Rubik, if they're going to push in, they need to push in now because time's ticking away. They've got less than a minute until the blue zone starts closing in. And this is phase 5. Beautiful pre-nade from Cupid.
There you go. We want to see some grenades unlike game 1 and game 2, and we're seeing it come on through in style. Cook grenade. The Molly actually sending away B2R. That is so well played. And he's going to be cooked to a crisp, but not good time for them. Especially when Pixie and Gouda are going to be knocked away. B2R still got 2, Gucci and also Cupid. We're going to see if Gucci is indeed going to be Gucci Gaming in this. And hopefully Miguel's team back on their feet. But you know what? Seemed like not too much going to be happening. They will be able to survive the encounter and get themselves into a good spot with 3 kills coming to their name. SDP, they're going to be switching over to their POV, still up to 3, 0 kills so far for them, but they got the advantage on Only Titans, but unfortunately with the circle moving forward, they can't afford to overstep their welcome.
The low ground for Only Titans would actually say gives them a little bit more of an ability to rotate onto the edge of the circle as 2 of their players are going in the vehicle. That's good play by Only Titans. They do have those vehicles that they're using to their advantage. Not saying that they're going to survive as a full squad, but there is a huge chance that they're going to get away cleanly from STP.
Good stuff, good stuff. They started moving initially. Oh yeah, they can't shoot. They can't shoot. We can rotate as a 4 team. Though, what a squad. There you go. Down south, they're going to move their way forward, but they've got 2 teams to fight through. This is not going to be amazing. They're going to try their best. They've got all the cars under their control. Ready for kills, so not too shabby of a game as of right now. They're going to be crashing their way forward. There you go. Nice little makeshift mini compound from that one. And now Bluebees, the roles have actually been switched. And Bluebees are going to be healed away from this circle. They're ticking down heavily. The Blues are not looking good. Morph team will get eliminated from this one. These were one of the top contesting teams. So dying in 10th position is going to cause them so many issues in the long run.
For sure, for sure. That was a classic bait by WAS on a side note. They sent 1 player forward, distract Bluebees. Bluebees took shots, got narrow-minded, then they got caught out. Bluebees are now down to just 1. On a side note, on the north edge of the circle, we have 2 3s fighting for the field edge of this phase 6.
Snake finish, you know it though. Oh, there you go. I was about to say, you got to use this on OPMF and use those cars, create makeshift compounds with the hay bales, and you might be able to get the best spot in this entire circle. At least you're going to build it. And I think that that's going to be the best course of action. Cute though. They made their way downhill, and now they're starting to get into the nitty-gritty, into the really intense part of this game. Field finishes, we know it is really in the air as to who's going to be taking it. And so far, there's only really 2 teams inside of it, and that's it. So you're going to see some big roaming coming on through, because in 20 seconds, the circle is going to be enclosing around these players and suffocating them. And you know that we're going to be losing potentially half of this lobby in the upcoming minute or 2.
We're already down to 9 teams, 23 players. So if we lose too much more, it's going to be a little bit easier for the remaining teams. It's going to be about survival. Survival of the fittest in the open fields as the shots are being fired through. Coot are surviving as they still have a full squad, but only 1 of the players of the full squad is inside the circle, and that player has just got knocked down.
A full squad in a field finish is absolutely bonkers. If you can play around your team correctly and take the advantage, take control while not being overconfident, that is how you win games. Though, what a squad, what a rotation, shall I say. Going straight central circle, not giving a damn in the world, and the circle's right on top of their position. That might be the game-winning opportunity that What a Squad just seized right off the bat, and they are in the best position in this entire circle. But I said it, 1-2 minutes, we're down to now 5 teams, got cut by 50%, and this is where things are going to get a little bit calmer. We're going to have a lot of snaking coming on through. But man, What a Squad, that was a huge rotation, extremely risky, but it might just pay off in the long run here.
Rise and Glory, SCP, 13th and 15th respectfully. They're in the top 5 of this game 3. The turnaround could be happening for these 2 teams. For WAS, they want to hold on. They want to continue. The shots are being fired up. And that's going to be a knockdown being fired on through onto the hands of STP.
This is insane. Also, What a Squad, they had only 3 points before this one, with 14th position overall. They are just going to be multiplying their points by bazillions. Well, maybe not that much, but a pretty fair, decent amount. So they're going to be looking good. I said it, I'm not good in math, guys. I'm giving it my all. But at the end, STP is still going to try and make their snake forward. A lot of smokes have been used very early on into this game, by the way, Imperium, which means that at this stage, there might not be that many smokes remaining for a few of these squads that got involved in many fights throughout the entirety of this game. And it seemed like that just by how Rise on Glory are positioned and how the fact that they're not using smokes, I think they're already out of smokes. That's going to make matters really hard for them.
Drop your backpacks. Drop everything. Stay barren. Minimum amount of ammo, minimum amount of utility, and hope for the best. Coot are still in with a chance. They still have a full squad. The circle shifts, and they have a beautiful spread. Look at that spread from Coot. That's insane. With WAS in the firing line as well.
I mean, they're not really spread. They're on top of each other. One nade and they're gone. So I would like to see a little bit more of a spread coming out from there. I want to see them take a little bit more control. And this is the issue here. It's going to be very easy to scout on down. One good nade from STP and it could be over. LND Legends are going to be defeated. They're going to be out in 4. 3 teams now remain. STP still going to there. Oh, but no. Astro just being too clinical on those shots. Confirming kill number 11 for them. But there you go. What a squad. Nice off angle. I like it. Fierdan has been a little bit more proactive than the rest of his team. He's pushing forward, looking for that opening shot, especially that might buy just enough time for Break on the back end to get those reses through. But I think that especially Lord Sam is not going to allow that to happen. This is down to the wire. Such a close game. 2v1v1. Unless the reses come on through, which Ninja's going to get resed up by Break. This is actually huge. This might be the winning factor for Coot to secure this third game today and get a double win throughout 3 games. That's an insane win ratio.
I was thinking Lord Sam could clutch this out, Max, but off the back of the full squad revive, that ain't happening. Now, I don't know if they know he's around there, because it seems like they're more focused on the last player of WAS.
This is typically when you go for the ASMR casting, taking things very calm. Blue Zone's going to be ticking down. Do you want to give the kill away? Oh, he does. And there you go. Coot are making it happen. 3 games and 2 of those go their way. Not just a win. That's a dominant win. Look at all the kills going their way. That's going to be 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 14. That's going to... Wait, no. Did I get that wrong? I think I got it wrong. I told you guys, math is not my best. But you know, at the end, that's a lot of kills. I can tell you that much.
Coot, man. What a game. What a game. Seriously, I'm so impressed by them. Their control, their aggression, their confidence, the fact that they kept themselves up as a full squad so late into the game. You were right. They were very bunched together at kind of that phase 7 stage. But that also worked in their favor because when 2 of their players got knocked, not only did they counter with the kills, but they got the revives up.
What an incredible performance from Coot. Our first double chicken dinner, there it is. And gents, we have a series now. Whole different game from a lot of teams. We saw some of the favorites getting knocked out. Coot is currently in the top after the first 2 games. No doubt they're going to stay in that winning position, Imperium. And just, you mentioned it earlier, but we'll say it again, amazing plays from them throughout.
And it's the fact that that cushion at the top, because the teams below them, at least kind of, you know, Rubik, Morph, and Arxen, they all went out fairly early. That cushion for Coot is now massive. It's not even a cushion, it's a bed, it's a mattress, it's a beautiful, high-quality mattress of elite that they have over teams below. And I know there's still 3 more games to go, but I'm now wondering, can they be toppled?
I mean, I think that there's always a can do. It's not over till it's over. But there's been a couple of teams that in this particular game really stood out for me. We saw a lot more aggression from a lot of the teams early on, some fights for positioning. So feels like a lot of these teams now know it's coming down. We're halfway through. We're at that point where you need to perform. I'd love it, Max, if you could break down, though, because this specific moment was when I kind of went, oh, Coot, we need to watch them closely for this game. The Morph Coot battle that happened like mid-game, if you remember it with the nades. Would you be able to break it down and how Coot was able to dominate there?
Well, I didn't mention during that fight. I was surprised it worked out that good for them, actually. They just went in. They had absolutely no information. There was a team behind them, a team in front of them. I was like, okay, this is Coot. They went too aggressive without any information is not going to work out. I was very negative at the start of that rotation. I was like, there's no way, or at least they lose 2-3 players, which 2 did get knocked away, but instantly, boom, they know, okay, we're under pressure. We're in a position where we do not have friendly neighbors. Pop instantly the smokes, get the reses, then judge what's happening around us, and then take the fight, which is exactly what they did. They made up for those 2 knocks, got the res, got back as a full-man team, and then just took that fight towards Morph. So I think that at the end, despite them being in a inherently really bad position, how they dealt with that pressure and being in what I would say one of the worst positions to be in, it worked out great because they are able to deal with the pressure and think, extremely smart on the go. So I think that the fact they can play so well on the go is what allowed them to survive that. And then off of that, take a win, which is insane in my mind.
It is insane. And you mentioned thinking on the go, thinking smart. Imperium, walk me through that final sort of firefight between those top 3 teams, because Cooch showed exactly what Max was saying there as well.
Yeah, like the fact that they had a confidence to, in the open field, stand the player up. It was crouched, but still stand the player up from that prone position and look for the shots off because they were together. That player got knocked, right, Sam? But at the end of the day, it's that little bit of, hey, we will suffer a player getting knocked because we get to weed out where the players are around us. And that's where having yourself up as a full squad so late in the game is so much more important, and it really allowed them to swing the end game in their favor.
I want to move away from Crude for a moment now and pull your attention to a team that we hadn't had a lot of chances to see, but finally now we're able to have a decent game. Bluebees, Max, really good performance from them. We see them there on one of the top boards as well. I think it was longest kill. And they really got to show that they have some great potential in that team now that they were able to stay in the game a little bit longer.
They had a really strong spot. I really loved how they were playing it in the early stage, especially phase 3 to phase 4. But I think that they got, and Imperium hit the nail on the head when he talked about that. They got baited so hard by Water Squad. They just entered it. They sent one man. They were like, oh, okay, there's one man. We've got to shoot him down. And unfortunately, they leave their backs open. And they turned the tides of that fight, Water Squad, in just the snap of a finger. They had a disadvantage, then boom, they're the team that's going to be gatekeeping Blue Bees. So I think the Blue Bees got to be a little bit more cautious of what they do in their shot calling. I think that Aito-chan, being the IGL of the team, has got to be a little bit more cautious and put a little bit more of information about position rather than just, we got to go for kills, which I understand. They need to catch up. They're still last position, but I think that they just got baited in a way that should really not happen that easily.
Were there any other teams that caught your eye now in this third game as we move into that second half, teams that you think we need to watch out for? Max?
I think Water Squad there. I think their shot calling was really good. I think it was a big risk, very similar to what happened very early on with that fight. You mentioned it, Sam, at one point. It was more fighting their way versus Q, and it is a big risk. They had no information, completely blindfolded going into it. And I think that when you are feeling that positive and aggressive, I think it is a really big positive aspect of your gameplay. I think it is still a risk, and they were able to secure themselves a top 3 off of that. But I now want to see a little bit more of a good setup beforehand. And I think that if they can set up by seeing how good their aggressiveness is, I think we could be seeing Water Squad get back up there. They're still really far behind, but they are making up for it in big ways today.
They are making up for it in big ways. And Imperium, you mentioned earlier on that Crew may not be able to catch them now, but if there were 2 or 3 teams that you think could do it, who now, halfway through, the worst questions to ask you, and I'm so sorry, but halfway through the competition, who are the teams that you think could potentially push them out of that top spot?
Because we had LND, Water Squad, ROG get good results when they needed to. You know, they were down at the kind of bottom. Sorry, actually, not well, a little bit LND, but even STP. My point is, like, I wonder. Yeah, RXN had kind of first 2 games pretty healthy, but that third game there was nothing there. I don't know if anybody can catch up Coot. I genuinely don't know. I would say that, hey, they've already won it.
Or down.
No, Max.
That's a very early one.
We can let him do that, but I'm gonna now call it. I mean, Max, come on. There's got to be some other teams here who you think can knock them out of top spots.
I'm going to say Rubik and Morph. I think that, especially once again, Morph, they're being a consistent team. That last game, not quite so much. But I think that if they are able to convert a chicken dinner, I think that's going to be great. Back in another tournament, the Imperium, we casted Class Digital Athletics quite a bit. And their team that was always, top 3, top of the mountain, but they would struggle to convert that in wins. And the moment that they understood how to close off and get those chicken dinners, it's a completely different team. And they were actually on top of the mountain. They almost won the PMGC finals in Dubai just a few months ago because they were able to convert some wins. But here, I think that's something that's still lacking a little bit. And I would like to see them trying to not only get some consistent results, but now they Morph need wins. And if they do so, I think they could still very easily contest that top spot away from Coot.
I think that Morph potentially could, but it is interesting because they came out so early in this last game. And Imperium, back to you with that. Were you surprised by how many of the top teams fell early on for this game?
Definitely a little bit surprised, but then on the other hand, not so surprised because it was not a military island circle. It was more on the mainland. You did allow a little bit more freedom for teams who maybe struggled in the first Erangel game, and of course, including Sanhok to rise a bit more, which is, ROG really like how they played, but they were down at the bottom, right? So on one hand, I'm surprised. On the other hand, I'm not really. For Morph specifically, this is something that they're kind of known to do, where they will be healthy on some games. They will rotate really efficiently. They will position themselves fantastically. But then when push comes to shove, when you really kind of need to win a fight or get another good result, they crumble. And that game, they were scared. It looked like they were kind of low-key scared, and that can't happen when you only have a 6-game series. That cannot happen. So I'm really hoping Morph recognize that, they realize that, and they kind of go, okay, we're not going to let that happen again.
Max, do you agree with, I'm going to throw the same question to you. Were you surprised by how many of those top teams dropped out right early on in that game?
We did have a few little fights. We didn't have an insane amount of kills coming on through in terms of players dying, but we did have a few teams die, especially early on. I think was a very interesting factor, especially Boom. That's the team that stands out to me. They got involved into a fight, once again, very out of position. That was what also caused their demise. Last game on a mountaintop finish towards Sanhok. And I think that here that they are lacking synergy. Their team fighting capabilities on a micro scale is relatively strong, but I think they are lacking team fighting capabilities. That macro mechanic, that IGLing also I think is missing for the team. And Imperium, you said it, they're currently playing in PMPL, and they do stand out as being a relatively strong team. But I think that this is them not being even PMPL ready. These just basic mistakes that I think should not be happening here. I'm being rather critical because they have such strong positions and they do not use them. I want to see them be a lot more clinical on how they use their terrain. And if they do so, I think they could be rewarded with, very easy, consistent top 5s. But we have just not been seeing that coming out from them as of right now.
Imperium, you want to respond to that?
Honestly, normally Max isn't as harsh, but I agree with him. And when I said that, I don't think Coot can be caught up on by any of these teams, it wasn't necessarily me going, put my foot down, going, I'm a million times behind. It's actually me saying to the other teams, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Because when you look at the stats right now, 3 games in, and Coot have won 2 of them out of 3, and you only have 3 more games. You got to answer that call. Boom. Rubik, Rise on Glory, whoever it is, you need to answer that call. You only have 3 more games to do it with Miramar, Erangel, and Vikendi. Come on, prove me wrong.
Okay, we're halfway through. We've spoken a lot. We've shot some. There's been some shots fired. Yeah, we obviously all need a break, but it's exciting. We're halfway through. This is the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals East, and it looks like we have a series on our hands. I think everyone needs a quick reset. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a short break. You're going to go and get some more Red Bull, and when we return, we're going to be dropping on Miramar. We'll see you in a bit.
lies and telling all these stupid lies. Ain't got a reason for your drama, but there's something in disguise. I know, it's well thought out. I know, what goes around. I know, I've heard that sound. I know, you're bringing me down. Bringing me down.
Welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals East for PUBG Mobile. We have had some incredible action over the last 3 games, but there are 3 more to go. Just before the break, Imperium turned around and said that he doesn't think anyone is going to be able to catch Coot. And Max, you've had a chance to take a quick look at the standings. Do you agree with him yet?
Well, currently, Coot are top 1 position. They got himself 73 points. And Rubik are currently second with 39. I'm not going to do the math because it's probably going to be wrong, but there's a pretty big difference. And I'm going to say that over 3 games alone, if could keep getting, significant input of points, I don't even think they need chicken dinners anymore. Literally, they just get top 5 every single game, and I think they'll remain uncontested. But we're going to see Rubik. They're going themselves a win already. Morph, I said it. I want to see them convert wins going their way. But if you go any lower than Rubik and Morph, I think it's going to be relatively hard for all the teams below that to actually go for that number 1 position. So we might be seeing some big upsets and teams getting 20-point bombs the entirety of the events. But I think it's fair to say that the odds of that happening are pretty slim.
Imperium, you got to see my face when you made that comment earlier on. Of course, no one on camera did. I was pretty shocked, but you must be feeling pretty proud of yourself, because if Coot grabs another chicken dinner, or even I'd say a second place, it's game over. Everyone else is playing for second.
It is incredibly in the hands of Coot to win or lose this, so to speak. The points difference they have over second place is 34 points. I did the maths for you, Max. It's cool. I got you.
Thanks, homie.
That's as many points, okay? That's more of a point gap than second place to 16th. That's how much of a difference they have. And I mentioned that because while we have the next 3 games, which in theory is an opportunity for Rubik, Morph, B2R to catch up, they're going to be tripping over each other. And then Coot, all they have to do is stay consistent, stay solid, play their same game, and honestly, they will drive home. In my eyes, it's all good.
Okay, here we go. This is it. We are going to be dropping onto Miramar. This is the big one. We are halfway through the competition. Coot could potentially just keep on going. I'm still talking. I need to shut up. Imperium, Max, let's go.
Oh, no, you don't have to show. Hey, you could join us maybe later on. That'll be fine. We'll have a little TrioCast with Sam. That'll be cool. You know what? Yeah, Imperium is going to be Miramar on this one. The plane is going to be high in the sky once again. And we've been talking many times about this map of Miramar. I know, not the most kill-focused map of them all. And by that, I mean it is not kill-focused whatsoever. It's all about rotation, all about pathing, seeing exactly what you're going to be aiming to move to. And drop locations too, had it passive on the wrangle. It should be relatively passive onto this, as there we go, going to have a better view of the map. And boom, we said it. We want to see them catch up, and they are going hyper passive, Omega Ultra plus Beta Alpha passive, as they're going to go for the position next to Campo Militar. They really want to avoid as many teams as possible to avoid getting taken down early on.
Also, going to talk about how good that playing path is. Like, that is dead center from north down to south. It's going to allow these teams to get to pretty much wherever they want to. And they drop in San Martin with SWAT 69, and an initial altercation comes on through, and that's going to be Rubik coming out on top against, I think, 2 or 3 of the SWAT 69 players. Wow, Rubik. Okay. They're saying to me, we're still in with a chance, Imperium. We're not down and out just yet.
I dig it. I dig that circle too. That's a fun one. Gonna have also, you got to keep in mind that when you have a circle like this that pops on phase 1, you are going to be having a lot of that terrain to the west. It's not going to be playable. That is not like water. You can't make it in there. So these teams are going to have to deal with that in many big ways. It's going to be rendering the circle a little bit smaller. There's the island play. By seeing how it went, you are expecting 0 teams. And if you want to go for it, I mean, fair enough, go for it. But normally no teams will go for the island of Minas del Sur, a prison, and also Los Higos. That would make literally absolutely no sense. So I'm expecting to see teams just go central, and we'll see how things are going to be paying off into the early stage.
For a few of these teams that have dropped down by the Los Leones area, which there is currently 3 teams, they can utilize that kind of south side of the map to get into kind of those south of Chumacera Hills, which are going to be so valuable in this phase on, because I don't expect the circles to continue down south. I'm expecting a north shift up to a kind of massive Miramar mainland. But having those high grounds of Chumacera, which you're able to get a lot of information with, it's so valuable.
It is extremely valuable. I fully agree with that one overall. Though, we're talking about this early stage, and we're going to be having a few altercations between a few teams, so they are going to be looking for them. This is so weird, because this has been the most aggressive game after we had 2 Wrangles and 1 Sanhok, and Miramar is the map where we had the most aggressive early game action currently unfolding. We talked about it, Rubik. A good altercation early on with SWAT 69. Already popping the hell off Nelways that with the UMP is going to be looking good. Or as Imperium like to say, is the ump. I'm never going to forget that. I'll never forget for sure. But at the end, they're going to be doing some sick plays up to already 4 kills. And that's going to be SWAT 69 already down the drain. That we barely started. What the hell is going on?
Hey, look, that's good. It's real good for Rubik because not only is it 4 points, a squad wipe without losing a player, that's going to massively benefit their confidence, right, Max? That's going to, I always remember back in the PMWL, Jonathan from TSM Entity, he noted that, when he gets early kills, when, he feels more confident, right? He feels that little bit, he's like Super Saiyan mode, so to speak. So for Rubik, being able to get those early kills could really have a massive power for them. Not only getting a strong result, but also keeping within the sightlines of Coot.
Could be the case. Though I do have to say, he said Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan is none other than Ryzen himself. He is the Super Saiyan man. Okay, so you take that back right now. You take that back right now.
No.
Though I do have to say that there's something about these Miramar maps that I think is very important for many teams, and I think that teams sometimes tend to forget about this. So I'm gonna set the record straight once again. The circle that's the most telling on Miramar is always going to be phase 2 or phase 3, depending on the situation. Reason why? If you look at that phase 1 circle, it has high ground position, has some good mountaintops still on the south, and the north is completely flat terrain. You have no idea, are you going to be playing mountaintops, or are you going to be playing flat terrain? They do not know. So one way to deal with it is just like Morph, or doing right now, or B2R, and straight dead center of the circle. And the circle, the moment it shifts into phase 2, you know exactly what play style you're going to have to adapt to, and you can adapt to it right away and go for a good spot that plays into that condition. So I got to say, once again, phase 2 circle, the most telling. So I'm not expecting too many teams to commit fully on phase 1, but phase 2 is going to be the one where you're going to see teams having a little bit more of a direction that they're aiming towards.
We talk about different roles within a team, right? Having that entry fragger, having that support, having the IGL. Miramar is the kind of map where I think support is so important, massively important, because when you have the sweeping open mountains, the open terrain, having that support player that's competent with an M16, a mini, for example, or having a really confident spray player is really going to allow you as a team to play off that, right? Use him to your advantage. Use that player as an anchor point to get that information so that when you do look to protect your area in phase 2, phase 3 onwards, it is automatically going to result in a couple of kills.
Hey, going to be seeing only Titans also popping into the kill feed and liking it. But this is so weird to me. I'm going to say it again, but this map has been more aggressive than Sanhok and Erangel combined. And this is Miramar. This is not supposed to happen. Really goes to show that sometimes the lack of information on hot drops can really cause one's demise. As what a squad going to move into their POV. They're in a relatively good spot, so we're going to be good to go. But I think we've got some other altercations currently happening around the map. And there you go, talking about that one. STP eliminated early on. They're going to be out in 14th position. 0 kills to their name. There you go. They shall be defeated. Out of the lobby you go, and you can do a few little games, on the side if you want, while you're waiting to get back into the lobby, because this is going to be one long Miramar game for sure. Where Rise on Glory. Gonna have to sneak their way out of that one. That car is fuming. Is it going to be long term? It's not going to be long term. It's going to be relatively short term, I would even say. As Morph, they're just fishing. This is fishing simulator, picking up kills left, right, and center.
So STP currently 6th out. You have Rise on Glory, who had a solid result despite still being low in the overall standings. A solid result in the last game. They're down to 2 players. This is kind of what I talked about when it comes to benefiting Koopmax. Teams are picking each other off, right?
Yeah.
Players are going down early. Teams are suffering while all they have to do, just stick to their own game. Hopefully with Morph picking up 2 kills, though, as they are currently in 3rd, that will give them a little bit similar to Rubik, that confidence to play a little bit more aggressive in Miramar.
Hopefully that's going to be the case. Now, I'm looking at the phase 1 circle that we had pop earlier and where teams are positioned. Boom. I'm looking out to them. How do you approach this? Because the circle win on the stellar opposite of where they were positioned, right? They dropped to Campo Militar, the circle went down southwest. So because of that, they're going to have to force their way through many, many teams. So I'm looking at Boom and thinking, how do you approach this situation? There are many ways for them to actually respond to this. Mainly, I'm going to be thinking you want to make your way through La Cobriera, then take the western road and make your way next to El Pozo. I think that would be the best option because you saw the playing path too is exactly from the northeast down to the southwest. So you know that so many teams are going to be between you on that circle. So Boom, if they read this situation perfectly, they should know that there's an easy way to avoid all of those potential encounters.
For sure, 110%. That rotation and their pathing should be very much based on that western road from the Cabrera. The timing of it is going to be important. They could wait for phase 2 to pop up, to be fair, although they would have to recognize that they would be going into that phase 2 circle with a lot less information. But either way, if they go direct, like through, let's say, the Picado area, San Martin area, that is so risky. So risky. While Morph are taking shots on to what a squad, and knockdown comes through. Okay, Morph, this is better. This is good.
Hey, there you go. Taka going to put himself in a really good spot. Actually done with a Mini 14. Got to say, one of the best weapons. The DMRs on Miramar are so clinical to use if the execution's on point. Everyone's going to be just moving away. There we go. A little bit of a split screen coming on through. Ocean going to be in a really bad spot. Unfortunately, not having a high ground. And these kind of fights is not looking good for Water Squad. And unfortunately, this time around, that call that worked out good for them last game is not going to be happening back to back. So it seemed like was that last player. They're going to have to cruise their way out of that one. The rest are just not worth taking. They're going to chase it down. Morph, they are hungry for kills. Jumps out. He's got an easy shot potentially. It's going to keep on tumbling down. Hey Boy was the MVP last game and not this one. He's going to get absolutely shattered to pieces. And Morph, we said it. Our team that could be contesting away that #1 spot. And they're doing it in style. Already up to 6 kills in just the first phase of the circle.
Morph say to Hey Boy, bye boy, you're out of here. That's a beautiful, clean squad wipe for Morph. And again, those 2 early kills onto Rise on Glory gives them confidence to control their position in a circle down south of Chumasera. As phase 2 pops up, it centers. It does, for the most part, stick down south quite a bit, where you do still have a bit of the island, Los Higos, Minas del Sur in play. But for the most part, I think this is a pretty solid shift.
Coot, don't do this to me, please. You're not going onto the island, are you madman? They're doing it.
Yes,
okay.
Go for it. Do it.
Wait, don't tempt them, Imperium. I'm trying to tell them to not do it, and you're telling them to do it. You're an absolute madman.
They're in first. They can afford to.
Yeah, but we want to secure the spot. I get you're trying to have the means and stuff, but still. Then we did see also a little bit of Boom. They did a rotation. Not really the one we did say. They did the opposite. They went down south and went through the entirety of the eastern coastline, which is another option that I did not mention, but it does work in a very similar fashion. So I think that Boom did nail that one down pretty well. So I did enjoy it. I think it's really good. Same for KHK. They rotated up northwest next to El Pozo. Easy entry point. They read the circle and the plane pass perfectly. So I got to say that the rotations on this game are a lot cleaner than what we've seen throughout the entirety of these first 3 games.
I will say, because we started with 15 teams due to SCG dropping out, and we've had 3 squad wipes, we're already down to 12 teams, 46 players. So that in turn does allow for an automatic higher amount of landmass available coming into the circle for these teams. That might allow some teams who are on the edge of circle to push in a bit more aggressively or riskily, knowing that there's technically a higher chance of more land being available. But you still got to get the information, as B2R are looking to get the information onto KHK.
Yep, that's going to be a little bit of action coming their way. Really, KHK, they win this position first. It's mine. Get away. But they could be a little bit they could try and contest it away. You never know. I do not think that fight is worth taking for B2R. I think that they know, okay, a team is on top of that position. There's still many compounds to aim for. That fight does not make sense. But seems like it's going to make sense to them, as Pixie's going to get exploded to smithereens and spread across D4. cardinal points of the map, apparently, down to pieces. So very unfortunate run of events. But it seems like they are going to be fully committing to this one. And I fully disagree with BTR trying to take this one. I think that here you just take the more passive approach, but they want to push it, and they lost a player, and they're still a 4-man team for KHK. And we know how good they are, especially thanks to having one of the new additions of Hansley to the team. I just don't think this makes sense for BTR to push, but they're still going to give it a fair shot. And you know what? Fair enough. If you want to go for it, feels good, man. But I do not think in a grand scheme of things it makes any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I know Miramar does tend to favor teams kind of not pushing aggressively on a team, right? Kind of going for that kind of slightly longer distance engagement, looking for a knock. But for me, it seemed like B2K didn't really like look to B2R, should I say. They should have gone a bit more full send, a bit more aggressive. They went for kind of a wraparound, but without any real commitment, without any real kind of push, it made it so much easier for KHK to pick up that knock, confirm it into a kill. And you're right. They should just back away. Back away completely.
Oh, Bluebees, though, seem like they don't want the same result as what happened in Game 3 on Orangle. They're going to try their best to hold on to the edge of these circles and avoid getting baited twice in a row. That would be a big improvement. Though LND down below, fortunately not in the best spot either. They can't afford to really move uphill, otherwise they're going to get picked up like absolutely nothing by the entirety of Bluebees. We're checking out the team currently eliminated. What a squad. STP and SWAT 69. They went down the drain. They're going to be up to now top 12 teams. Rising Glory still down to one player, so not really the play. But yeah, Coot. We talked about them. And they did cross on over. But it seemed like, and you were talking about that they're in top position. You know what? I was a little bit mean to the guys. Okay, I'll take it back. I do think that Go Ned playing extremely passive might be the play, but I still think that staying there too long might be a little bit of an issue. But I think that to avoid going down early and they want to just get some consistent point influx, that is one of the ways to do so.
But one thing I love about it is that they haven't committed to the island. They haven't gone into kind of the central part of the island. They've kept to the bridge, and I think that's really healthy. It's the bridge to Valdemar, but it's still a much easier, it's a much easier exit point onto the mainland. Plus, they already actually have a player across the bridge. That's great preparations. We're going to see this next phase pop up. Max, it shifts quite heavily up north, and Kuda thinking, really, come on. Like, I know we prepared, but gives a little bit of a break. They deserve to be tested, though. They're currently first in the overall standings. Let's make it a little bit more difficult for them.
So now, if BTR want to push onto KHK, I'm saying, man, you go for it. That position is now just increased in value so much. It's so big, but they're going to get backstabbed potentially by Cute very, very soon. So we're going to have some big points of pressure happening over there. Morph also, they're golden in their position. They're going to be good to go. Only Titan, they can shift around the northwestern edge, go straight up north even if they want to. I think they're going to be good. There you go. OCO looking for the shots. Able to put Zamin down to a slither of HP. He's waiting for the backup because the entirety of Bluebees is not currently here and ready to go for the push. So Bluebees, don't push it. Take it chill. Push when the full team is there. This is a little bit too early. I'm scared, but you know what? It works out fine. OCO is feeling pretty damn confident. It's a little jump shot. One connects, surprisingly enough. He's going to keep pushing that one on a 1v1 scenario. But Adley, with the third-person perspective, should be able to normally get the damage through pretty easily. But you know what? He's going to move on back. That grenade had a good idea, had the proper intention. That grenade's not going to be cooked up. Adley, that should be a pretty easy dodge for him. But yeah, this is not the cleanest initial engage, but they make up for it pretty nicely. Atishan, good angle with the M4. Going to get an instant kill. That's going to be the first kill, I believe, of this game for Bluebees. As they're going to try and wrap this one off in style. And this is not a central compound by any stretch of the imagination, but you have to make it through here alive to make it into the circle itself.
That was perfectly played by Bluebees. And now the rest of RXN are going to have another squad pushing on towards their space. Boom. Esports coming in from behind. And knockdown comes on through onto Rexpect. That leaves just B Samurai left on his own.
Yep, Boom, they're going to be the contenders of this position. Shots are going to be blazing left, right, and center. Seem like Boom now, the information has been granted over. RXN, they've still got one. Samurai, let's see if he can just get some ninja moves down on the opposition. Going to be a pretty hard one. Yeah, Bluebees here, unfortunately, they are pinned. And I do like it, though. They have a nice, very good 2-2 split. And they're trying to wrap around them to the side, but Boom, they are fully alert of this one. And Boom, Imperium. I can't believe it when I say this, but they're actually playing together. So this is actually potential win condition for them.
So are Bluebees. Bluebees are playing incredibly well together right now. They're being controlling, they're being aggressive, they're taking their time as well, getting into the right notes. For B Samurai, all he can hope is that the two teams around him look to take each other out. Otherwise, it's going to be a matter of Samu back in the R for B Samurai and the whole of RXN Pakistan in this fourth game of the day.
Seems like Boom are not really too interested with this one. They're going to extract themselves away from the equation and leave Bluebees remaining. And Bluebees, they know for a straight up fact there was not a squad wipeout because they had to confirm the kills manually onto the players of RXN. So they know there's one player that should technically still be into this one. So that's why they're going to push as a team. Really good push from Bluebees, making up for a little bit of a weird engage initially. And you know what? This is going to be exactly what they need to do. Samurai knows he's getting surrounded. There's not really much can do. Great off angle by Momoko. And there you go. We're set and done. RXN out of the picture, out in 12th position. 11 teams now remain, but that was a way cleaner push from Bluebees.
So clean. And you mentioned about kind of XQX cooking up that grenade that it wasn't like, you know, really well cooked. It was intended not to be because Ido-chan was in that building on the other side. And just that little bit of teamwork, that coordination from Bluebees was so valuable. But that circle, that shift, that is not valuable to Bluebees. That's a hard northeast shift.
Yeah, I do agree though with the fact of that grenade. It did allow them to push out. I just think that they did tend to push a little bit one by one initially, and it was a little bit, it wasn't as clean as it could have been. But you know what? They still come out on top, and that's all I have to say. I can't argue with results at the end of the day. But though you said it, this circle is a rather interesting one. It is not fun to play with, very flat terrain. No teams are in there whatsoever as of right now. So the first few teams that make it over there will be the kings of the map of Miramar. It's now Bluebees. They're going to go downhill once more. As they're going from fight to fight, they're having no break, but it's so unfortunate. They supposedly had the squad wipeout to RXN, but a few of those kills got stolen away by Boom, so they only got 2 to their name right now, which, and that's a very unfortunate run of events for them. Those 2 kills could have made a pretty big difference in the rankings.
Yeah, it definitely could, but they've still got a decent time to go. They can make up for it, so to speak, as Bluebees are spraying up towards B2R. The shots are being fired off, but B2R, they're only going to survive for so long in the open road. They're in for the pickings. Another knockdown comes on through, and Bluebees are finding the kills for their side.
Hey, dude, 3 kills. I'll take those. Thank you. Bluebees, they're appreciating life. As, unfortunately for them on the other side, they're going to have to hit the deck. Bluebees going to try and split a little bit, which I do like it. They understand. They're reading this circle so well. They understand, okay, the circle shifting up north. That means there's going to be a big concentration of teams down in the southern section of this circle, which makes a lot of sense. They're reading that perfectly well, which is why you've seen so many teams funnel towards that western road. And I think that a lot of teams have the same idea, and it's a good idea at that, but when all the teams have the same idea, it does end up a little bit abruptly, I would say. Zeto-chan, IGL once again of Bluebees. One nade could be the despair call of B2R. Someone going to be on point. A little bit off. Back into the car. Oh, no. Okay, there you go. M16 a few. 3. Oh, whoa. Okay, we just got through there. Damn, he's just trying to... He's an absolute mad lad. This is not Mad Max, this is PUBG Mobile. We've got to calm yourself down a little bit, but you know what? That's going to be all good and done. But Bluebees understand that they're going to be surrounded by teams. They can't allow to overstep their welcome. They're going to look for a compound. It's still not in the circle itself, so they got to keep on moving.
Oh my lord. That's what I love about Bluebees, is that they're running and gunning, so to speak. They're not just rotating to survive. They're genuinely rotating to push in to the edge of the circle. Plus, they're at the kind of mindset where they're going, okay, we've already gotten kills. Let's see if we can get some more. It might be compromising our position in the circle, but we are confident, guys. We are confident as they pick up another kill onto Rubik.
Great scouting from Summer, by the way, for Morph towards this position of the compound central. They're going to be in a good spot, though. Yeah, the blue zone is not looking good. 0, maybe. Oh, my God. That's way too close for comfort. He makes it out alive. For how long, though? He's going to make it down below. He's the last player of Bluebees. And Rubik, unfortunately, left in the dust, in the blue zone. And now he just has to heal. He's still got 2 first aids, 9 bandages. So he should be good. But for how long as the circle keeps shifting away from Bluebees? These guys are unlucky as hell.
How is this a Chumacera finish? I was not expecting it. Let's be fair, I was genuinely not expecting an Edge of Chumacera finish. That has been some wild circle shifts considering what we saw in Phase 1 as Rubik suffers a casualty at the hands of a beautiful grenade from LND.
Yeah, Aladdin just asked the genie to offer him some really good aim on this grenade, and you know what? He granted his wish. And he's going to be putting himself in a good spot. Imperium, don't shake your head to me. You have even worse jokes than me sometimes. With that said, we're going to keep on going into this one.
I'm proud.
Yeah, I've learned from the best. As LND still, we said it, they got himself a really good position. But for how long? Because their position is about to get engulfed by the blue. So they need to start moving forward. If they can just send a scout forward, that'll be amazing. But there you go. The Battle of Nades is going to be cruising on through. But Morph able to hold on to this ridge line for so long is actually nuts.
A little bit of circle look, I can say, because they held on to the southern hills of Chumisera from the start of the game anyway. But the fact that they've been able to pick up multiple kills across the board, they're controlling, they're pushing DPMF back away from them, creating more of an encapsulated position in circle. They're currently on 7 kills.
Yes.
This is Morph. Oh, my lord. Boom. You take the shots. You got to reposition as soon as possible. You overpeaked, my friend. You paid the price.
Hansley was Omae mu shinderu nani and just trainer back and he's gone. There you go. See you later, alligator. That was good time knowing you, but Hansley popping off as he does throughout any event, even in African PMCO. Coot though, running for their money, trying their best to make it out, but I said it, this guy has been scouting so well for the entirety of Morph, and he's been the reason why they were able to get himself in a nice central position so early on. But now he's going to be going for the push with a muscle car, but Coot still running their way forward.
Beautiful.
It's phase 5. You can't afford to stay here for too long, Coot. You need to make it out right now. And yes, Samo's literally just picking up kills so easily. They are running to steal away the #1 spot away from Coot. And they're out. They're gone. That's huge.
Yep. It's huge. It's massive for Morph Esports. It's massive for their climb back up. As the last player of Booms is just trying, one of the last 2 players of Boom is just trying to dance around the bullets that's being sprayed out by KHK, but Boom have a better position coming in on the edge of the circle, and KHK, they lose 2 getting knocked down.
I gotta say, huge respect coming the way of KHK. I think they had some of the cleanest, if not the cleanest rotations of this entire game. Their way of avoiding teams has just been clinical from start to finish. But now, unfortunately, it's late game, you're supposed to encounter teams and take the fights, and that's where they tend to struggle a little bit. So we'll see if they can maybe turn the tides in their favor. Though, still shot. One of the top damage dealers, by the way, last game. The reason why Boom died so early on game 3. And he is, once again, coming into this one, trying to take as many names as possible. We'll see if DPMF Venom can maybe take themselves this game. That'll be a huge turnaround for them. But they're still not into the circle, and they've got to make their way through an open land. And Morph, you know for sure, they're not going to allow that to happen.
I thought Boom were down to 3 players, but they still have a full squad up, to be fair. Credit to them. They got 3 players up front, 1 player down the back. They have the low ground of that circle. They could take this away from Morph as they're firing up onto KHK.
You know what? That's a call of desperation. They have no other idea of what they have to do. They're just forced in this position. They have no option in the matter. One sneaky grenade. Is it going to be a Kobe? Could be a close one. Gonna pair it up with a Molly too. I guess them take damage. The Molly a little bit too far. But KHK, if they have no meds, this is going to be the end of the road for them. And very unfortunately, only Titans also eliminated in top 5. That's still a relatively good performance in how they've been playing throughout these first 3 games. Now, there you go, top 4 in this one. Unfortunately for him, that's going to be the side of Venom taken out of the equation entirely. And so will be the case of another team coming down very soon, hopefully. But Boom, we said it, they're still up as a 4-man crew on the road like this. This is so surprising, but man, the circle luck for Morph has been insane this game. What the hell?
But 12 kills! So not only have they got the circle look, but they've created their position. They've pushed in. They've gotten aggressive right from the start of this game. Now they're into the final 3. They still have a full squad up, but they got Boom in front of them. They do have the circle advantage. Plus, as far as I know, with the last player of KHK in play, the shots are being fired by Morph, looking for Boom.
How are you going to push this one, Morph? You've got to give it your best engage. You need to be there as a 4-man team. They need 41 points to catch up to #1 position, so every single kill is indeed going to count. They got the high ground position. These smokes making it a little bit harder for them. There you go. Voka's going to be knocked away instantly. Really good stuff from Taka. And now they're down to 1. It's going to be Miya. And unfortunately, Miya is just not with the rest of his team, so he can't do much. And Morph, they're going to push it. They know they got the advantage. There's nothing Boom can do. And that is an insane one. Still Boom, 8 kills, 3rd position. That's still a pop-off performance. But KHK, sneaky KHK on the angle. They forgot about Sully. And because of that, they're going to steal away that 2nd spot away from Boom. But Morph still has a 4-man team. We all know what's going to happen here, Imperium. As your fan, hey, maybe not. Have I talked too soon? Sully, the man himself, the beast from South Africa, might be taking an upset up to Morph. It's Morph taking it slow now. They know exactly where Sully is. They know for a fact that he's the last player, so they need to pin him down, surround him, and I think that Sully might decide to go down to the blue zone to deny an extra point away from Morph, and that's exactly what's going to do. I think that was the best idea to go for, and there we go. Game number 4 coming the way of Morph. We knew it was going to happen, and just like Class Digital Athletics, they learned how to close off these games, Imperium.
But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? Either way, we'll find out. At the end of the day, Morph deserved that chicken dinner so much. It was a perfectly executed game from start to finish. From phase 1 right until the very end phase, it was magnificent. Summer getting 8 kills. I believe that's the highest amount of kills in one game we've had in today's game so far from an individual player. Fantastic for Morph.
I can't believe what has just happened. Imperium, I feel like they potentially heard you talking and thought, you know what, we're going to prove you wrong.
There you go.
Hey, I did say, can you prove me wrong? To be fair, can you prove me wrong? And Morph so far, low-key proved me wrong, but it has to become hard key. It has to be that like next game win. It has to be that next game dominating performance as well.
We'll take a look at the overall standings in a little bit and see if things have changed. But let's talk about that particular game. Morph played it really well. KHK, I'm biased. I'm from South Africa. I was really impressed with Sully. I mean, there were so many moments, though, from the get-go. I think the whole pace changed since the break. All the teams came out. We had those early engagements. We had the early team swipes. It's almost as if everyone went, you know what, it's game on now. I have so many things I want to talk about. I don't even know where to start, so I'm going to make my job easier. Max, where do you want to start? What was the big standout for you?
Oh, so I have to find the topic now. Wait. At the end, there was just so many things to break down in that game. Of course, we're only going to have one Miramar game, so we were expecting potentially to have some hot drops happen. I was not expecting this many early game interactions between teams. I think it was definitely a little bit more than average. I said it at the very start, is like, this is feeling more aggressive than Sanhok, which typically does not happen on Miramar. This is the biggest map in the game. Sanhok is the smallest, and yet this was the most aggressive early game we've had throughout the entirety of these games today. So a little bit surprising in that point, at least. But I said it coming into the mid game, and I think the Imperium, you can also fully agree with me on this one. The rotations from a lot of these teams were just clinical. Bluebees, their best rotations throughout the entirety of today was now. Same for KHK, avoiding all of the fights and only getting involved until the very later stages. Sure, they did struggle, but Sully survived long enough to take a second position. And because of the point system, second position, man, that's 14 points. That's amazing. And now they're putting himself potentially in the race to get really high in the overall standings. I loved it. This was a great Miramar game.
Imperium, for you, I mean, what was the performance from Morph? What do you think it was that set them apart from all the other teams?
It really, sure. And I think Max hit the nail on the head. That support play from Summer was just perfectly integral for them to... Wow. Okay, Morph. Do it hard. Like, he's seriously, like, highest kills 8. But just to end my point, because I don't think it needs to really be extended, it was that control. From circle to circle, that control, that push, that support, the positioning, the confidence behind every single step. Like, literally every single step they made had a purpose. And when there's purpose behind it, boom, that's the result.
That is the result. I honestly think that after our last desk where you said that you don't think anyone can catch Kuda, I imagine all of Morph sitting down going, challenge accepted. And this is what has now happened. Another team, though, that I thought was really impressive, and we finally got to see what they've got, Max, was Bluebees. I thought they were so aggressive from the get-go. They just went out there going, we're not finishing in 16th place. Really good play from them as well.
I really enjoyed it. I think I did critique a little bit early on that breach initially that they did take upon that compound down south of the circle. I think it was a little bit all over the place, but at the end, how they executed on it, once the team followed up on it, I think was some of the cleanest fights we've seen today from Bluebees. Bluebees are, in my eyes, our team that embody inconsistency. They can have some really bad performances, 0 points. They did it back-to-back on game 1, game 2, and then they have some of the most... insane games, and this is the Bluebees I want to see all the time. If they can play on this level 24/7, every single tournament they get involved with, I think we could be seeing Bluebees just be literally not only on top of this tournament, but on top of the international stage, dominating and fighting up against the likes of Bigatron, 4 Men, Nova. I think they could, but it's just because they are so inconsistent, they don't always play like this. But if they do like this more, I really think we could be seeing them go a really, really long way in the competitive scene.
I'd be interested to just take your attention back to that final battle where it was I can't even say 3 teams, the 2 teams and a man. And Sully, obviously, he knew that he was left standing. He knew that if he just let them fight it out, he could sort of sneaky snake his way into a decent placement. Did Boom or Morph even notice that he was there, do you think, Imperium? It seemed like they hadn't really paid attention and they were so concerned with one another.
No, Boom knew that he was there, but sometimes you've got to take that risk between trying to like finish off a team or focusing on your position in the circle. And I think Boom knew that, okay, the risk is that they finish in third rather than second. But if they had have gone for the kill on the Sully, they could still have been just as easily backstabbed by Morph. And so I think they were right to go for that kind of fight onto Morph rather than stay tunnel visioned on KHK. It just unfortunately still didn't work out for them because the strength of Morph was so big in that game.
So we do have access to the scores, and there has been quite a big change. So I can confirm right now. So if you remember, when we last looked after map 3, there was, I think, something like a 30-point difference between first and second
34.
place. Well, right now, there we go, 34. My maths is the same as Max. Right now, that gap has been closed considerably because Coots is still on the top with 79 points, but Morph has been able to push themselves up to second place, 67 points, 2 more maps to go. Now, that number 1 spot, Imperium, do you want to take back what you said? Because now, that seems like a gap that can be closed.
Backtrack. He's going to keep on going. He's going.
You know what?
Take it back. Back it up.
No, I'm not taking it back. You know what? I'm sticking it down. This Coot, you know what? Coot just said to the other teams, you know what? We've had 2 chicken dinners. We'll let you shine for this. Game 4, we'll take a step back. We got this. It's fine. Plus, to be fair to Coot, and I'm going to say this is a legitimate point, their 2 chicken dinners have both been in Erangel. What map is next? Erangel. There you go.
Fair enough. That is a fair point. I think what's also interesting here is just to show you how important these placement points are. KHK, they were in 15th place at the break. They have moved all the way up into 7th. They've been able to crack the top 10, sitting on 31 points. They are 1 point off Oni Titans, who's in 6th place, as well as OPM, who's in 5th. So now it becomes very close. If you take a look, and in that top 3, of course, like I said, Coots with 79, Morph with 67, Rubik sitting on 52 points. It's a really tight game now, Max. It just shows you one map and everything's turned on its head, right?
Exactly. When it's such a short-term tournament, one game can make the entire difference, and it just changes your entire expectations of what to really expect coming into the next few games. So we got 2 games happening now, and I did say, the second game on Erangel, I think that one was going to remain pretty redundant and very similar, which did end up being the case in some way, shape, or form. This one, I think we're going to see some relatively big shifts. I think they are, especially looking at the likes of Rubik. I think that they are still at a point where it's going to be relatively hard to make up for that point discrepancy and to get back in number 1. So I think we could be seeing a team like Rubik eventually come in absolutely guns blazing in this next game and try and catch up with kills. Then they might try and pinpoint some specific teams and be like, okay, this team, they haven't been doing too good. Let's try and fight them early on and try and give ourselves the keys to success to try and catch up. So I think we might be seeing a few little divergent points coming into this 5th game, which I think will help or maybe take away the odds of a team to catch up to that top 3.
So Imperium did mention it though. Coots obviously got their 2 chicken dinners on Erangel. We're going there now. What does Rubik and Morph have to do in order to ensure that they don't give away those points? Do they change up the way that they've been playing?
I think that
Max?
I think they can stick to it for quite a bit, and I think that Rubik especially is going to be the one I'm looking out for. Rubik, they took that game on Sanhok, and I got to say that's the only reason they are so high in the standings right now. I want to see a little bit of a change of pacing coming out on this next game on Erangel. I don't think change your rotation or change your playstyle in general because it worked out, and I think that how they played that Sanhok game was a really strong showing of what they can do on their A game. I just want to see them be a little bit more methodical coming onto an Erangel game. I just put a big focus onto scouting, get to those positions, avoid fights if possible. You're still in a good spot, but at the end, kills are still going to be relatively important for them to try and close that gap. It might be the divergent point between first, second, and third. So I just think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked for you in the past. Keep on going, but just be a little bit more confident, I would say. Don't hesitate to go for fights if they make sense.
Imperium, off the back of that, I mean, I'm going to just make you speak about Kroot now because you've obviously called it. You believe that they've got it. Mental game, though. I mean, this is the world final, so we can pretend that it doesn't come into play, but there is a mental game at play. Does Kroot start getting worried now so quickly? Their big gap is closed. Didn't have such a great Miramar. Do you think maybe they come into Erangel now being a little bit concerned?
To be fair, you make a really good point. You genuinely do. The mental game of, they say it's one thing getting to the top, it's another thing staying on top, right? Because the only way is down at that point. So yes, the mental game for Kroot is going to have to be absolutely on point. That's where the IGLing is going to have to be cool, calm, and collected. The morale of the team is going to have to, especially off what was a shaky Miramar game, to be fair, is going to have to be, hey, cool, forget about the last game. It's fine. We play our own game in Erangel. So you make a really good point. I don't think they'll have too much of an issue. The most important thing is that they also adapt, because if you think about it, in the third game of Erangel, or at least the first 2-3 games, there was less teams being aggressive, which allowed a team like Kroot, who are naturally a little bit more aggressive, to benefit from that, to take advantage of that. Whereas they've just come off a Miramar game in which at least 2 more teams were more aggressive, a little bit more controlling. Morph and Bluebees, they need to be looking at this Erangel game going, there's at least 8 more players that are willing to take fights. Let's maybe be a bit more calculated, a little bit more stable with our positioning. Don't go in too wildly, otherwise there's a higher chance we'll get burned. That's where they've got to adapt.
Off the back of what Imperium just said, I mean, he mentioned a lot of that aggression, some of the passive plays we saw in Erangel earlier, Max. What do you think is going to happen here? Do you think it will still be quite a passively played map, or do you think a lot of these teams are going to go, you know what, we've got nothing to lose, let's come in and get really aggressive?
I was going to say exactly that some of these teams got literally nothing to lose. And I remember when we were doing PMGC League stage, I was talking with D-Man, and he said teams when they have nothing to lose is when they are playing at their scariest level. Yeah. They will go for some rotations that they don't usually play. So it's really hard to analyze what they're going to be doing, and it's hard to adjust because they do something just so out there, so out of the ordinary, that it can make your play a little bit harder to execute upon. So we could be seeing the odds and the chances of these top teams rendered useless and just crumbling to pieces under their very eyes because of these teams that are on the bottom side of the standings. They're like, yeah, as you said, they got nothing to lose, so they're just going to be trying to pop off. As we have the overall standings, then we're going to be finally seeing exactly what we're playing with. And yeah, man, Team Kroot sweating a little bit, I would say here.
This is really nice because now you get a chance to see how much of a difference certain moves have made. KHK being able to move themselves up. Team Kroot now has to stress a little bit. Imperium. Anything else there that catches your eye?
Yeah, what does catch my eye is Oni Titans.
Yeah, I was about to say,
because they're a team that we talked about being quite passive, yet they have 27 kill points and only 5 placement points. So, fair play. They still need to massively improve on their placement points, don't get me wrong, but unless maybe that's the other way around, but I don't know. Either way, if that's the case, if Only Titans do have 27 kill points, they will want to balance that out with higher placement points.
It's really come close. I mean, I think when we hit the break after the 3 games, when we were halfway through the competition, we kind of said, you know what, this is going to be a runaway. It looked like there was a firm favorite. One game has completely changed this up. It's really sort of equal footing. I want to talk a bit broader here, though. I think what's very exciting is obviously every single one of these teams competed through their regional finals to come to the global finals. We couldn't have a LAN, so this is the best next thing, if you like. And every single one of these teams has performed. There hasn't been a team, in my opinion, that looks weak. Maybe some inconsistencies, but for the most part, Max, every single one of these teams has done such a good job at representing their region and representing PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, they're part of the best of this Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 tournament overall. So just making it this far in its zone is just a huge achievement. And I think that every single team deserves a big pat on the back for that. And you said also the teams have been doing really good in this event. And I agree with that one too. Maybe not as consistent as you might expect, but some teams are just able to get those one little shiny pieces of hope, and they just did an absolutely awesome play that is going to make it so that we remember them until for absolutely ever. So I got to say that yes, we have some teams here that have been shown some really good performances from time to time, but I keep saying it, the name of the game is consistency, especially when you start hitting the official circuits, the PMGCs, the PMPL, all that stuff. Being consistent is relatively strong, but when you're seeing here on these kind of tournaments, teams that are on top, like Coot, might be a completely different ball game on another type of tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams do in this end of the tournament, and also what they can do in the other official tournaments that will be happening throughout the year.
I'm excited to see the future of PUBG Mobile, courtesy of this Red Bull M.E.O Season 3. But I'm also excited to see our second last game. So Max, Imperium, let's jump into it and find out if Coot can grab a third chicken dinner.
I'm going to see if she can call it properly. Thank you so much, Sam. We're going to be getting ourselves once again onto the grassy pastures of Erangel to see exactly what's going to be on the menu once more. Imperium, are you feeling it? Are you feeling the back-to-back-to-back win from Coot on Erangel? Are you feeling another team here?
No, I actually think it's going to be another team. I'm not saying Coot are going to do bad, but I do feel it's going to be another team, because I do think, you know, as we've mentioned, as we've talked about, as you've rightly mentioned, you know, we're getting into the second last game out of 6. Backs against the wall, you're feeling looser. Whether or not you've had a good or a bad day, but you're wanting to kind of maybe end on a strong note, you know, go all guns blazing, whatever you want to call it. So I don't think it's going to be as easy for Coot this game, but they can still pull it out of the bag.
I think you also got teams slowly adapting to their playstyle. That's going to be the main issue, that they've been able to know where they drop, they know how they rotate. If you want to put a few pebbles in their shoes, one way to do so is to just be one of the lower side teams. Just be, okay, we see Coot, we look at you, we're going to mess up your chances of making it in number 1 position. It could happen, and I think that teams that tend to play like that, they're not the most loved teams in the chat, that's for sure. We've seen it happen with Kanina Power Navi back in the day, Imperium, for EMEA League, but you never know. We could be seeing teams trying to just mess a little bit with the overall matrix over here.
Yeah, for sure. It's a legitimate part of the game. It may not be the most morally encompassing strategy, but it's still a strategy nonetheless. You got to do what you can within the rules to gain on top, to get on top of your opponents. And you know, when Coot were coming into the last game in Miramar, and even this game, on top with that massive point difference, they put a target on their back, right? They put a target on their back. So of course, people are gonna be foaming at the mouth to get a knock onto one of their players, or keep an eye on the kill feed and recognize, oh, Coot player has gone down from that point, right? So definitely. And I would even say the same for now more from Bluebees, right? They've come off the back of a fantastic game in Miramar. Teams like Coot, maybe Rubik, you know, they're going to boom. They're going to be looking and going, oh, okay, Coot, Bluebees, watch out for those guys.
Better be a little bit careful if you get close to them, for sure. We'll have to see if that's going to be coming on through. Though we were talking about a few teams that did really good, and I think that one of the teams that I think deserves a lot of respect for that last game, especially thanks to Sully, was KHK. From one last game alone on Miramar, 15th to 7th. That's an extremely big jump forward. That's a leap forward, even, I would say. So I think that you got some of these teams that in the final moments have been able to, step up, rise to the occasion, and get himself in a somewhat comfortable position. Maybe not the best one. You're not going to be that number one position team, but you still have some prize pool distribution for the few of the top teams overall in this event. So even if you're not going for first, aiming for second, third, fourth is still relatively good to go for. So we'll be seeing exactly what's going to be coming on through. We saw some stats there, happening, and it was showing a lot of Rise on Glory. Maybe a foreshadowing coming on through. Rise on Glory win, maybe happening here.
Foreshadowing. Are your spidey senses tingling, Maxman?
You know what? I'm going to say it, man. Okay, I'm going to say Rise and Glory win. Just off of that, I'm going to say they win. There you go. That's my team I'm betting
Boom.
for. Okay,
cool. We have talked about a couple of others, and on a side note, when we did see the leaderboard as a graphic, it was switched around. So what you saw as kill points were actually placement points, and what you saw as placement points were actually kill points on a side note. So, my point about only Titans is what we said about them being passive is fully confirmed. They have like 27 placement points and 5 kill points. To be fair to them and give them credit, it still got them into 6th place overall in the standings. I would like to see them get more kills because, 5 kills in 4 games it's not the best. It really isn't. It's really not the best. Let's be fair. It's just over 1 kill per game. However, when the point system is what it is, and you're adapting like only Titans kind of maybe low-key are, hey, let's see what they can do coming into Game 5. Mix that or balance that strong placement results with a couple of extra kills, and they could easily get into the top 3.
As you see once again here, we're ready to jump to match 5. I was looking at the Turkish casters like, man, what if we lip sync? Like, they say stuff like, oh, no, Maxman Imperium. Like, they're really cool guys, actually. I really like them. They're really but I'm really bad at lip syncing, so I'm not going to do it. But that's okay. Back onto Erangel once more. Going to be seeing what we're going to be dealt with once more. Once again, one team was not able to show up for the remainder of these games today, which is why we only have 15 teams in the lobby. But this time, 59 players. It seemed like one team's going to be down 2, potentially 3. So hopefully team will be able to overcome that overall hurdle. As this playing path is pretty good, I say. Imperium, very nice. As we're going to be seeing exactly what we're going to be dealt with over here. Yes, very nice.
Yeah, real good. Real good playing path. Absolutely can't complain. Coot are going to go for a drop onto Military Island. Same with Rise on Glory. Now, whether or not... Yeah, Rise on Glory might actually go to Novo. And Morph are also dropping on Military Island as well. Morph normally go to Military Island, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm low-key not surprised. But interesting to have 3 teams on the island already.
Yeah, quite a few seem like they're going to be taking those odds for themselves. Especially, as always, this playing path is good, but it doesn't really matter if the Phase 1 circle is not fun to play with. So, hopefully, I would like to see a George Paul finish, or at least a surrounding era George Paul finish. I think is there you go. Hey, you know what? It's relatively close. I like it. It's going to be over to the western coastal line. We know for a fact it's not going to go into military, so that's going to be also big. Morph drop there this time around, and it seems like Morph already rotating with a car. They might actually encounter player Nico very closely, so we might have a few early shots exchanged in that position.
This is a little bit of a similar circle that we saw in the second Erangel game of the day, game 3. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing because it allows the teams to play off what they learned from that previous Erangel game, adjust it should they have had a bad rotation, and go from there in the first couple of phases. I am expecting, because of that playing path is pretty complementary to the Phase 1 circle, I'm not expecting too much hassle, too much competition. I'm super curious, though, how the teams in the Military Island are going to rotate into the mainland into these circles.
That is, if they have to rotate, which will not be the case of KHK. They drop Northern George Paul, so literally they are set up for success. They don't have to move. Just loot up there, take it very laid back. You are absolutely golden when it comes down to it. Other than that, yeah, some teams are going to have to try and play for it. And the main issue with this phase 1 circle is that it's already somewhat telling of what kind of terrain you're going to have to play with, unless you have some big hard shifts and it ends up on Everest, which could end up being the case. We had some wild shifts today. I'm expecting this one to be teams trying to take as much control as possible of hilltops, high ground positions. Reason why this circle, there are not many compounds. If it keeps centering up in many times in a row, the amount of compounds is to an all-time low compared to a central circle or even another northern or eastern circle.
For sure.
So teams that enter play and scout early on are going to be heavily rewarded with relatively strong spots to play from.
That's so true. That is so true. But that's where you got to see the adaptability of teams, not only from the latter angle game, but to their own gameplay individually. As an example, Boom, like to go to Yasnaya. They have got a bit of a spread where they send one player down towards farm. That's possibly them adapting to the point where they're able to have that scout gathering information close to the circle, while what a squad going to be facing a little bit of pressure from LND rotating close by to them.
Few shots in the open from Farmer. One mid farm kills just now, though, so he's going to be keeping on going on to the move. Very nice casking, by the way. I do got to say, I am very unlucky when it comes down to those pulls, but this one is a banger for sure. Yeah, overall, what a squad. They have shown that they are a team that when they must, they will. And take from that what you want. They are a team that when they have to go for a specific call and a specific move, they are going to be doing so in really big ways. So I think that this could be another game where you could be seen them perform. They took away a top 3 position last Erangel game. Maybe convert that into a chicken dinner this one. That'll be a really good way to close off this Erangel adventure. Because, man, we're hyped, as we said, Imperium. This is the final Erangel of this entire event for the Eastern region, at least. Next map is going to be the Kendi, baby. Like, I am over the moon for that one.
Oh, for Kendi. It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Also long. Yeah.
For Rise on Glory, I really love their rotation from the military island max. They use the eastern bridge, utilizing the fact that most teams will be heading towards the western side where the circle is encapsulated. It makes complete sense. It doesn't mean their job is, let's say, any easier rotating into the circle, but the start of it is going to be good as Bluebees get caught out.
And we hyped them up for this game potentially. Oh, that's an unfortunate one. Respect, gotta say. He's been fragging out pretty consistently every single game, I do have to say. So, for RX and Pakistan, he has been one of these top players of the team. Bluebees, because of their current position being split early on, they can't regroup onto Mabuko. So that will be normally a very easy kill to confirm for them. So RXN, yeah, off to a really good start, I would have to say. Bluebees, though, taking some shots. They haven't given up on their teammate just yet. Going to try and keep him at bay. Maybe a little bit of smoke. And he's going to go for the nade, but unfortunately no one is there. He's going to try and maybe go for the confirm onto Mabuko. So he's going to be... okay, that was not the best grenade. But you know what?
Nope.
I respect the attempt. That's okay. Oh,
nice
sprays. Yeah, they're so split. Look at that. They're just surrounded. There's so many corners and angles that they just can't hold on to. And seem like, yeah, now RXN are going to reposition. They know exactly where the rest of Bluebees currently are. They can't go downhill, otherwise they're giving the advantage over to RXN. So Bluebees, they're forced in this fight and they just can't back away without a car.
But see, that's the difference even right now between how they're positioned here and the last game in Miramar. In Miramar, they stuck a lot closer together, whereas here, that separation, it's really hurting them. Whereas for RXN Pakistan, they're a 2-2 split, which means their ability to control a fight is a lot stronger. Their ability to not only get a knock, but confirm that knock is stronger. Their ability to get a revive should a player theirs get knocked is stronger. And they will look to punish Bluebees for that, although a deal does get knocked down.
Oh, good zoning from Bluebees, I do have to say. That's at least the one positive thing from this position they've been able to play around. Still, that 2-1 split is not going to really go in their favor if they play it for too long. Seems like they understood that RXN were not going to be fully committing to this push, so because of that, they used that little moment of chill time to extract themselves a little bit from that spot, go downhill, go back into the compound, and play from there on out. Maybe pick up a car, which seemed like that's what they're going to be trying their best to do.
Yeah.
Zero. Nice little shots, and it seemed like RXN understood that they are split themselves. These two teams are fully not ready to take a fight head on, so RXN also trying to move backwards, but Bluebies don't really want to allow this to happen. And I like how proactive they're trying to be now to stop RXN from retreating away from this fight.
I will give credit to Bluebies. They're definitely standing their ground in a strong way. They're showing that, hey, there is definitely risks to our kind of split positioning, but the advantage we do get of more information, we are using that to turn this fight around, or at least turn it away from a disadvantage to a more neutral engagement. I will say the longer they leave it for both teams to engage on each other, the higher chance they might get third party, because even though they're not super central to the circle, it is, you know, outside Primorsk. They could get gate kept. The shots are going to be heard. A team might look to explore that.
A little bit of gatekeeping should be coming into play for sure, Imperium. I would not be surprised whatsoever. This one, I like it. You know what? This is a lot more laid back. We did come into this game as 59 players, so now we're down already 3. And respect, no, respect. Oh, man, he jumped out a little bit. Yeah, thank you for my math. But yeah, respect jumps on a little bit too early. So it seemed like he's going to be falling to his death. And now it's Zamin solo versus Bluebies. And they got such a good spread. Like, this tree is just clearly not going to cover all of those angles. And he knows that he has to push it. He has no option. And he knows that he's going to be taken down. It was a call of despair. And unfortunately, in despair, he shall fall and remain. As RXN, Pakistan, will get eliminated in 15th position. Bluebies, you know what? Off of the bat of a little bit of a misplay on their position, they come out on top with an extra 4 kills to their name.
Fair play to them. Yeah, again, what initially looked bad, they turned it around, they stood their ground, and that is confidence. That's confidence and that's experience, right? That is experience of the PMGC flying on through. What a squad. Oh, they're going to trade blows with KHK and knock either side. Well, we can see that Ho Chung is little bit forward on his own. He does have support from his teammates, but his teammates will look to get possibly the revive on the Hey Boy.
That will be the case. Nice little spot to play from. But KHK, they've got the buildings, especially at this stage. It's going to be a pretty tricky one. They're trying to be the gatekeepers of the Northern Bridge, which I said at KHK. They got them from the very start because they dropped Northern George Pole. This is a position in which they have so much experience. They know this terrain like the back of their hand. And they're going to be heavily contested. And unfortunately, in the spot that they currently are, if we do see Water Squad take a little bit of a bigger spread, a wider spread, these angles, especially where Sully is, it's not going to make the cut. It's really not going to be enough to keep him alive. Nuke is going to try his best to crawl his way back to his team, but yeah, it's just KHK. Apparently, they got caught napping in that one, and they got heavily surprised by Water Squad. And I'm also looking out for Water Squad, what they're going to do. Nuke was able to actually make it to that rock, but yeah, it seems like he's just going to be picking up Sully, and he's just going to leave now because he knows that if they lose that car, they're dead, so they can't afford to overstep. So I like it. You know what? Sorry, Nukes, but the homies just can't stay anymore.
Sometimes it's just not worth trying to go for the revive, trying to keep your teammate alive. You just got to let him go, my friend. Let him go. We did see phase 2 pop up, and I think it went a little bit more up north than it did down south and a bit to east. Basically, a little bit of a central shift. Yeah, it did go to the east. Actually, a bit more down south than I thought. But it's going to have SWAT 69 in a strong position. You're going to see Coot and Boom also pretty good, but Boom are more kind of rotating compared to Coot and SWAT 69, while STP, they hold on to Gaka.
Now we've got the circle finally. This is going to be a really interesting game. It did shift away from the coastline, so a lot of water is going to be taken out of the equation. Though Morph, once again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Seem like they're going to be going straight for Pachinki Heels. They're already on top of it. Summer has to rejoin, and they shall rejoice as they're going to be getting what I would say is going to be the strongest position of this entire game. So they're going to be in a good spot. Though KHK, they're delaying their rotation over that bridge. And what a squad. They're just going to try and spread themselves a little bit thinly, take that control. This is the first time I see a crate in this position. A crate in crates. How fitting.
I was just
going to say, is that?
A crate with a crate within a crate.
It's Among Us. Who's the imposter? Who is it? Let's go.
It's crateception. A crate within a crate. Oh.
If you want Imperium, I'll give it to you. I'll yes, you take that one, Imperium. You take it. You tell them.
What? Okay. Thank you
I'm feeling bad for you. Yeah, man. Not there, man. I'm sorry. I can't.
Cool,
maybe later on. You know what? I'll give you a get out of jail free card from Monopoly later on. We'll be able to get ourselves a good game. So So yeah, so far though, this has been a relatively chill game. Since the early encounters we had with the likes of Bluebees and RXN, nothing has really happened. A lot of teams went really central, which I think makes a lot of sense. Reason why? You want to avoid moving as much as possible when you have a circle ending around Gatka fields, especially the section between Therapy and Gatka fields. You want to get a position and avoid moving as little as possible, which is why so many teams are central, because playing edge will actually be really troublesome because you know you're potentially going to have to make through so many teams to get to a semi-half decent spot. So I think that how these teams are playing this game to go central early on actually makes a lot of sense with the zone that was gifted to them.
And you saw a little thing that Boom was doing that I always mentioned that should be done. Even though he only had a red dot on that mini 14, taking a couple of shots, right? It's just saying to teams around you, hey, you know, we're here. We're here. Go near us, you're going to get knocked. It's so important because if you stay too passive, a team could, in theory, push in upon you. And yes, you might be able to catch them out. But at the end of the day, you don't want a team encroaching on your space. So making that noise was really good for Boom. And I love to see teams doing that more and more.
We saw it actually from 400 men in the PMGCs where it would be a field finish. One player would be dead center. You would have a mini 14 and he would shoot everyone. And it would like, oh, they're taking a lot of shots. This must be a full team. They're feeling so confident. But it was just one guy making sure that nobody gets close because he was just taking so many shots and applying pressure like equivalent of a 4-man team that they're doing it close. So playing around the mentality and the morale of the teams around you is a big portion of PUBG Mobile also. So the execution on that side, I've got to say, is pretty damn clean. As B2R, unfortunately, Gulda taken away. Very unfortunate. But you know what? They're still up as a 3-man, and they got himself a really good spot too. They're hoping for the circle to keep going up north. But the odds of that happening are going to be relatively slim, as they are pretty damn close to the edge when it comes down to it. So let's see how it goes. But there's going to be Water Squad making their way downhill, running fast, moving past, and going to go for the compound nearby.
They did get a kill onto Water Squad on their rotation, by the way.
Yes.
So Water Squad just opting to go, okay, we'll take the loss and we'll go ahead. We'll play for the phase 3 circle, and that makes sense. I'm a little bit surprised that B2R aren't maybe, I wouldn't say looking to push in on that, but they should be looking at this going, okay, we got a kill. They're going to be a little bit more scared. We can actually go a bit more aggressively to prepare for phase 3. I know rotating so late into a phase is risky, but I would definitely understand why B2R would opt to push down, as you are going to see this next phase shifting through.
There you go. Hey, central. This is why it was so good for all these teams to go central, because now they literally just don't have to move. And the teams that tended to play a little bit too long onto the outskirts, they are going to get somewhat punished here. I mean, especially looking at the Water Squad, there's no good compounds up north to still play with. I think LND will take the compound right down south of where they're currently localized. ROG also going to have to move. Same for the side of Only Titans. Also KHK, a little bit delayed. At KHK, they moved around from George Pole, trying to avoid Water Squad. But I think that is maybe a little bit too wide of a rotation, I would say. As it seemed like we are going to be seeing more potentially contested on Super Chink Heels. So, yeah, as you said, the only teams that are going to be in trouble are the teams that are out of the circle. And now they're going to have to fight for their spots.
I think L&D are in trouble as well, because, yes, they can shift down to Gatka, but it's very open down the south and the southeast of Gatka, and that is going to be very hard to deal with if the next circle shifts away. That's why STP, who went to Gatka on phase 1, shifted away on phase 2, and now they benefited from a rise of glory, or rise on glory, should I say. Looking for Oni Titans, but they're going to be very close to each other.
I like it. Alpha just stopped there. Okay, I'm not welcome here. I understand. Bye-bye. You just go straight for the other compound. Though, Bosky's going to find himself a nice shot for Rubik. It does sting a little bit, but you know what? They're in a good spot. They should be good. Barely makes it in. Oh, no. Okay, I take it back. Alpha does not make it on through. Wait, so, didn't Minecraft death sound, Imperium? What's happening there?
I'm just like, another player's gone down. Oh, another player's gone down. But they will get those revives up. Keep them up as a full squad. But here's the thing. You got a full squad in one building. One building. If that gets breached upon, 2 grenades, 2 mollies, they're out of here. they're out of here. Now, they're not going to get breached upon yet because the other teams that shot at them know that there's a number of teams around. But I definitely fear for Oni Titans.
Just in case you didn't see, KHK out of the equation. 14th position, should I say. So not really much coming their way. Only 1 point will be coming out from that position. So 0 kills this game. Big, it feels bad, man. In the long run here, we saw the circle. Not many compounds remaining. I can expect throughout this phase and also the next circle upon phase 4 is going to be a lot of crashes coming out for a lot of these teams. This is basically Imperium, the calm before the storm. You know that everything's going to be breaking through in just a few minutes time. The moment that phase 4 circle pops especially, that's where things are going to get a little bit dangerous. Also dangerous for these guys. So if you got a good compound, you should start ready to prepare yourself for a breach because you know that it could happen at any time in this game.
I like the fact that Oni Titans are still being somewhat proactive in that building, looking for a little bit of information. Also, only one team in Chopsticks, and that's STP. Normally, we have teams that will go like 2 or 3 teams that will go towards Chopsticks. I really like the fact that it's only one. Yes, SWAT69 does have a player on, split up on the buildings that's just to the south of Chopsticks. But other than that, it's just STP there. These teams are really, really well positioned on this 5th game of the day. And it does show, again, that these teams, to be fair, they've really adapted throughout these 4 or 5 games. They've really improved, they've grown, they've evolved around each other. And there's a certain level of mutual respect and understanding on how each other play as teams. And that's why we're seeing these games with like 13 teams, 48 players alive coming into phase 4.
We do have some really big improvements. I fully agree with that statement, Imperium. I think that we've been seeing teams definitely adjust on the fly, which is I would say, the hardest thing to do. Being able to adjust over a week, a month is relatively easy as long as you know exactly what you need to work on. But being able to do it on such a short-term tournament is actually really, really hard thing to do. So it's a huge big boy respect coming out to all the guys in this lobby, as we'll be seeing how things are going to be ensuing. But there we go. The calm before the storm, as I said, the circle pops and is once again into a position further down south, I would say, where teams are going to have to now fight and push for their spots. Rubik especially, they must be very sad about that position because their circle is just barely, their position is barely out of circle, so they're going to have to push their way forward quite a bit. Water Squad and Blue Bee is going to have to clash back and forth. Aitoshan, unfortunately, the IGL are going to be out of the equation as SQX OCO trying his best behind that position, third person perspective, going to have as much information as possible. But what a squad, they just don't really know where all the players are Blue Bees. So they're like, okay, we can't turn this entire compound under our control. Going to look for the future spot ahead, but OCO going to take that spray. Severe damage. They find one of the farmer. And they're going to keep on doing Rabbit jumping out from that spot. Unfortunately, not as he should have. And he's going to be causing his demise. 2 kills going to have Blue Bees. You know what? Blue Bees sending a bad position to a really, really good opportunity. Even other kill coming their way up to Hey Boy. He's just going to be continuing into the distance and will fall to his doom eventually. Blue Bees, I was like, there's no way they make it away, but the whales of the other squad just fall on down to nothing. So that's going to be 13th position for them. And Blue Bees, 5 kills to their name. That was a good showing, despite, I got to say, a little bit of a doubt in my mind.
Yeah, definitely a doubt in my mind. But fair play to Blue Bees. Definitely a mistake from Water Squad. Let's be fair. That was not the best of pushes. Not the best of pushes at all. SCP are going past Blue Bees. We also saw LND wrapping around both Blue Bees and Water Squad previously. And I said about LND's position in Gatka, how it was going to be risky if phase 4 shifted away. So they definitely reacted extremely quickly to phase 4 shift. Let's see if they can be rewarded for them. Now we see SWAT69 pushing in, and LND already ahead of them, but SWAT69 have a little bit more of a spread.
I do like this spread from SWAT69 overall. I think it works exactly as it's supposed to. You're just trying to make sure you're clearing the north, clearing the south, and also the west. I think that's going to be the most central point. But man, this circle luck. They play in D&D and they just rolled a 500 on a dice there. They're feeling absolutely set for success. And cute. And now the thing is, Imperium, as we always like to say, being gifted a circle is one thing, but being able to use it is a completely different aspect of the game. You know, teams are going to be tumbling in there. So cute, they're going to have actually quite a lot on their plate throughout the next few minutes.
Yeah, they will. There's going to have a lot of targets around, and 360-degree controllers going to have to come on through. And look who's pushed in. That's going to be the one and only Morph, baby.
Morph killed Coot last game on Miramar. Are they going to do that back-to-back? What an upset that would be. That Coot are giving the keys over to Morph to snatch away that top position in the leaderboards. This is one of the best matchups you could expect in this position, because whichever team takes control of this compound, I'm going to say it, they technically win the game. So, at the end of the day, this is a worthwhile fight. This is a fight that makes so much sense for Morph to take. But Coot, they're a little bit spread away from each other. Morph knows there's a team in this compound, but they just don't know exactly where they're pinned down to. Fidan taking some severe damage. Man, that Marley's been doing too much work. Gonna pop the medkit, but the second Marley is gonna cause his demise. He's gonna get cooked up to a crisp. It's barbecue time, baby. Morph picking up the kill. That's gonna be Coot down to 3 players. Break Ninja and also Astray. Can they turn the tides in their favor? That's the question to be answered.
But of course, the longer Morph leave it to really push in and secure space in this center compound, the higher chance they're going to get third-partied, right? That's why they have taken down that one player, while the rest of Coot are going to be on the other side of that compound. I don't mind this spread of Coot, but maybe a little bit more of a 2-2 rather than 1-1-1-1. That was maybe a little bit of a mistake, but either way, they'll be happy that they're still happy that they're going to have a central circle inside central position inside the circle.
Need 12 points from Morph, and they will be potentially ahead of Coot. That's what we need, but Coot, for that to happen, they need to get very minimal amount of points themselves. They're talking about that. They're going to be actually fragging out on the way. Oh, they're going to get as many frags as possible. OPMF Venom eliminated by Coot. Astray doing God's work in that one, and that's going to be increasing that gap between the side of Morph and also Coot. So that is actually going to be some super worthwhile kills that might have the long and impact you might expect throughout the entirety of this lobby. The Circle Shift once again on top of the compound, but we are going to be seeing actually a pretty good position coming out from Rise on Glory, maybe hoping to get a sneaky third party on the side of Coot.
And I will say only Titans have generally stayed alive, considering how risky of a position they were in previously. Broom, I believe, pushed in and took down LND on his side. Now, SWAT 69 has stayed alive. We've 8 teams left, 26 players. With that circle shift into the east, like you said, Rise on Glory could have a very cheeky chicken dinner on their hands.
Titans only and also BTR, they're just going to be waiting their best to maybe go for a sneaky third party, if possible, into the compound. But right now, Rubik is going to be the pebble in their shoe. Well, okay, I take it back. Not anymore. They're dead. There you go. That's the caster curse into action. They tried their best to take that fight, but unfortunately, that is just not going to be it. And Rubik dying out is going to be actually creating such a good opportunity for not only for the side of Morph to maybe get ahead, but also to create a huge difference in points between first, second, and third. So that is actually going to be huge for them. Only 2 kills for Morph so far, still holding on strong. But you can see down into the southern side. Boom, he said it. They're going to be coming in a little bit stronger here, taking more control into the field. If the circle goes south, this might just be a Boom chicken dinner.
This is a surprisingly passive Coot. To be fair, that's a surprisingly passive Coot. Oh. Look at a low ball grenade being cooked up by Zabra. Oh my lord, that is beautiful. Oh, a little bit undercooked. A little bit undercooked.
Gordon Ramsay is going to be saying it's raw. How dare you? That's not going to be working out for them. But Morph's still able to push them out of position for a fair bit. Now we're going to be looking at it. Rise on Glory. And their best to zone as much as possible down to the southeast. Nade onto Boom. This could be actually insane. Nico, show me what you can do. Cook properly. Going the right way. Did he just kill his teammate? I think he did. You know what? Well,
yes, he did.
I'm sorry, broski, but it's a game. It happens. It's cool. Hopefully no remorse there. We were still able to feed some valuable information. And during that time, Boom, unfortunately, pinning that location. The circle goes back towards the compound, back towards Coot. What is happening? I think I've never seen such a good circle luck. Back to back to back to back. 4 games in a row. Well, not 4 games in a row. 4 circles in a row. And they're just going to be holding on strong. But SWAT 69 also going to try their best to get involved.
Yeah, I was just going to say, SWAT 69 could have this because they have more of an eastern position in circle. And plus with Morph focusing on Coot, they might not be aware of SWAT 69. However, that's also giving space for Boom and Rise on Glory to possibly encroach into the edge of the circle on the western side. 6 teams left, max 14 players.
Ah, man. Only Titans started to take some shots, but unfortunately the blue zone took him down, so that's only Titans out of the entire picture. And now we're going to be seeing Morph once again trying to be proactive. They're trying to be aggressive, trying to push teams away from this compound. They see the smokes and they're going to be spraying on down. to find as many kills as possible along the way. So I got to say, Morph, they know that every single kill is going to be important for them to try and snatch away the spot away from Coot. Shots come out. How does he connect those through the smoke? Stellar performance from Morph. Zabrov's got to be careful, extremely low. Able to barely keep himself on his 2 feet. But Coot, once again, this is the circle actually going to be pushing the compound away, potentially in a big way. So they need to slowly try and regroup and Boom into the blue, trying their best to move their way forward. Rise and Glory are out. So are going to be Boom. Down to now top 3 teams. And SWAT 69, you got to keep that in mind. They might be doing some big plays to finish off this game with a third party, but Morph keep on going. Down to 2. It's going to be Summer and Taka. Summer top fragger last game. They get it. They clear them out. This is insane. Because of this alone, this might be the reason why Morph stand on strong in that number 1 position. The SWAT 69 have yet to third party Imperium. This was the perfect time to do so.
Oh my lord, we saw the 2 chicken dinners from Coot. This could be the back-to-back for Morph, and that could put them in the firing line to overtake Coot in the overall standings. But that's going to be SWAT 69 coming out on top, and they take down Morph.
There you go, SWAT 69. We wanted to see a little bit more representation from the boys, and it comes out in style. SWAT 69 from Oman. And they were, overall, before that game, not in the most comfortable of positions, I would rightly say. And this is exactly the type of performance you want to see coming out from these guys to get themselves in a relatively strong spot. They were dead last, 16th. This is one leap for sure. Can't wait to see what Sam has to say about this one, because this was an absolutely mental game to see.
Well. Imperium, I'm going to give you an opportunity now. You made a comment that could not be caught. Are we still standing on that?
Yes, because at the end of the day, Coot still got third with just 10 points and 4 kills. That's 14 points compared to Morph, who, to be fair, got 14 points and I think 6 kills. That's going to be 20. Is it going to shrink the gap? Yes, of course. But I'm standing tall on my call, and Coot are going to breeze through on the final game of Vikendi. I do have to respect Morph, though. They are putting up such a massive fight, and if they had won that game, it probably would have tipped them ahead of Coot coming into the final game. But yeah, at the end of the day, still a massive result for Morph.
I do like how you had to flex your mathematics on Max and I. We'll take it. Let's talk about that game now, though. There were so many good teams in that final circle in really good positions. I personally loved that circle because I think it set up the best of the best to battle it out, Max.
I think it was the circle that was forcing so many teams to have to breach it, but unfortunately the teams are just taking themselves out on their own on the side, and it just made it so much easier for Morph and also Kuda. They're all killing themselves. Well, we're just going to stay here and just make sure that we remain in top 3. And the moment they knew that they were going to be in the few remaining teams, that's when Morph were trying to pull the trigger. If they pull the trigger earlier and they died, that was just going to be another big leapfrog forward coming out from Coot. So I think that overall, the timing of that fight made a lot of sense, and Morph came out on top. So the timing was on point. Everything was really good on the execution. And at the end, unfortunately for them, SWAT 69 was there. I did think they were going to push a little bit sooner, but SWAT 69, good calling from them. They did not allow the reses to come on through from Morph. And because of that, they secured themselves a win. And you also mentioned it earlier, Sam, that every single one of these teams have been showing some really strong performances from time to time. And there you go. That's the one big performance of SWAT 69. The third party in, absolutely on point in terms of timing.
Rubik, though, unfortunately, Imperium, they fell out relatively early when I say early in the end game, if you like. But I mean, they must be kicking themselves because that gap, they were starting to close it between the top 2 and themselves. And that's going to now push them I don't think it'll push them out of third place, but it is going to make it a lot harder to close that gap in a final game.
It is not good for Rubik, and actually also OP MF. They both had bad results, whereas Boom had a pretty decent result. Only Titans had a half-decent result as well. So indeed, you are dead right about Rubik. That gap has been massively closed between themselves and 4th, 5th, and 6th. So it's going to be really exciting coming into the final game between 3rd place and below.
What I really enjoyed about this map, though, and you can actually see it in the match summary now, is that so many teams started popping off. So as much as we're talking a lot about Morph and Coot and the battle for first place, we've seen all these other teams start performing. I mean, when you look at those match summaries, look at all those different names popping up, being able to claim some top spots. So Max, this is, again, it's really exciting for these teams, but for a lot of them now, it's going to be maybe thinking we're not going to possibly be able to take that first spot, but we do want to do the best possible performance we can on Vikendi to make sure we're remembered. Do you think that's going to be the case?
I think it's definitely a good thing to do. Try and have a longer impression on the viewers and also potential people that want to try and pick up the team into the future, because PUBG Mobile is growing by the week, by the month, by the year. It keeps on growing as a scene, so you're going to have a lot more orgs that want to get involved. And I think that these are great opportunities to show what you're made of, show what you can bring to the table in the PUBG Mobile esport ecosystem. So I think that overall we are going to be seeing, as you said, here also a few teams that we didn't see too much of showing up, and in many, many big ways, especially SWAT69. As I was talking with Imperium earlier, we casted these guys forever, and they've really proven to us many times that they were an extremely talented teams, and with this game, they proved it once again. Sure, it might not be enough to make it to that top side of the tables, but it's still a statement in my eyes that they still have that little pizzazz to make it further on.
You say pizzazz. They've also got that chicken dinner now. And for me, Imperium, there was a little bit of game smarts as well. They kind of waited. They knew that there was a fight going down, and they knew that if they just held back a little bit, it was their chicken dinner to take. I like seeing that sort of smart gameplay. I like seeing teams think it through.
For sure.
What else did they do during that game that impressed you?
It was really clean rotation down on the southwest side of the hill, just overlooking where the compound ended up being on the end circle. But it was the fact that they spread themselves out across the area compared to, let's say, LND, who were there before them. Now, did SWAT69 benefit from Boom coming in and helping to take out LND? For sure. Were they also benefited from the fact that Boom went for an arguably risky yet made sense wild push into the field? Yes, but at the end of the day, they still waited. They bided their time. They took it at the right moment. And it was, as you said, extremely smart play from SWAT69.
I'm going to move away from our chicken dinner winner for a moment, Max. Take a look at Bluebees, a team we've been speaking about. We said they're a bit inconsistent in this tournament, but those are impressive kill damage stats.
I mean, 6 kills and over 1,777 damage. Most of that damage coming out actually from OCO. So I got to say, he was really showing up in that game in a really strong fashion. And this is Bluebees, what they can do. There's still a few, of course, little mistakes to iron out if possible. They were a little bit split early on in that fight with RXN, Pakistan. But at the end, they came out on top because they understood, okay, we're adapting. We're trying to take the game back in our control. And the moment the game is in the palm of their hand and they're in control, that is where we see Bluebees perform the most. So you see, this is once again a little bit of an issue. They got themselves so much damage. They were so dominant in terms of damage and kills too, but unfortunately the position points are lacking a little bit. And if you want to catch up, you need to make sure that you are going to be consistently, especially for such a short-term tournament, you need to be in those top 5s in a pretty big portion of your games. So Bluebees, once again, that is amazing. Your team fighting capabilities are strong. You've proven it time and time again. Especially in this tournament, but it's still, we need to see positioning coming out from them. So by doing so, you want to avoid early game skirmishes. And despite having now 3 games on Erangel, they got encountered early on, which really should not be happening too much at this stage.
We're going to be moving to another map now. It will be the final map. We'll have a chance to see all these teams play for the last time. We thought it would be a runaway victory from one of the teams, but it would seem now that the points are a little bit closer. So I do have an update, and I'm sure we'll be able to put it on your screen a little later as well. The gap between third and second is pretty big here. So Rubik and Morph now. Rubik's sitting on 58 points. Morph is on 87. That's going to be really difficult to close. And then if you take a look there, look at that gap, less than 10 points between first and second Imperium. I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you sticking with this? Are you going to stick with Coots being able to run away with this one?
Yes. 1,000 times yes. 1,000,000 times yes. I've got it. I'm too far gone. I'm too far. I can't back out now. If I back out now, it's going to be way worse. Coot, I'm behind you guys. I'm behind you, but I also have a lot of love and respect for Morph. I've casted him previously. I have a massive amount of love for them. So if any team is going to push them, it is going to be Morph, to be fair. It's just going to be very exciting, especially because the fact that we are going into Vikendi. The map that, like, you know, isn't played on competitive in 2021. It probably hasn't been played by a number of these teams for a long period of time. So there's a lot of variables in play. One thing that I really want to point out with that leaderboard, though, Sam and Max, SWAT 69. Before that last game, they were in 16th. They moved up from 16th to 5th of one win.
That's where the money's at also. So they're going to try to potentially increase that a little bit. If they can make it top 3 after this one, I'm going to say that's a big win coming away off SWAT 69. So they need another big game, but they could be making it to top 3 at the end of today.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, those placement points make such a big difference. And any of these teams, one big win, a good few kills in the final map could push you into that top 5. Much like what we saw with them, you can do the big jump. However, I think most of these teams, Max, probably know that the first and second battle is going to be happening without them. So they'll just be trying to find themselves a good position. What's the game plan now, though? Because we're dropping on a map that most of these teams probably haven't been, they've been practicing it, but they haven't been playing it in competitive. So what do you think their game plan is going to be for Vikendi?
As we said, like, it hasn't been played in quite some time. It's around, I think, 2 months since it's been taken away from the official circuit of PUBG Mobile esports. So I think that definitely there's going to be a little bit of lack of not experience, because it's still a map they played a lot. At the end of the day, 2019, 2020, Vikendi was like played all the time, and they still got some long experience, but they're not going to be as clinical. They're not going to be as crisp as it used to be before, because there's definitely a little bit of experience that's been forgotten when it comes down to it. So I'm expecting teams to maybe not be the most clean when it comes down to it, but I'm still expecting some good gameplay, because it is Vikendi. They still know how to play. They know the basics, which is the most important thing. And at the end of the day, we're going to see, really, when it comes down to Vikendi, the fact that it got taken away, I don't have a concrete answer as to what I can expect. What I can say is that it's not going to be the usual Vikendi action we used to have in the past. It will be a little bit different from that.
Imperium, what's the game plan for Coots and Morph? Do they come in very aggressive? Do they hold way back till the end game to guarantee themselves maximum points? What do you think they're going to be discussing before they jump into this game?
So obviously they don't want to divert too much away from their normal game plan, which is however they play. But I would definitely put into an account that they will probably be looking at this going, placements is really going to help us, guys. Second place, especially for Coot. Especially for Coot. For Morph, I would expect maybe they might try and be a bit more aggressive, but for Coot, like they did in Erangel, which I noted they were a bit more passive in that last game in Erangel, they only really need to get 14, 10 placing points and 3 or 4 kills, because then that would require Morph to get the chicken dinner. And when you have 15 teams, the chance of them getting it is a little bit, obviously going to be a little bit lower in that regard. So for me, Morph, bit more aggressive, still going for placement. Coot, purely going for placement.
Imperium, do you think, Coot, that was why they played that passive game, what we last saw, because they did back way off? Was it purely, do you think, a tactical thought of, you know what, we don't need to go and look for fights unnecessarily. Yeah. The higher we finish in this game, the better for us? Yeah,
pretty much. It's kind of pretty common sense, right? Because if they had have played how they had in the first 3 games, as an example, they could have gone out early, right? They could have gone out 15th place, and that's 0 points. Whereas where they were placed, especially off the back of Miramar being a really strong game for Morph, they go, oh, we cannot let that happen again, right? So they were better off playing for placement, and they'll do the exact same thing in Vikendi.
Max, when we take a look at the lower side of the leaderboard, what do you think these teams are going to be doing? Are they going to be landing, being super aggressive? I mean, we spoke about this before the last game where we said they've got nothing to lose. Or do you think everyone's going to potentially hold back in the hope that they can finish high on the leaderboard?
I think for literally any single team in this lobby, the dream is still somewhat alive. Maybe not to go for that number 1 position. That's clearly not going to be the case, and not even remotely close to top 3. But we saw it last game. SWAT 69, 16th, boom. 5th position, 1 go. So if you get a really, really strong one, Sure, you're not going to get yourself the big cuts of the prize pool, all that stuff, but you're still going to get yourself relatively high in the overall leaderboards. So I think that we are going to be seeing some teams taking a lot more of a more fun approach to this. They're just going to be playing for fun and they got nothing to lose at the end. And I think that we are going to be seeing teams trying to replicate what SWAT 69 did in that last game and try and just leap forward from one of the last positions until potentially very close to top 5. It might be happening, and I would not be surprised to see still everyone play remotely serious purely based off what SWAT 69 were able to pull off in that last game.
I think that we'll see a lot of that serious play, but we are going to shake it up a little bit, right? So we're moving into Vikendi, Imperium, but we've also had a team shake-up with What a Squad.
Yes, we have seen them take a player out, which is Wabbit, and they've applied Su Chun. So they have had that swap around on player. I would argue maybe it's because that player they brought in, Su Chun, is a lot more comfortable, confident, and experienced with Vikendi, and we could see a different What a Squad performance in this final game of the day. Or it could just be that maybe because this is a 6-game series, it is giving your sub or another player an opportunity to play on the big stage, right? Because when I talked to a couple of teams coming into today's games, they noted that they were going to have their sub play for at least one game because this is a 6-game series. So I'm curious as to why. Of course, if we see a much different What a Squad in the final game, I will correlate it to that. If we see nothing different, I say it's just for the experience.
We can jump in here and speculate a little bit. I mean, they are sitting in 11th place, so maybe bringing in someone who they feel is a lot more confident on Vikendi means that they feel that this is an opportunity for them to push themselves up that leaderboard, finish higher up maybe, or like you said, just getting their sub a chance to play. But I also wonder how this affects the other players, because now you've all kind of got used to, all the teams have got used to each other. A little bit of a mind game there for them, Max, where all the other teams go, oh, hold on, you changed. Maybe we should have changed. Why did you change? Or do you think these players are way too professional for that?
I think they're too professional for that in that one, especially because we are going into Vikendi. So I think that there's going to be the smallest issue they're going to be really thinking about. I think they're mainly thinking of adapting back to this new map that's been re-added to the competitive roster for this tournament, at least. So I think that that's going to be the main focal point for this one, is to find a drop spot, rotate efficiently. And I think that especially the play style that changes so much compared to the likes of Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel, that's going to be the focal point for all of these teams. Because compared to other maps, you get compound, you rotate, is all good to go. Compared to that, when you go into a map on like Vikendi, you find one compound and you stick to that compound for a major part of that game, actually. So I think that here's going to be just getting used to playing Vikendi again. I think that's going to be the main thing to look out for, because if teams are moving too much, that's where we're going to be seeing quite a few issues slowly surfacing for a lot of these teams.
I'm going to take a quick break from talking about the teams, talking about that final map, just to pull your attention to that incredible virtual studio that we have. Well, we couldn't get everyone to Istanbul. We get to explore it. And don't forget, when the games are finished, go check out that website. You can do a virtual tour and find some incredible, iconic locations that you can explore. But now it is time for us to move into the final game. Who do you think is going to take it? Is it going to be Coot? Is it going to be Morph? Spam those teams you support in chat. Let's get hyped, because at the end of this game, we will have a World Finals winner. Max, Imperium, let's jump down onto Vikendi.
Thank you very much, Sam. And indeed, Vikendi, man, it's been so long, Imperium. It's been so long. It's your favorite map. It's my favorite map. And for a reason, we like snow. We like I think that's the main reason why I like snow quite a bit. I like going sledge and everything. It's pretty fun. I'm a pretty good skier myself. But you know what? We're going to see how these teams are going to be skiing into this game. Also, as some pretty big upsets could be happening here. Once again, they've been in the driving seat since game 1, basically. And they are on the brink of getting contested away by Morph. So the question is that going to be happening? So those are going to be really the 2 teams that we're going to be looking out for the entirety of this Vikendi game.
When it comes to Vikendi, in the past, we tend to have games that will be a little bit polar opposite of each other. Sometimes we can have a game that is like super duper passive based on what you said of you find a compound, you stick to it. John and Blank, they call it Vikendi, right? Because it can just be so quiet early game. But I've often experienced Vikendi games where considering the amount of compounds, small, medium, large are, we can have 5-6 teams eliminated in the first 7 to 10 minutes. So I'm wondering which we're going to have. I don't think we're going to have middle ground. I think it's either going to be super passive early game or super aggressive. The key areas of Vikendi, right? We all know is Podvosto, Winery, Cement Factory, Goroka. I'm even trying to think of some of the compound names because it's been so long. But I think those are the key areas that these teams, depending on the playing path, will be looking around for.
Could be the case. I think this is going to be an extremely interesting game at the end of the day. We're going to have so many teams trying to readjust to the usual playstyles. Like, okay, this was a map we used to play all the time, but we kind of stopped playing it. Even though we do have a lot of these teams that, they're still playing ranked. They're still trying to aim for Conqueror. So they still play a lot of Vikendi. That's for sure. They still must play quite a bit of it. But as a team, that's where it might be a little bit lacking. The synergy, the shot calling, the IGLing, that way it might be a little bit dicey, a little bit off-putting sometimes. So I'm extremely hyped, really. We're trying to know exactly what we're going to be dealing with, but it's so hard to really know when this map has been out of the circuit for a few months now. But one big surprise is going to be coming out for sure. And at the end of this game, we're going to be having one champion for this third season of the M.E.O for the Eastern region. And man, it's been an adventure for sure. No 6 games. It's a big one. It's a big day for not only us, but also the teams, especially for the teams and players that are staying focused the entire time. So that's one thing to also keep in mind is the fact that it's so long, 6 games. Using a sub, like we saw earlier, is actually a pretty good call. When you have a sub coming in, it's a fresh mindset and it refreshes a little bit the team to get a different piece of input after 5 games back to back. Is that too much to back? Do you get it?
Back to back. Yeah. It's so true. And it's funny that I don't know if you said something that triggered my thought or whether we're just so synergized, but it's so true. The mental game, the focus is so important. And when a lot of these teams, they'll be used to kind of 5 games in a series and they might play 2 to 3 scrims a day, but let's be fair. Scrims mentally are nothing compared to a tournament, 4, 5, or 6 game tournament. And this is a 6 game tournament. So they've had 5 already. They're coming to 6. Energy might be down a little. Okay, of course, they can always drink a cheeky Red Bull to perk up their energy. It gives you wings. But at the end of the day, it's still going to have that effect on your performance, right? If you are a little bit out of focus, if you're a little bit sluggish, your response rate, your ability to really kind of be fine-tuned on Vikendi can be affected. Then on the other hand, because we're going into a completely different map, that might put them a little bit more on high alert because they're going, okay, this is a completely different map. We do need to have our full attention on what happens.
I do have to say, we had these death segments coming on through with Sam. We've been having some fun talking about and everything. I got to say, Sam, she's been enjoying teasing you on the coot thing. I got to say, she's having some real fun. She can hear us right now. I know.
Oh yeah,
she's enjoying it. So we'll see, man. You're gonna get destroyed on the next death segment if coot lose this one. So, hey man, hopefully things work out for you.
I know.
You're gonna get burnt to a crisp, my boy. So I'll feel bad for you. I'll be like, Coot died, sure, but man, Imperium's also mental state is about to die too after this one. So we'll see how things are going to be working out for you. But I think that Morph can make it happen. They proved it time and time again. As you said, we cast him in PMWL. Well, even though it's only Gabriel that remains now, Zabrol, sorry, that remains in the team.
The namesake,
it's still the name. It's still the name of Morph, and they still that one player that brings the international competitive experience. Sure, it was not a LAN, but it was still an international event where he played against teams like Bigatron and some of the best teams also from India at the time. So that was really fun to see, and I think that now Morph, especially under pressure, that is that experience that's going to be extremely valuable. You got that experience. You know that, okay, under pressure, even though it's down to the wire, we are not going to lose track of what our goal is. And we're just going to remain eyes on the prize. And we're going to try our very best to take that number 1 spot away from Coot.
It is so exciting what's going to go down. Battle for first is between 2 teams. That's it. That's it. 2 teams battling for first. We can talk about the fact that there's 23 points dividing 4th and 15th, and fair play to OZs, but at the end of the day, we're here to crown a world champion in the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3. We are here to find out who is the best of the best in this series, in this tournament, and that's where the focus is going to be and where it should be. Is it going to be Coot? Is it going to be Morph? I'm behind Coot. I know you're behind Morph, but I also respect, like you, the fact that Morph can pull it out of the bag.
Well, see, I mean, I'm sure they can make some good plays happen over here potentially and in the finishing moments, we're going to be rechecking our virtual studio. Absolute bang of a place to be with the particle effects. Looks absolutely bang, and there we go. The plane is high in the sky. Wait, so if you want to go to Vikendi, you have to pass through Istanbul? That's very interesting. I didn't know that was on the path. You know what? Seemed like the world map is a lot different than what I was initially expecting. But you know what? Match number 6 is now going to be on the board, and here we go. Vikendi, the snowy map of my dreams, is back into play. I feel so good, man. It's been so long. It's been so long.
It's good to see you, my old friend Vikendi. It's been a while since I've casted with you, Maxman. It's been a hell of a long time since I've casted Vikendi, and it's good to be back. B2R dropping in Podvosto. We have What a Show dropping in Hot Spring / Kanchar. That playing pass was pretty solid. Morph are going to go to Dobro Mesto. RXM Pakistan are going to go for a little bit of a split drop between kind of Abbey, Tovar, a little bit of a Milnar area. I think as far as I know, they're going to swing down. But here's the thing, right? What is the key thing, Max, of Vikendi? What is the key thing that separates Vikendi?
Well, the thing is about compounds, especially as we mentioned it during the prelude to this game. You take a compound and you stick to it for a major portion of the game, and it means that your loot can actually be very scarce, very minimal, and unfortunately not able to make up for it. And if you do, you're taking some more risk. So compounds are the key factor when it comes down to it. Of course, they're key for every single map, but Vikendi, the entire playstyle and rotational playstyle works around your compounds. Do you stick to it, or do you take a risk?
You're right, but you also missed my actual answer that I wanted. Water circle.
Oh, water
circle.
Yeah.
Phase 1 is about 35%, 40% water up on the north. Vikendi, I missed you with your water circles.
It's gonna be water circles. That's one thing I've not missed from Vikendi, unfortunately. But you know what? You love them, Imperium. I'm not a fan. I love my castle finishes. I'm a simp for the castles, but that's just going to be about it. So not going to be happening on this one, unfortunately. But yeah, so the thing is, when you have so much water in phase 1, this forces in your mind that at least the idea that this is unofficially you're already into phase 2. There's already so much landmass taken away from the phase 1 circle that teams are going to regroup a lot quicker once they decide to kick their rotations under gear. So because of that, you could be expecting some early encounters in literally the next 3 to 5 minutes, which usually does not happen too much. Teams tend to avoid each other, but when you have so much water, it is a possibility that you got to keep in the back of your head.
Plus, with this kind of circle up so far in the north, it really puts pressure on the coal mine area as well. And that's a kind of area where you can struggle to get a little bit of information on one direction of it. Plus, with Mount Kresnik being on the edge, it's going to also put that in a pretty controlling position. You can see Oni Titans currently have a 2-2 split between Mount Kresnik and the compound just to the northeast of it. That's a really good spot if they want to hold on to that 2-2 split, because you're not relying on Mount Kresnik staying in the circle. You're actually adapting and preparing for phase 2, phase 3 onwards.
This is actually huge for Morph, because if they read the circle and the plane path properly, you mentioned it was a relatively good plane path, which was the case. Morph should be able to read this and understand, okay, western side of the circle is going to be completely free real estate, because they did stretch their own respective drop towards Dobro Mesto. So I think already that their path is just laid out in front of them. They know exactly what they should be doing. If they die upon phase 1, I'm going to be genuinely surprised. So yeah, Morph set out in front of you. You know exactly what you must be doing into this one. But especially down south, if teams tend to go directly from south to north, there's OPMF. There's going to be the side of Only Titans. It's going to be also Rubik. A lot of teams going to be clustered in that position. So I'm looking especially at the likes of RXN, SWAT 69, Also, what a squad. Those are going to be teams that are going to have to approach the circle a lot more cautiously because they could be encountering teams as they approach this edge of circle position.
Cooter on 95 points. Morph on 87. It's only 8 points dividing these two teams. Fourth place gets you 8 placement points. That's not even including kills. So for Morph, they'll be aiming for a minimum of 4th place. I would even say the same for Coot. They'd be happy with the 4th place onwards. Yeah, add a couple of kills onto that, it'd be pretty solid. But Coot, just have they got the wherewithal?
The thing is that every single time Coot performs, you're going to have to see the side of Morph, and they need to match that. And actually, not even match it, they need to overdo. They need to overperform. If they see into the kill feed, like, oh, Coot just got a kill. Okay, we must get twice that amount of kills. Oh, okay, now we're actually in top 5. We need to go for top 2. We need to go for top 1. So they are always going to be analyzing where Coot are in this game and actually trying and respond to it in their own ways. So I think that this is going to be a very interesting game for them because they need to keep track of what's happening in the kill feed and make sure they can track exactly what Coot are doing. Because if they do not, they could be losing track, and unfortunately they do a call that is a little bit too aggressive at the time and they die too early. They die before Coot, and the moment that happens, their odds of winning are just rendered to nothingness. They're just sent straight back to the Shadow Realm. So that's going to be putting a little bit of extra mental pressure, I would say, for Morph, that they need to keep track of extra information also on top of playing the game on Vikendi.
I would say they only have to worry about focusing on one team, to be fair, which is Coot, as opposed to 3 or 4 teams that are in the running to win this game. STP gonna catch out Coot.
Yeah, Astray's going to be there. I think he heard it. He definitely heard it. There's no way. Coot are fully prepared for this one. Gonna get pushed up. STP relatively split though, 2-2. So if they regroup completely, yeah, they definitely hear the cars. They know they're going to be in that spot. Coot. And I'm going to move away, which shows that they're trying to get an advantage by getting kills. And there you go. Break initiating good onto Kinney. Looking for more. He's going to try and flush that kill. They're overstepping a little bit as well. Could we get... Whoa. Okay. What a nice shot from Vida. And thanks to that, he's going to keep Break alive. And that's 2 kills. And that's what we said, Imperium. Now Morph, they see that into the kill feed like, okay, they got 2 kills. We must get 4. That's going to be starting to put a little bit of pressure onto their side.
Instead of it being 8 points, it's now 10 points behind. And that's 2 extra points for me, Imperium, on my journey of being proven right. But no, really good stuff from Coot. It's also massively important because they send STP back, which gives them more control in this phase 1 circle.
And I don't want these games to end. I got to do also... well, 2 reasons why I don't want these games to end. Number 1, because these are pretty epic games, and at the end of this one, we're not going to be seeing these teams anymore for this MEO. We're going to have the champion, but also because I got to do my laundry after this. So I definitely do not want to go. That's 2 good reasons for me to stay here. Unless Imperium wants to do the laundry. Do you want to do it for me? Oh, no, you're not.
No, I'm good, mate. I'm good, mate.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
I could have had my
cook you
personal
dinner
made
if you
Imperium.
want.
I'll take you on that one. I'll have some potatoes from Ireland.
I'll cook Sam dinner as well. I'll cook Sam dinner as well.
You also be involved. There you go.
Yeah.
The rotation coming on through from OPMF. They're going to be looking. Oh, they have no idea what they just walked into. They have no clue. They are being rather cautious, so I do like the fact that they are... Oh, they're okay. They're okay. They know. Oh, that's a good nade. Bonk. There you go. Nice little bounce. C playing the game of Squatch. And Goshi's going to go down. Second nade going to be... Earning the ties heavily, and now it's going to be 3 players still up, down to now 2. B2R, they're just crumbling down to pieces. This is looking so easy. They're smurfing. OPMF, they're just absolutely dominating this compound breach. This has been the cleanest one we've seen today so far. Suffering no casualty, and not even no casualty, 0 damage along the way. Scooter left alone. A grenade. Did he just miss that grenade against the wall? I think he did for a second there, but you know what? Still, oh, there was a smoke actually, but yeah, didn't go really where he was expecting it to. And now he us's to control... He staircases, gets himself 1 knockdown. That's big, but he can't go for the flush. And he knows he's got to go back into the room, reload from there, and go for round number 2. He's getting cornered. These can't move away from this spot whatsoever. They're going to go for the push. Picks up 1 potentially. It's just too much in that position. Unfortunately, you just enclose yourself and make it so easy to get pushed upon. And OPMF, what a breach. That was so clean on so many different aspects.
so clean, and that's also feels bad, man, for B2R because they were in 6th on 41 points, only 3 points behind SWAT 69. So that's going to end their journey here in the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals. But it was an absolute pleasure, of course, to cast you guys representing Sri Lanka massively, and a deserving opportunity for them. For OPMF, they'll be happy with that squad wipe. It's going to give them 4 extra points, and it'll, of course, push them forward coming into phase number 2.
And not only that, we talked about Q picking up those 2 kills, which already is going to put a little bit of pressure onto the side of Morph, but they are also basically center circle. They are in such a good position. They do not have to move whatsoever. They're going to wait for phase 2, and because there's so much water up north, you could expect them to be in to the circle for the remainder of 3 to 4 phases. They will literally not have to move. So this is actually such a good setup because they can't afford to die early. And because of where they are now, you know, for straight up fact, the odds of them dying early are so slim. So I got to say, they are set up for success. And for seeing how things are right now, I don't think Morph can contest it. And the thing is, Morph, this is going to be such a hard one for them to actually deal with. As talking about the circle, as I said, it's going to be shifting. They should still be in there pretty heavily. They're going to be popping, and there you go.
Nice.
Very similar. Takes a little bit of landmass away and a little bit of water away, but the point is that you're still going to be seeing them extremely central in this second phase.
But I do think Morph are in a better position than Coot right now, because Morph have a much better exit potential on phase 3, phase 4 right now, whereas Coot, they're kind of very heavily pinched on the north around 4 teams, and that's not going to be easy to deal with should they have to disengage.
Sure, actually, I really agree with your point there, Imperium. The overall Morph here, they have a lot better exit potential if the circle tends to shift in a bad spot for them, which could be the case. They're over to the west, so if it goes over to the south or if it goes over to the east, things could end up being a little bit tricky for sure. But yeah, that's actually a really good point. So it's going to be depending to the circle and how Morph is going to be responding to it. Yeah. So we'll see, as we're slowly going to be making our way to phase 3 in the next 45 seconds. Bluebees delayed their rotation. Same for also What a Squad. SWAT 69 also delayed their rotation. They're next to Cosmodrome currently. They're going to have to cross over the bridge, which I got to say, delaying a rotation like that from SWAT 69 is not the best. I think that there was different pathing they could have played around, but when you're forcing yourself into a position where if the circle keeps going to the west, they're going to be forced to cross a bridge. And in PUBG Mobile, the worst thing is when you're forced to do something because you become predictable and you're going to have so many teams next to that bridge line that could be easily gatekeeping you and scouting you away. So I think that SWAT 69, not the best decision making, but they're going to have to commit anyways. It's too late to go back.
Totally agree. This is the Vikendi strategy that we all know and love. Get to a compound, stick in that compound, play on the roofs of that compound. For Morph, I would like to see them send a bit of a scout further in towards the eastern side of the circle just to maybe get a little bit of information. I understand why they're reluctant to, because losing a player automatically makes it an uphill battle. You know, getting caught out, it's just not going to be easy to deal with. But in my eyes, they low-key have nothing to lose. So why not take that little bit of risk?
So for those who are maybe not too familiar with Vikendi, this is what we call Vikendi time, where not much happens.
Yes.
This is usually the time where I would do anime jokes. Imperium is like, I did not understand. I'm like, haha, boomer. That is usually how we go about this kind of early game time. But there you go. We're just going to be waiting to wait for the circle, and that's where things are going to get a little bit more dicey. Yes, Imperium.
What do you want for dinner, Max?
We're going to get April when you come back. Oh, man. We're going to... Hey, fair enough, man. I'll take it, man. If you cook me one good chicken dinner, I'll be feeling good about that one for sure.
No problem.
Give me some.
No problem.
They're going to be, yeah. But anyways, as I said, this is still the very relaxed time. Usually, the real big action starts to unfold towards phase 3, especially if there's a lot of water to play with. There is some still. Or phase 4 is going to be where things are really going to get interesting. As I said, the really weird spot is going to be for SWAT 69. They're on that small amount of terrain towards Cosmodrome. Unless some of the biggest hardships come back to back to back, and they'll be okay. But even then, they're going to have to commit to cross over the bridge, which a lot of teams are fully prepared for that to happen.
So Morph did go for that kind of player pushing in a little bit away from their teammate's position. He got knocked, but it's not too far away where he could hopefully get revived. Coot had picked up another knock onto Rise of Glory. Oh, Morph is going to have another player knocked down at the hands of Respect. RXN Pakistan looking to end Morph's journey here in the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 Finals.
Especially when it's Summer. Summer's one of the top fraggers in that Miramar game. You can't afford to let him go down early, though. Taka, he's going to be making up for it. There you go. He's going to be the backing line for the team. Slowly, seem like the opposing squad is just not going to fully commit to it, which is big for them, though. Morph, can you get everyone rezzed up? You got already Zabrol. That's going to be good. He's going to be back into play with his competitive experience. Taka, though, a little bit too far out of position. That tree's not going to be enough. They need to push on forward. Zabrol into the car with his teammate. Going to go for a two-man push. They make anything out of it. Oh, I'm stressed out, man. This is close.
That two-piece by Taka was literally game changer. Game changer, fight saver for Morph.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not looking good. They're behind the car. They're so predictable. And seem like we're going to be having a little bit of a upper hill battle, though, over to the other side of the map. We're going to have another fight. Once again, OPMF, Venom, going to be taking another fight for themselves. It's going to be versus Bluebees. Going to teach them a lesson. We'll keep an eye out for the kill feed to make sure we can track what's happening currently with Morph. Things seem like a little bit on the standstill, though. Coop picking up another kill. Yeah. So they are going to be increasing that lead significantly. I think we're now at a 11-12 point lead. Increase from 8 11. Basically at the very start. So yeah, we're around that point. So they are looking overall set for success. It's going to be requiring a big game for Morph if they want to turn the tides in their favor. As STP do get taken out of the lobby in 14th overall. But they go Morph into kill feed. We talked about it. Popping off versus RXN. That's going to be 1 to 2 kills actually going in their pockets. As they're going to be looking to increase it. They know they need to match and actually go even further and beyond than what has been done so far for Coot. So they know that they can't allow RXN to leave this spot. They need these kills desperately. So they're going to be looking for the engage. But we did see Summer get confirmed, which was one of the top fraggers. So that's a big loss for them.
3v2. Morph against our man. Against RXN Pakistan. Morph, this is you need to join up. You need to send your third player up. I know the risk is there, but you got to play that bait. Make that bait. If you have a vehicle, make that bait. Indeed, that's the case. He's going to get in the vehicle. He's going to look to join up. Take advantage of that man advantage.
The thing is this fight even worth taking in the first place? Like, you edge a circle, and you're not going to be inside the circle up on this next one. So, or you leave the scene entirely and you do it quickly, even though I'm pretty sure that RXN, they got nothing to lose. And the thing is, when you're in a position like this, they're going to try and chase down for kills and get points. Points equal prizes in a world of PUBG. So they're going to try their very best. Blue, did I just see a DBS finish at the end there? I mean, he tried, but you know what? That's going to be OPMF Venom taking himself a big fat L. Bluebees feeling good about that one. They've been able to improve throughout these 6 games today. So big heads up to them. I think that they have been increasing their playstyle pretty heavily in terms of aggressiveness, which I did think they were lacking in the PMGC. And despite the roster changes, you know what? I'm happy with where Bluebees are here.
So am I. So am I. But the focus has to be on Morph and their fight to stay in the running for first place, trying to chase down Coot. They have gotten 2 kills so far. They have gotten 2 kills. But getting rid of RXN Pakistan will really help them, not only in terms of control, freedom to move into the circle, but 2 more kills will put them on 4 in total and decrease that deficit, decrease that lead, should I say, that Coot have over them.
That's going to be the name of the game for them. 3 kills. There we go. Got it confirmed for Coot. We know that's going to be the case. So potentially going to be looking for just a little extra. 6 or 4 kills would be relatively good for Morph. But yeah, RXN, they surprising actually, going to be abandoning ship entirely. And where they are currently standing in the overall leaderboard, they're dead last. But they seem like they are keeping the dream alive, doing very similar to what SWAT 69 did last game, from 16th to 5th. And we were maybe expecting a few of these teams to just go. Literally, the definition of that was going to be YOLO. But no, they're taking just a step back and they're taking this one extremely seriously, which I got to say, I fully respect coming out from RXN. But
big time.
Unfortunately for them, Morph, they just let 2 kills slip away of their grasp, which those 2 kills could have been the difference between first and second.
But they didn't lose any more players, right? They're still up as a 3-person team. So, you make a really good point, but I would still say that's an overall net win for Morph, getting 2 kills, only losing 1 player. but now they're still on the edge of the circle. Where is it going to shift? That's tough.
I like it. This is going to be forcing both Coot and also Morph to fight for their spot. It's not going to be a given like it was last game where it falls right on top of Coot and Morph had to push on forward. Now they're both going to have to fight for position. So I like this. This is going to be a little bit of a battle of a little test for these two teams to see who's going to be better on those. But this circle is already so concentrated in teams and players that is this still going to be an opportunity for Morph and Coot to get into that spot without fighting? My answer is going to be there, Imperium. No. They're going to have to get involved in some way, shape, or form aggressively to actually get himself a good spot. Okay, no, I'll take that one back. Actually, there's one compound that just got liberated for Coot, so they're going to go in golden. That's perfect timing for them. But if that was a little bit too early, that would have actually forced them into a relatively big fight.
And Coal Mine Hill is quite tricky to play around because as a number of little levels, it kind of reminds me of Prison Hill a little bit, where there's there's always a higher elevated position. So that's definitely going to be tricky to deal with. If I'm not mistaken, KHK being put down to one player at the hands of Arcs and Pakistan. Good for Arcs and Pakistan. Fortunately bad for KHK. The South African representatives, what Boom are getting pushed upon by the one and only. What a show.
Bombit going to be left alone. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be surrounded by teams. Maybe giving it his best shot. Okay, he does have the Thompson. That's a lot of bullets in that ammo.
Nice.
In that clip. So he's going to be able to maybe potentially make up for that Mantis advantage in a 1v4. We're looking for a second. We'll see if he can make it work out. Hey, maybe going to be clearing out the entirety of Coal Mine. That'll be huge. Looking for the second. He gets 1v3. No way, Pombit. What was that?
Boom.
Absolutely disgusting. And Boom going to get back as a two-man crew. That is what we love to see. Clutches happening on Vikendi. Hey, I don't have them too often, but when they do, man, those are bangers right there.
Boom, boom. Let me say AO. AO. Because that was a beautiful, beautiful three-piece from Boom. And also keeps them in the running to get third overall, Max. Because they were only 8 points behind Rubik's. So there's extra kills. That's survival. That's really healthy for them.
Going to be helping them out a lot in the long run. Coot now up to 5. Seem like that lead is just increasing by the minute. Things aren't looking too good. There you go. Circle back to the shit. And actually goes pretty nice to Morph. Okay, Morph, this is potentially a big gamble. I'm saying this is maybe not the play to go for. If you see this compound from Blue Bees, maybe it's worth breaching. I'm going to say you get kills off of it and a strong position. It's kind of a do or die because they're delaying it a lot. And Coot just keep on winning more and more space on the top of the leaderboards. So that would be a play that I think wouldn't be bad for Morph, but you can see Morph and Coot, they're getting slowly closer to each other. Things could start to get a little bit dicey from here on out.
And finally, they got the fight onto Arcs and they took them down, but now they have to enter into the circle, and indeed they can focus on it. For Coot, they have to push in. They have to push into a team on a compound, so by no means is it super fine and dandy for Coot. Yeah, they have a full squad, but it's what? 69 that is in front of them, and it's not going to be easy for them to deal with.
Is going to get a little bit tricky. There you go. Rise on Glory also eliminated. 10th position. Finally down to a single-digit team count. That's going to be 9. There's 27 players still up and running about. So not a lot of full teams still remaining in this one. Very unfortunately for a lot of these teams in the lobby. We'll have to see. But Cute, they're forcing himself forward towards another team once more. And this time is going to be Rubik. So Rubik, let's not forget, right now, still third position team. Not really relatively close to deny that first position, but still in the running whatsoever. Rubik, no ways, that's a big kill onto Ninja. If they die here, this might just be the golden opportunity that Morph needed from the very start of this game on Vikendi. There's another one coming on through. That's going to be a huge molly from Bosku, and they're teaching them a lesson. Don't get close to our compound. This is ours to defend. Break and Astra, how do you play after this one? He does get the res onto Ninja, that's huge. Back to a 3-man squad, but they're still on edge of circle, so this is not going to be a really big, long-term, at least playstyle coming out from them.
But the important thing is they're on the edge of circle. They're on the edge of circle. They're inside the circle for now. For now. Morph, on the other hand, they do have a couple of players more heavily inside the circle. We do lose a player of Coot, so they're down to 3.
They're going to be trying their best on this one. They're going to have to take a big fight. Hopefully things are going to be looking good for them, but Morph have been proactive. Haven't fully crashed onto the compound of Blue Bees as I did suggest. No. They went halfway, which you know what is okay. As long as they're not taking that fight fully head on and they find themselves a good spot to fight from, especially, that's the important part in my eyes. Oh, there you go. Coot still going to be looking good. As you said, Imperium still up as a 3-man. 7 kills especially also. That's going to be relatively big. KHK eliminated in this game. Sort 69 Sanji going to be doing some work on that rock. Is he going to go for a nice little jump shot to finish it off? That'll be huge. But I would say if you drop down there, you kind of shooting yourself in the foot. So I would just say play with your utility. There's no easy way out for only Titans. They only got one way out and they've got to wrap around. So Sanji, just hold that angle and you're basically golden. That's almost 3 free kills.
Especially when he's got his teammate on the other side, so he wants to be in a position where his teammate is going to be able to cover him. So you're dead right. You go down the hill. You ain't coming back, my friend. You ain't coming back. Could have been able to push in, but they haven't taken out Rubik. They have not taken him out, and that means that they could still get backstab coming in to phase 7 closing in and phase 8 showing up.
You're going to try his best to push it, looking for the angle with the AKM. He's going to be able to get it, though. The smokes are going to be making it a little bit hard to really pin them down. Nade from Ninja. Looks like a pretty good pathing. Doesn't get too much done, though, unfortunately. There you go, break, finally to the kill feed. Onto Morph. Zabrol taken down, knocked away. And they saw that in the kill feed, and you can see instant change of pacing and play style from Coot. Like, okay, we know where Morph are. We need to chase it on down there. Just enough time to go for the res. And Morph between a rock and a hard place, especially between Coot and the Bluebees. They are not looking comfortable whatsoever. They're in that shack. Gonna go for the shot. Ninja. That is absolutely beautiful. And also with a nade of 8-chan, that's gonna put the nail in the coffin. That is gonna be potentially it for Morph. They still got one player, but the odds just drastically tilted in favor of Coot.
Coot are feeling strong. They can smell the end. They can see the victory of the Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3 finals. They're being helped by Bluebees, but Bluebees are still in front of them, gatekeeping them. Bluebees, they could claim this chicken dinner in Vikendi. They could end on a massively high note as 8-chan gets knocked out by Hidan.
This is the chance for the final play of Morph to then maybe backstab. They're pushing. They're taking a head-on fight with Bluebees. So this is time to actually go for it and snatch a few kills along the way, if possible, and potentially even kill Count, I would say. Close one, 0. How the hell does that work? I have no idea. Count actually out of the entire game, eliminated in 7th position. That's still a bang of a performance. They can be proud of that one.
Morph.
Takka's still up. He's still got 4. That's not going to be enough. He can't make it out of the blue zone. He's going to die. It's only phase 8. That's over. This should be actually the entire event going the way of Coot.
And there's still 6 teams. There's still 12 players. It's not going to be enough indeed because Coot got a number of kills. I know Morph got a bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. However, we'll have to find out in due time. This game is still going on. It's still going on. Bluebees are up as a full squad.
Takka might just be able to actually loot all the boxes from the fallen teammates who were in front of him and actually get himself a few first blades and just snake his way forward. It's going to be down to the wire. It's going to be a really close strat. No, there you go. It was a one opportunity, but seemed like there was not going to be enough for him and not enough time, especially upon phase 8, and he will fall on down. We pretty much know already he's going to be the victor of this one, but we still got one banger of a game ahead of us. And Bluebees, we said it, they've been improving throughout all of today. It's still up as a 4-man squad. They take down Rubik, the 3rd place position team. And they're going to keep on gaming on this one, down to top 3. And Bluebees, sure, it's a little bit late to show up to the party, but you know what? I'm still going to give you a huge chunk of respect. That is one way to close off this M.E.O. for sure. Now there's down to the wire. 3v2 v1. And they're taking full control. The spread is clean. They got high ground. They got low ground. They got everything in their arsenal to secure and close off this game with 10 kills a minimum, by the way. Imperium, this is Japan at its finest.
Japan are looking good. Bluebees are looking good, but it's going to be a knockdown on the XQ but only Titans, the Pakistan representative, looking to end on another high note themselves, but Hasni is going to get taken out. Bluebees taking advantage of that roof play, and now it's just one player, Boom, left on his own.
Yeah, and he's going to go down. He's just going to have to try and do a battle of healing, as we usually do in those final moments. But Bluebees will be your victor. And up as a 4-man crew, the reason why they were just able to take themselves big fights is because they reduced their amount of rotations to a bare minimum. They didn't move since they went to the western side of phase 1. They barely moved on their entire game. And that's the reason why they are going to be in a good spot, because they got all of their loot in one good package, and they are able to take the... Wait a minute. 16 first aids and 30 bandages? You good, man? You good? Okay, he's not going to die for a minute, Imperium. We got a few. Oh, no, okay, no, I take that one back. It's going to get pushed upon, and he will eventually die. Bluebees finally secure themselves their very first win over here for the finals of the M.E.O. And you know what? What a good way to close it off for Imperium. At the end of the day, we know who's going to be on top of the mountain. It's going to be absolutely insane, but Coot shall remain your champions in that #1 spot.
What a massively good fight that Morph put in, right? Considering the lead Coot had after 3 games. I put my name on the line. I put my words on the line. And you know what? Morph tested it massively, getting 2 insane results in a row to bring it down to the final game in Vikendi.
We know who's won. We know where this is going. But before we do that, I just want to talk about this particular game because the Blue Bees started out, I think they were like one of the first teams to go out in the first game. Second game, they were right at the bottom. They steadily just started improving as they went. We spoke a bit about their inconsistency, but look at that, to end on a chicken dinner. What a fantastic representation they are for their region, and what a fantastic play from them, Max.
It's been amazing, really. I think that they were the cleanest team when it came down to that Vikendi map. It was still a map on which teams were trying to adapt to because it's been taken away from the competitive scene, as we said many times throughout this broadcast. Has been taken away, so teams had to get used again to this map. But at the end, it was just such good execution. They played the playstyle of Vikendi down to the wire. Execution was clean. The rotations were on point. It took some fights, so it did sound pretty risky from time to time, but at the end, their control, especially in those finishing moments, in my eyes, is what caused them to win that one. They were spread, they were feeling confident, and they took as much control as possible to make sure that no teams could just jump on that position very late into the game and snatch their game from the rug under their feet, literally. And they were just making sure that they were taking control and securing that game. They just increased their win rate from 50% potentially in that circle, that because they played spread, to 100%. There was no way any team in their right mind would try and contest it. And because of that, Bluebees just get the easiest finish they could potentially ask for. So I loved it. And as you said, they started off pretty poorly. 2 back-to-back games with 0 points, improved, and now they closed it off with a chicken dinner. That is what you love to see. That is one comeback story to tell.
It is one comeback story to tell, and we're going to keep telling it because we're just waiting for our referees to confirm all the stuff in the back end. You know how esports goes. So while we wait, Imperium, Bluebees, fantastic performance. But a lot of these teams, I think this is testament to what a great tournament the Red Bull M.E.O is, because so many of these teams coming from regions we didn't know, some of them unknown, and I don't think there's a single team that looked out of their league in this competition.
No, 110%. I just want to obviously say how incredibly proud I am of every single player, of every single team in the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 finals. They put up such a massive fight and they deserve to be here.
Here we are, the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals East PUBG Mobile winners. We're in our fantastic online studio, and now we get to celebrate. We're waiting now to see the announcement. This is exciting, more so for Imperium, because I know he was backing these guys till the end as we move into the studio. What a fantastic virtual Istanbul. All these iconic locations that are popping up. So even though our teams can't be here, they don't get a chance to necessarily be in Istanbul physically, it still feels like a giant celebration, I think, for each and every one of them. And just so beautifully done to make them feel like they're part of something exciting. Imperium, are you ready for this one? Are you getting hyped
I am ready. I'm ready to say, I told you so. I'm ready to say my backing came out on top. But honestly, I'm just ready to see the winner be crowned and just say well done to the winner of the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 finals for the eastern side of the world. What a 6 games we had, Sam and Max. What an absolute journey that we've been told across today's games.
It has been this incredible journey, the consistency, the incredible gameplay that we saw from each and every one of these teams. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. Not one team looked out of their league. A great representation for PUBG Mobile around the world, showing the level of player that we're seeing, Max. And just exciting now for the future, because imagine Season 4 when we can be in the physical venue with all these players when they're on LAN. Imagine what we can expect from each and every one of them.
We're very slowly going to be sneaking our way back to lands, hopefully soon enough, as soon as possible. That'll be great. So imagine these kind of locations, these kind of studios, but not virtual, but being actual real, going to be up there as we've got finally the logos of the winners appearing on the screen. And that is one HD firework for sure. That is going to be Coot on top of the world, on top of the mountain, as they take the title of champions of the M.E.O Season 3 for PUBG Mobile.
Imperium, when you see this team has done such an incredible job. They had those 2 chicken dinners. They were constantly up in the placings. Tell me a little bit about those 6 games and why you were so behind them. Because, I mean, from the get-go, you were saying, this is it. This is the team that isn't going to be beaten.
Just those 2 chicken dinners in a wrangle out of the first 3 games just really, to me, sent that message to the rest of the lobby. Yes, they had a couple of stuttering blocks on 4th and 5th games. Well, more so the 4th game. But at the end of the day, they adapted, they achieved, they grew, they pushed every single other team around them. And that is the biggest reason why I was behind them from the start, from that first chicken dinner. Insane result from them and fully deserved.
Max, exciting as well for the global PUBG Mobile community with this performance from Coots. What do you think is next for them?
I really wonder what's going to be coming up next for them, because I think that here they just proved that they are one of the best teams when you had such a big mix of different metas, teams from other regions. They just proved that we are ahead. We are setting ourselves apart from all these other teams. So I can't wait to see them into the actual official ecosystem to see what they can do, because I think that I would genuinely see Coop play on an international stage, play in PMGCs, and I would literally not see them out of place. I think they deserve to be there. So I hope this was not just a one-off, just a really big pop-off performance. If they play like this every single time, I think we could see them play with the best.
So they worked through their regional games coming from Kuwait. Coots are your winners for the World Finals East. But Morph put up a really good fight as well, Imperium. They were, I presume, the favorites coming in. They were the team that I had earmarked. Right until the bitter end, they were not willing to give up. A great performance from them as well.
Oh yeah, they were down at the bottom of the barrel after the first 3 games. They looked done and done. They looked done and done. But I tell you what, they proved us wrong. They proved the viewers wrong. They proved their supporters wrong. And as much as they didn't come out on top, they can hold their head held high at the fact that they put up a massive fight. They represented their country extremely proudly, and they finished in 2nd place. It was great to cast them once again, and I look forward to hopefully casting them a lot more in the future.
They were able to close that gap so close, and just an impressive play. But also, I think looking at that fight for the top 10, sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th, so many good teams, SWAT 69, only Titans as well. I think that I kind of watched them the whole way through. They were consistent where they could be. Boom Esports, Rubik. Any other teams, Max? I mean, I've thrown a bunch of names up, and I'm sure you have some as well. Teams that you were impressed with throughout the competition.
I think KHK. KHK is going to be the team that stands out to me, as I think that they improved. Not really the team dominated. Yeah, okay. I knew Sam was going to be happy about that one. But I think that KHK, as I said many times, I did the PMCO Africa region, and they did not perform. And they were hyped up as being this super team that was supposed to be like top 3 every single time, and they did not perform. And I think that what we've seen today, sure, they're still not in the highest position. Before that last game, they were actually in 10th position, which is not great by any stretch of the imagination. But to me, that they've proven to me that they are able to improve. All the little mistakes that I was seeing during PMCO got somewhat fixed in some way, shape, or form. There's still things to work on, of course. I think it's down to synergy. They got Hansley from INF added to the composition. But I think they are showing that they are here willing to improve and get better over time. And for the next events coming in the future, for the African region especially, I think that KHK are going to be the top teams for the African region in general. So I'm going to say KHK still, not because they dominated whatsoever, but I think that they are a team that improved the most since the last time I've seen them. So for that alone, I think they do deserve a really big pat on the back.
So obviously I'm originally from South Africa. Of course, I'm going to support the South African team. But more importantly, I mean, I think coming from a region where I've experienced it and I've seen players experience it, where there aren't a lot of opportunities for us, competitions like the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 are so important because there are so many regions that don't get an opportunity to compete on the global stage. And for a lot of these teams, this was their one shot this year to really be able to feel like they were part of this global competition and see how they match up to the rest of the world. So Imperium, for you, I mean, obviously Max has mentioned KHK, but are there any teams that you would like to potentially keep your eye on in the future?
Honestly, I'm not going to pick one specific player, one specific team. I want to say I'm looking forward to seeing all of these players and all of these teams in the future. I am incredibly proud that they all put their hearts on the line, put it all on the line to try and represent their country. They got through the qualification, and for me, that deserves all the respect in the world, and I really look forward to teams in the future. Like I mentioned, Alpha from RXN Pakistan, or actually, sorry, not RXN Pakistan, from Only Titans that we casted back in 2019. It may have been 2 years, but I want to see more from these players, more from these teams in the future, and that's what I hope to see.
I'm hoping we will see it as well. And there we go, that final scoreboard coming up. Look how close it was between the first and the second place. Less than 10 points, Max.
Less than 10. Wait, less than 10. No, 11. It's more. It's 11. It's 11. We math. I know we're not good on math, Sam. It's okay. It's 11-point difference from first to second. And Morph tried their very best in the final moments, but it was just not going to be enough. Team Count got a absolute bang of a position, and they play that position so well. Sure, they did die before Morph in the finishing moments, but it was just what they needed, and the kills made the difference. 60 kill points down to 49 placement points. Another really good showing from Team Count, I do have to say. And yeah, there you go, 100-point bomb for such a short tournament. I was not expecting it to happen, but one team made it happen. The dream is real, and Team Count were the one to make it reality. Imperium.
Massive, absolutely massive. 109 points in 6 games. That is an average of 18 points per game. We said that we were going to be looking for 12, 14 points per game. Team Coot knocked it out of the park. One real quick thing, Boom and Rubik joined third, 69 points.
Nice.
I thought Boom had it in that second place. I like it. I thought Boom had it in that second place from the last game, but unfortunately Rubik had done enough to hold on to that third place.
I do like that Blue Bees started today after 2 games with 0 points, and they finish in the top 5. That's a story. That's the story. I think when we leave here, we'll celebrate all the teams, but Blue Bees, I mean, they've got to walk away with that and go, wow, this is amazing, Max.
It was just a good showing in the finishing moments. I got to say, they fully deserve the respect in the world, and also for Blue Bees and Japan in general. They're going to have a big esports circuit this year. So this is just the very start of what we're going to be seeing from the Japanese region. And we can expect so much more talent to come from that region in the month and even years to come.
We get to celebrate. Coots is your World Finals East winners. But Imperium, we're coming back next week for some action because we've got the West Grand Finals coming up. Looking forward to that?
Oh, yeah. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to cast the Western teams. Of course, a little bit more familiar with some of the teams that are going to be playing in the Western Finals, so it's going to be very, very exciting.
It is going to be exciting, and we are going to leave you at that. Thank you so much, Max and Imperium, for keeping us going throughout these 6 games. I cannot wait for next week when we do it all over again with the West teams. Thank you so much to everyone watching at home, and of course, behind the scenes. This virtual studio is not an easy thing to create, and it's an amazing opportunity for the players to feel like they are actually in Istanbul. So thank you to the team. And of course, most importantly, thank you to the players for giving us such incredible stories to tell. You've got 1 week, and then we're back here, same time, same place, for the season finals for West for the Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.